All right, back at it, guys. Day two. Day two. Day two. Um, we're still waiting for the English stream to pop up. Still waiting for the English stream to pop up. Oh, man. Good morning. Good morning. Here we go. Captain YT, what's up? L3, how's it going? Just going to share the stream real quick. Choo. Bro, we've been powering through the past couple days, huh, guys? I went to sleep early last night. Oh, man, I'm tired today. I know I just yawned, but I promise I'm not as tired today. Share the stream on Instagram. RV, what's up, man? Yo. Okay. It's a pretty nice earth, you might say, huh? Round. Hold on. Sir Rose, Dusmala. I'm good, guys. I'm good. Got some coffee. Sorry, I'm not looking at the camera right now. We live. Live time. You need me to promote the stream somewhere? Yeah, sure. Send it everywhere. Everywhere. Spam that shit, bro. No, I'm just kidding. Presidential election day in Singapore. Is it morning? It's about 5 a.m., yeah. It's about 5 a.m. Is there an English stream? D Clover, what's up? What's up? Welcome, welcome. Hello. Yo, what is this collab that's coming up for these skins? It's like an RPG. Me and Huna have been watch partying the past 2 nights. I don't know if he's streaming tonight.
Semoga bisa bawa harum nama Indonesia.
Tim Indonesia semoga
Is he on yet?
Dan dapat lagi gelar dunia.
Pokoknya apapun tim favorit kalian, ayo kita sama-sama dukung BTR.
We've been watch partying the past 2 nights if you've been missing it. Are you gonna watch M5 in the Philippines? Hopefully. I watch M5 from a caster desk in the Philippines, you know. That's the hope, right?
Tim Indonesia. Tim Indonesia. Tim Indonesia. Tim Indonesia. Tim Indonesia.
Oh, that's a strong cup. That's a strong cup. All right, so we have our Occupy boys, Occupy Throne boys, up against Saudi Arabia. Damien, bro, what are you doing up this late? Play me a Magic. I have 2 new decks. We could play. I actually haven't played in like a few days. In like a few weeks, actually. I have a confession to make. I haven't played Magic in a few weeks. Oh, I didn't know. Too busy, comforting, easy peasy. Didn't watch after work, after BTKLS. Yeah. How are they doing? How are they feeling?
Eruditio? Kebetulan sekali. Aku masih ada urusan dengan mereka. Ya sudah, aku ledakan saja kalian berdua.
All I can say is NACT gonna be spicy. Why?
Kau tidak tahu, aku punya caraku sendiri.
Why do they correlate? Why do they correlate?
Ayo kita kembalikan ke Eruditio. Oh, aku punya sesuatu yang spesial untuk mereka nanti. Akan kuanggap ini sebagai bayaranmu.
Does he want to get back on the world stage now and prove himself? Is he like, God damn it, I gotta go to M5 now? Is that why? When is BTP? When is BTK playing? In 2 weeks at NACT. That's when. They already lost. They're out of ISF. They're donezo. You've been missing out, huh? Sad. Sad.
Semangat terus untuk
untuk Bigetron untuk yang akan bertanding di Iesf di Romania nanti.
Semoga bisa bawa harum nama Indonesia.
Tim Indonesia semoga juara dan dapat lagi gelar dunia.
Pokoknya apapun tim favorit kalian, ayo kita sama-sama dukung BTR.
Kibarkan kembali sang merah putih di panggung internasional. Garuda di dadaku, Garuda kebanggaanku.
Semoga kalian bisa tetap mempertahankan dominasi Indonesia di kancah internasional. Pokoknya good luck buat kalian.
Semoga menang, Bos. Tim Indonesia. Tim Indonesia.
Team Indonesia.
Tim Indonesia. Tim Indonesia.
Do you guys think Indonesia takes this? Do you think anyone can beat Bren? What do you guys think? I haven't really gotten to watch any of the PH games yet. We're a little delayed, huh?
Siapa bilang aku mengembalikannya?
Bocah sialan. Kita sudah sepakat.
Aku kesini cuma mau mencoba mainan baruku.
Still waiting on the English stream right now, yo.
Jawamu sudah di ujung tanduk dan masih saja berhayal menjadi penemu.
NASL production is better than ISF low-key those days. Hey man, I like to think NASL did pretty good with what it had. We did pretty good with what we had, yo. I can't believe ISF bad production broke Gimmick Spirits. That was like the final straw. Was that the final straw?
Berhenti atau dia mati. Lalu kau akan berurusan dengan Eruditio.
Eruditio? Kebetulan sekali. Aku masih ada urusan dengan mereka. Ya sudah, aku ledakan saja kalian berdua.
Gadis gila. Urus saja pertengkaran kalian.
Here we go. The English stream is finally live. I'm kind of hyped for, I'm not gonna lie guys, I'm kind of hyped for, wait, this isn't right. This isn't right, yo. I'm on the wrong stream. This is yesterday's. Oh my god. Whoops. Whoopsies. Here we go. Bruh. Why is the Bahasha stream so much nicer? I'm probably not going to catch the Indo vs PH match. I'll catch everything but that probably, unless games go really fast and they are able to start early. If that happens, I even switched shifts with somebody so that I could go in at 11 instead of 10, just so I could try to watch more. Yeah, I know the English stream's on ISF, but it's just like a waiting screen right now. It's not even like a countdown. So I figured this looks a little better. I gotta drink more coffee, yo. When do the boys fly back? Sir Rose. Kamran, good morning, good morning. When do they fly back? It's 5:04 a.m. Indo versus PH? No. I think PH has got it, but yeah, 5 a.m. a.m. Maybe not. I mean, BTR could win for sure. They've just seemed a bit rockier, but also they fought stronger teams, which really could end up being a good thing for them. I don't think PH has really had to fight that many. Has had a pretty easy road so far, which could be bad for them, you know? Whereas Indonesia's had to go through like several teams. Do I know the last two regions at M5 wildcard? No. They haven't announced it yet, have they? I know, did you take your coffee? We're getting there, bro. Hot take, there's going to be a redraft in ID versus PH. Don't say that, bro. Mongolia versus Kazakhstan. Is China actually going, though? Like, do we know this for sure? I saw the clip, the thing from Mirko. We'll watch that clip later. We'll watch that clip later. The thing is that there's like, it's hard to get information on China because they have like all different websites and platforms and stuff like that. I'm sure, I'll tell you this, I'm sure that Moonton wants to have China involved because it can bring in so much viewership. Like adding, that's one of the things about adding more regions and new regions is you get more views, right? You get more views. And you get to add a new country to the roster. And a country like China where people are heavily invested in esports, you know, there's a lot of opportunity there. Bro, I'm just ready for this game to start. All right, here we go. Is the English up yet, bro? Is the English stream up yet? Oh my god.
stage, and as well as Mongolia, one of the defeated teams. Undefeated, rather, from the group stages. Now they had their first defeat yesterday.
Here we go, boys.
But Philippines right now remains undefeated as of this moment. But for the one life that
Yeah,
they're
I go to
trying
work
look
later. I
on
go to
here
work
for
in
the
6
lower bracket
hours.
this is
About
the
6
go big
hours.
or go home stage for these 4 teams.
Yeah, again, it's down to this, right? Day 2 is packed for a reason because you obviously have to have these winners. You're going to have losers that have to step out of the tournament, step out of contention here, right? And we all know at this point, especially Day 2, at this point, it gets a lot more intense. I feel like, especially with the teams going head-to-head here. Not only that, but just yesterday alone, we had
How do we
many
feel about
surprises,
Naisu and
right?
normal
Not
t-shirt?
just from team to team, but also in the draft alone. I can't wait to see what today unfolds for us, but we are going to go ahead and throw it back over to the main stage with John for Fallout there to give us a warm welcome to these first teams battling it out today.
Nice was a 280-pound guy, probably.
Ladies and gentlemen, the crowd, make some
I'm about
noise, get
280,
excited
but
here
like
as we get ready for our first matchup.
probably like
'cause
250.
It's time for our matchup of the morning. Lower bracket, go big or go home scenario for
I like
2
this guy.
dominant teams in MLBB. Introducing first the team that will be playing to my right, losing just yesterday 2-1. It's Kazakhstan.
Hell yeah, bro. I like the hype. Ooh, and the fist bumps. And the fist bumps. The good luck fist bumps.
And next, the team that went undefeated in the group stage, as OSX mentioned, but took a loss yesterday to everyone's surprise. A powerhouse squad. It's Mongolia! Make some noise, everybody in the crowd, as we get ready for this marquee matchup. Good luck to both squads.
Oh,
I wanna get
only
a few
one
words
person
from
got a
Zahn
fist
here
pound
of
on that
Kazakhstan,
team.
though, as we kick things off, Zahn, if you could
There's
join me
already
here.
there's already a
Yesterday,
mismatch of
you guys
luck.
took a 2-1 defeat to Saudi Arabia. What happened in that matchup?
So, I don't know what happened exactly. The players know all details, but after this loss, we made a small reload. We discussed all things and about today's match. We know our
UA, what's up, UA?
We understand their strength. We show respect to them, and we are ready to fight with them.
Love it. I respect the respect shown. A team that deserves your respect.
no,
They went
El
3-0
Host,
in
he's
group
biased.
stages. But what's your mentality like? It's win or go home. If you lose, you're eliminated from this tournament. How are the players feeling today?
So we have nothing to lose. We understand that we have fans there, and also in our country, they just giving us a lot of motivation. We know that the losers of this match goes home, but we must prevent our going home.
Love it. Must prevent it and must prevail. Well, hey, if you guys can shake hands, dap it up, feel free, and get ready for this next matchup. I'm going to go ahead and throw it back to OSX Naisu at the desk. Everyone make some noise as we get ready for this matchup here. OSX Naisu, back to you.
Thank you so much. Great to hear there from Zahn, right? And also, yeah,
Zahn.
it is the do or die
Zahn.
match, and they're prepared, right? I feel like a lot of
What
these
do you guys
teams
got?
here obviously know their opponents up to this point very well. They're prepared, but at the end of the day, how do they execute it within the game, right? That's the biggest thing. And, you know, OSX, we contemplated so much of the different metas that have been forming, not just here in ISF, around the world, different tournaments going on. But I feel like, again, we've established ourselves in a pretty good area, right, for the most part. Now, if there's anything about these two teams, I would say is some of the,
So it's
very reminiscent
Mongolia?
of Brazil, what I was saying the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Vibrant. When they come to the draft, when they decide to go with certain strategies, they like to test the waters a little bit,
Yeah.
right? But let's go ahead, again, let's introduce Mongolia here for day number 2.
How do you
For
spell
the lane, we have
Kazakhstan?
Bebex. Jungle lane, we have Sora. XP, we have Aizen. We have for the mid lane, we have Forbid. We have Ethan for the
that right?
roaming lane. You've mentioned about Vibrant. We've seen Guinevere picks up yesterday, and also the Florian that
Yep.
has
That's
has
a
been
tough one,
banned
guys.
from most of the times right here in Yash 2023. So we're going with the same lineup for Team Mongolia, and I love what they're going through with that interview. It's all about the mental recovery, the reset, as Kazakhstan said, the reload that they have to do to make this chance work in order to proceed to the next stage of the lower bracket.
And again, I think the biggest thing about this lineup alone is just there's a lot of these
didn't-
expectations.
did he
for
ask any
certain
questions from
roles within the
Mongolia
lineup.
either?
But really, once the synergy is obviously there from the team, you know, from start to finish, or even if they're down, we've seen this squad really turn things around, based off synergy alone, right? But unfortunately, it didn't work out in their favor yesterday. So hopefully, again, they've had time to just kind of recoup, recalibrate,
What up with
and
BTK
approach
though?
this
What do you
matchup
mean?
with what people are used to seeing, you know, and the same can be said across the board. It's also just nice to hear, right, for a team like Kazakhstan, again, there's parts of the world that have been growing and growing for MLBD, right, and rising through the ranks, and I feel like it's great to see a team such as Kazakhstan get these fans globally, because a lot of people, man, especially from the group stages, were talking about them specifically and how they performed throughout the group stages. The fact that you have some of these amazing players going against some of the best in the world and actually taking games from them as well, right? And winning some of those games too, right? Remember, they were the ones that sent the USA out back in the group stages, right?
Why'd you have to bring that up?
Amazing
Nice,
thing. Let's take a look at the lineup here once again for Kazakhstan. We've got Red in the gold lane, Kinesis in the jungle, just an absolute madman. Kazakh here in the XP
Prediction,
lane,
PH versus
Kashi
Indo.
in the mid, and Aleem in the roam. Now, biggest thing too, we've actually
I said
seen
it earlier,
these
I think PH
interchange,
can
right?
take
Aleem
it.
did play some gold lane yesterday.
Like, I think Bren
He
is
had a little bit of
probably the
struggles.
better
We'll see,
team.
right? How they kind of situate here
But
today.
Bren's gone against easier teams so far in ISF.
Right? So you've mentioned about
which
the
could
impact
kind of put
from
them in a state of
Kazakhstan, and
comfortability.
From their history,
Whereas
back
I
in
feel
the
like
Asian
Indo's
Oceanic
had a bit of a
qualifiers back
harder
in
road
Riyadh,
so
both
far
of
from
these
group
two teams
stage
actually
to now.
had a way of
Yes,
surprising.
they've taken some
They did,
losses,
yeah.
which
Mostly
could
of the
look
strong
like
teams right into
they've
the
had a
competition.
worse run,
And
but I would say
yesterday,
that they've
Kazakhstan was
faced
the
better
only team
teams.
who created the tiebreaker match from the first day of the playoffs. So there's no surprise from their recovery right now. They have this way of getting through of, okay, it's like go big or go home, but we got nothing to lose. And they could take it as a way of moving forward, of making this a passion to go with the challenges.
I think going back.
If you guys haven't
to what we
already, make
learned
sure you leave a
yesterday,
like,
you know,
subscribe,
just in
all
the
that
first day
good
of the
stuff.
playoffs,
We
where a
appreciate
lot
it.
of things were kind of unfolded anyway. Is number one, how do you keep your gold lane to have that gold lane experience, right? For the most part, which is
the gold lane summer experience.
Yeah, and it feels like
true.
summer here, right? But the point is both the gold laners for both these teams have the capability of doing that with the team setups that they have and the way they kind of play around them.
Honestly, the game
But
I'm most
more
hyped for
often than not,
tonight
I
is
would
Saudi
say if
Arabia
you're
versus
matching up Bebex and Aleem, or if it is Red
versus
and gold lane,
Egypt.
we'll have to see. Bebex oftentimes performs very well, like consistently, I guess you could say, consistently.
Yep.
He's able to do that, and that's, I think, one of the big difference factors here.
That's actually the
or
game
at
I'm
least
most
the
hyped
work that
about,
needs to be
not
done
gonna
for
lie,
Kazakhstan
guys.
Is allow your gold lane to get to that point where you are outperforming, if not outcompeting, against Bebex.
Yeah, speaking of the gold lane summer experience, this is like how you can actually be in your lane by not being disturbed. Yesterday, we've seen these two teams use the Brody. We have seen the Melissa first time, but it wasn't a good Melissa game back in the first series. But in the last series of yesterday, it was a way of like having
Aleem,
retribution for this
the
hero.
MOBA monk.
But for this time around, they have
MOBA
similarities of pulling off this kind of draft. So most of them has this, capability of utilize or capitalizing more on the AoE team fights. We rarely see Eve on the few matches yesterday, and it gives so much impact to
Here we
team
go.
fights. And now
Joy
heading to
Man
the
up
draft,
front.
Let's see how this goes. What is the priority here of Kazakhstan? Because a lot of things yesterday could have changed right now if you want to have a chance to proceed with the next stage.
Data ban from
Well, I like
Mongolia.
it, right? Jumping into this draft here, we're going to see some of these first bans come through. I don't expect too much variation in the first phase anyway, OSX, because of the fact that, again, these are just common heroes that are typically taken out so far here in ISF.
Yep.
Kadita we saw slip through like, once or twice yesterday, and it was
in the
quite
Philippines,
devastating.
yeah, used by Arcangel as well for Philippines, and it was deadly.
It was.
Franco and Akarata, you don't want that in your composition, especially if you want the ganks right under your lane, right? It's just so a massive disturbance for the first minute to 5.
So what I'm thinking is still priority here once we get through these next couple bans is still the Fredrin, right? One of the, if not, I think still statistically the highest picked hero, not just here, but like everywhere around the world, right?
It's
One of the
crazy
heroes that
how
just constantly
Kadita became
fits
such meta.
any
Like
team composition,
her
team
her
goal for
rise,
the
because
most
like
part.
I
And it would
remember
be great, too, if
you
we
could
actually
like
see one
I
of
remember
these
when
teams
like
decide
Kadita
to
Rome
ban
was
it,
more of
so it
like
forces another
a
option in the
clutch
jungle.
pick
But
here and there,
right now,
way
Mongolia
back,
goes ahead and takes out the Angela
and
for
then
now.
like
They
Kadita just
just
slowly
don't
got
wanna
picked
deal with
more
that. And it's funny, too, because Angela's still
and more and more and
as
more and more and
great
more and
as
more
that
and more,
hero
and
can
then
be, as
just
great as
became super
having
meta.
a hard guard
But there was
can
never
be,
any like
sometimes it's just not enough,
huge
right? But
patch
maybe it's
notes to
more so,
Kadita.
hey, we
I
don't
feel
wanna
like.
deal with that sustainability. We don't want to deal with the possibility of an Angeline combination, because that is a very, I would say, one of the top
Oh, so there was
combination
a
of
buff.
heroes
Maybe
that
I
has
missed
that
it.
snowball potential out of this roof, basically.
Since we're talking about the good pairings for a jungle heroes such as the Angela, let's look at how Kazakhstan is prioritizing their picks yesterday. It's mostly either the mage that goes first or their jungler pick. They have a favorite pick, which is the Martis or
Big flopper.
Fred. Or the,
I love it when they call me Big
just two
Flopper.
heroes, basically.
Martis or Fred?
Martis or Fred.
Put
So
your
they ban
hands
out
in
the
the
Lance
air,
without the
if
Fanny,
he's a
as
true
well as the
player.
Joy. If Mongolia doesn't secure a spot here to ban out the Eve, might as well Kazakhstan would take it on the first one. Either they gambit with the Eve or just their utility jungler.
I think either way, you're setting yourself up for success, right? Because when it really comes to the priority picks, like you have so many options, right? Whether you want to utilize the options in the jungle, whether it's, hell, even if it's the Valentina, right? Which we've seen so many times pop up, even in the first pick. Now, some of the weird stuff that happened yesterday was Paquito first picked. I don't think that's going to happen here.
Straight mid ban.
Fred is open.
Fred or Eve?
That's Novaria, by the way.
Novaria.
So,
Arlot.
Yeah, that is not an Arlot. This was happening yesterday too. It kind of threw us off a little bit. I know,
it's
some
Novaria.
viewers online as well. That Arlot frame there is Novaria. We hear the audio. So that is going to be Novaria locked in. The response on the other side is exactly who we were kind of expecting.
There's a mess up on the API.
Okay.
So it's not an Arlot pick, guys.
They took the Novaria, that's good. So this could be the Roam. This is different
Varia
route we're
Roam?
seeing for Kazakhstan, because either they go for the Fredrin or they go for the jungler, but they go for the Roam.
This is what we saw in
instead.
groups.
But this
We
is good
saw
too, because
the
you mentioned about
Novaria
sustain,
pick a lot.
The anti-sustain heroes that can actually be beneficial in team fights. You pair it with the Eve, it has a good amount of AoE and burst, and paired it with the Baksha, which is so essential yesterday. We've seen Saudi Arabia use it. Now, most of the teams are using this hero to actually aid with their team fights. If you're up against a Fredrin,
Arlot's
you don't
nerf
want
hit
to
hard,
be
bro.
a disturbance right into team fights.
Arlot's nerf hit
especially with
hard.
objective takes.
Because, like, not only did he get
And I like
nerfed,
that Baksha's
I
still
think
getting
one of the
picked up
biggest
here.
nerfs to him is
Still one of
something
those
that I think
heroes
a lot
I
of
feel like,
people
you know,
didn't
serves
really
a
catch.
purpose.
Is
Most
the
of it, at
warning.
least from what we've
When he
seen,
uses
is
Zult
it works
now,
really
there's an
well
area of warning,
going
like
for those
like
gold
you
lanes.
can
You know,
see
this is
the
where we were talking about yesterday,
the
constantly
outline
about
of the
gold lane
area
experience,
before the
getting
attack
to the point
actually
where you need to
goes.
be online for your team. Now,
Yep.
Baksha just, he adds this dynamic to it. Yes, the passive is
So,
great.
like,
yes, his tankiness is great as well,
You
mobility and
know,
everything else. But it really
gives
puts
this
pressure,
idea of
you
when
know,
it's
from other
coming.
angles towards that gold lane. And I think the great response from Mongolia was Irithyll, because she's one of those gold laners, one of those marksmen that really obviously is built into mobility.
Yeah, like
and just
Lolita.
the way that her kit works, especially with the emblems,
Which
right?
means it's not as
Speaking
much
of
as a
Scareman,
surprise.
If you're up against an Eve, you might as well escape that chessboard or even the sandpit that we call once the real world manipulation has been set down, and you're up against a Baksha, just pulls you down with his own ultimate. So this is one way of securing yourself.
A lot
by just
easier to
using the
evade.
Which is actually a team or a player favorite right here in Yash. So you can't go wrong with that. So a good respect, though, with the Turizla. We know how Aizen plays this hero so well. He's a madman. He's a beast with this kind of hero. So with the respect as well for the Brody, because again, we've talked about the gold lane comparisons back in the draft. So they respect the hell out of the Brody, and they're putting down more of the choices to actually either use the Claude for, you're just letting the Claw go for Kazakhstan.
Again, you know, based off just how yesterday
There wasn't a
hit, I think
warning
you're
before.
comfortable
Before
doing
there
that.
was
You know,
no
if you
symbol
are
that came out.
Mongolia here,
The
you let it
attack
slip
just
through.
happened.
Never mind, they decide to ban it.
There you go. Good ban, though.
So they decide to ban two marksman options here.
That's good.
But that just makes me think, you know, left open, especially since you have an Irithyll across for you, do you really want to go
Randall, is that
for
old
a,
Randall?
You know, more
Randall
of a
Ludwig?
classic marksman pick like the Beatrix, or do you
Old
actually wanna
Randy
opt for
Storm?
who we haven't seen yet in the playoffs from yesterday?
Are you a Ludwig
Maybe
fan,
the
bro?
Bruno, right? Bruno is
I'm a
actually
Ludwig fan.
His
You
performance
see that he shaved his
overall
head?
has been pretty good, especially with the new item. Right, the new item, or
What else
maybe
got
even opt
nerfed? I
for a
can't
Clint,
remember all
right?
the
That might
whole
be your
patch.
options for the gold lane here
I just
for
remember when he got
Kazakhstan.
nerfed,
Their
people
last
stopped
ban's
playing
gonna
him.
be Hayabusa here. Interesting that they decide to ban that out. So that means they're not exactly 100% sure.
Randall the
right?
1-1 spammer.
Is the Fredrin going to the jungle?
Boys.
Surprising that they decided to ban out the Hayabusa.
Either way, it's good. They're probably just securing the back line. It's mostly
His skill too.
Eve and Baksha having to pair with those flows once the fight gets started. And also, Yuzong wasn't even banned.
Oh,
They
camera
either go
moved.
for Hayabusa because it's so hard to catch Hayabusa once he initiates with the Udi shadow kill. And how do you even think of getting a good catch if you're just a Baksha? Either they paired with another one with a great pull, but Mongolia decides to take Faramis first, and it's a way of like having a good sustain for your marksman as well.
This is a throwback.
Yeah, throwback for a classic lineup.
I mean, like the throwback alone here between the Faramis and Valentina. Remember when that combination was rising through the ranks?
Yeah.
And people
So what is it?
it was either what we saw before was either
Rome
Valentina
Faramis?
priority and then the Faramis with the
I haven't
answer.
seen Rome
Then there's
Faramis in a
teams
while.
that, yes, they decide to draft both, and it can
I
work
kinda
really
like
well,
Rome
right? But at the
Faramis,
same time, it
personally.
can falter. Looking at this, the marksman pick for Kazakhstan
I was kind of
is
a
gonna be Beatrix, like
a fan of Rome Faramis.
one of I just feel like Beatrix is probably like the Fredrin of marksman.
Back
right?
when like
It's a
everyone
safe
was debating
option.
whether he
You
should
have
be
a
mid
ton of
or Rome.
different, literally guns for different situations, and like you mentioned earlier, OSX, the Yuzhong comes to play for the XP lane.
Yeah, they decided to go for the Hayabusa. Yuzong is much a better way to
I'm
zone out
still
the
not
members
crazy
right
about
now
the Airthil,
of
man.
Mongolia, considering that there's an Airthil or even a Faramis. There's a lot of dash, there's a lot of evade from the composition of Mongolia right now, and to secure that path for their Beatrix and also pair with an Eve.
Very
their
front to
ultimate
back
combo
from the side of
that
Kazakhstan.
can be devastating when you hit 5th or 8 minutes. It's just one thing to securing their own damage. But hello, Ling finally pops up, and Mongolia uses it for the first time in the playoffs.
I love that it went that way. So Kazakhstan did a great job, right? The question for some people was why the Hayabusa ban? Well, Fredrin is actually going in the XP lane here, right? So that's one of the great things about flexibility for these heroes is you're not 100% sure where they go. So they just wanted to cover their bases. They go ahead, take out the Hayabusa. Fredrin parked in the XP lane. Ling on the other
love
hand,
a good
right,
flex.
in the jungle. That is once again very similar to a Fanny, right? It's high risk, high reward. You have to be able to secure your purple buffs. You have to be able to secure your early jungle rotations if you really want to shine here on this lane.
Speaking of shining, you have Faramis with you, you have Fling with you, so with a Rome, with this kind of responsibility, you need to have more vision this time.
Well, we're going to have to see if they're able to pull it off here. And in just a bit, we'll be jumping into the land of dawn. We can hear it. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the do or die match, the best of 3 between the Kazakhstan and Mongolia. Whoever loses this is out of the tournament
the old
here.
Diggy transition
Yeah,
that they have there, the stinger that they have, that's Diggy. It was real fitting on day one, huh? Of group stage, the time journey.
We're looking at
They
now
took us all
Ethan
through a time
moving towards the
journey,
mid
huh?
lane, having control over the river is a bigger way of an impact for the Ling to have more recon on where the teams or players are coming from Kazakhstan. But if you're up against Baksha, well, now he's on level 3 compared to Sisora now is on level 2. On damage, on early game, Baksha is much more durable and as well as having more sustain and can coordinate with the folks like this. Void Crystal. Oh, he forced a flicker out of Ethan as well.
Already early on.
I like
gonna
Kazakhstan's
go
draft
in for the
too.
Astral Recall too. Not going to be able to land it, but still great pressure. You know, this early on, able to get something out. Yeah, it didn't convert into a kill, but you at least got the flicker down from Ethan. That's going to help him too. And even looking, you know, as we take a second here, looking at the emblem setups from what everyone go. Oh, Tashi's in trouble.
Oh, he's
Flicker.
forced out one member
First blood
out to
for-
respawn here for Mongolia. Now Bebex is trying to get it for the free hits, but now he pushed out
Well played, well
Kinesis
played.
out of that distance. Now first point goes to Mongolia. 25 seconds for the first objective, and this is just gaining control of the early game, especially in the river.
This is how we expect both these teams to play, right? Just full on against each other this early on. And mind you, that first blood kill also went over in the hands of ZXora, right? That's already probably the best start you can have on one of those high-risk, high-reward heroes. And this Ling should be able to scale up really well. This also allows you to have a better start and at least a little more confidence with the first objective takes. But you can see Kinesis, he has performed so well through the group stages up to here. He's going to go ahead and start it up.
There's the XP lane coming from Mongolia. The eyes in right onto the turtle. Who's going to first objective? It's going to be Sisora taking the first one.
He just walked
Now on the
up,
fight,
bro.
We have a skirmish
Well
breaking
played.
out here. Tempest Blaze being used. Was gonna be the first
Zexora.
target here for
Oh.
Kazakhstan. It's gonna be Kashi.
Oh,
Followed in
petrify.
hand by Zara. Now with a
That's
follow-up
big.
here. Zara's rolled down with a trade. Red takes another kill, but Ice is not letting go of Kinesis with the slow.
Well played, Kazakhstan.
Forbid takes Kinesis down.
Oh, well played,
A
Mongolia.
trade of 2-2. Now 3 points on to Mongolia and 2 points for Kazakhstan. Coming out from the first objective fight.
Scrapping.
Yeah, they're scrapping.
Already, right? Game number 1 here. That's exactly
They're
what you off-camera kill to another kill going in the hands here
Oh.
for Kazakhstan. This one, and we saw this yesterday.
How long
too,
does the
when
vision last
Yuzhong
for the
gets beefed up, these
Astral
early
Echo?
kills, it's going to be great. Look at that perfect dragon form, utilizing that.
How long does vision
Petrify as
last
well
from
earlier
that
on, able to grab himself a
Novaria
kill,
ult?
and he's going to continue to stack
And she
up.
tags
We've
you
seen
with it.
Kazakh play before, and it's troublesome. Usually he's on the Lapu Lapu, right? That's, I feel like, one of his signature heroes. Was that stolen? I think he was able to secure it, ZX
For ages.
But this is going to continue on.
Like
I
5
feel
seconds?
Like the slugfest between these two teams, right? But when it comes to those neutral objectives, biggest thing Kazakhstan has to watch out for is the fact that you have Ethan on this
3
variant.
seconds, I
He's
think,
got
5
the
seconds, I
Eternal
think,
Realm,
something like
ultimate ability, and then
We'll
at the
try
same
to we'll
time,
try to pay
Forbid
attention next
can
time.
just choose what he wants, right, from Kazakhstan. Whether that's the most likely the real world manipulation, but he might even see him take the dragon form for initiation if he decides to do that. That's what's so great
It
about
feels
having
more
a
than 5.
Valentina here.
You have a lot of ultimates to be taken out of Kazakhstan, also forcing them to use resources such as this. Void Crystal now being connected, Arsenal being placed upon, Bebex, he falls down in hands of Kinesis. Ethan, look at that, used the Nether Realm right away to regen, and nobody's going down with a follow-up from Kazakhstan attack. Bebex falls down, Alima pushing down with the Ultra Turret Energy Shields out of Mongolia's defenses.
Great pickups here. Also going to result in them taking. Wow. How
Bro.
did Ethan just take the turtle?
Bro.
That was a well-timed.
Our boy Kinesis is getting retri-gapped
on
right
his
now.
part, but the retribution was off on Kinesis there. You know, he didn't have it, so unfortunately they lose it.
Wow.
And
he's getting gippity
they
gapped.
lose the second turtle now.
Wickety
over the
whacked.
hands of Mongolia. So, you know, you don't need. I guess don't need a jungler right there for Mongolia.
Just having the game sense
Oh,
and precision
that's
of
bad
damage.
for Alim.
Gonna fall down from Aizen, a 3-man engage just right down bottom, and they're not letting go. Force out the flick out of Kashi.
Yeah, that's more than
Being
5
in
seconds.
The trouble zone
I think
here
that's
for
more than
Mongolia.
5
Kinesis
seconds.
Just right is offering himself for the 3, but he's still sustaining all the damage. So tanky as well coming from Kazakhstan, but here comes the reinforced backfire, and now Mongolia falls back in their own defenses.
That's just unreal. Like, Kinesis has leg plates and a couple, you know, a little bit of extra armor there too. And I get, you know, how the ultimate also helps him be a little more tanky. He's got the tank emblems, but that was literally Kinesis jumping in, what, 1v4, 1v5 there?
Yeah.
And living to be quite healthy after that whole exchange. So this is, again, showing possibly, you know, in a matchup, jungler matchup here, Baksha versus a assassin jungler. He's doing pretty well. He's keeping up. He's putting pressure around the map. He might be down, you know, a level here and there, but ultimately he's doing what he has to do. He also picks up another big item. Pickups got locked in his first item. He's still rolling with the Molten Essence as well, so now you're going to see him get a little bit more tankier to deal with all this physical damage being thrown at him.
Yeah, having the Concussive Blast as an emblem for Baksha, just being a naturally tankier dude and scales by the minute, just basing on HP, that's controlled AoE.
Can't count
damage
Kazakhstan out though.
from most of the
They
ultimates
thrive
from
for late
Baksha.
game, man.
As you can see, well, the lead right now
At least
is
in group
still
stages, they
in
were.
par. Almost 400 gold lead. We have the turtle now being present, but the positioning of
They
Aizen
favored
here,
late game.
we are looking for an angle here on how will Mongolia have an entry, but so far Kinesis has eyes on the first hits on this objective. Black Dragon form though, circling around, trying to box out to members. Zoran being petrified. Now they're not able to get that objective away. Look at that Forbid. Just going around in Black Dragon form, chasing down member 1 to 2. But look at the damage from Alim. Bebex might fall down. Yes, he will. Kinesis secures the kill. And now Forbid is out of the damage, but Ethan receives more of the bullets. Forbid falls down. Alim could be on a streak here, but he decides to just clear with the minions. And that is just skirmishes coming from extra casualties.
But they're staying neck and neck.
This game.
Yeah, look at this. I was going to say, is Kazakh actually thinking about going here? But Alim whittling away the turret just a little bit. Still, look at the attention he's taking.
Yeah, look at that. Speaking of using the appraisers rad earlier, look at the pull. from Ethan. Now still holding
Yeah, that
it,
shit is
letting
definitely
him
8
go.
seconds.
But Aleem here has ultimates ready. Cesar is now forced to go back to the base. Let's head on back to that replay.
Okay, look at the replay here. Another great Dragon form utilized by Kazakh there. And you saw it, right? Forbid also took it. Like I said, there's going to be situations where Forbid wants to take the Dragon form, and they continue on. But the problem right now is they're lacking a little bit in the damage department, especially when you take out Bebex. You know, unfortunately, you don't have the damage that you need, right, on the Irithyll. Especially this, in a way, it's a little bit too early for Irithyll. She really starts to shine later on in the game.
Yeah, speaking of shining later on in the game, he has his Fury now. Bebex has 2 deaths already. He might want to prevent this from happening because if your stage is on the later side of the game, your teammates will rely on the extra damage, knowing that they have tools to even have for a good team fight. You have Forbid here. You could take out an ultimate from Red. The real manipulation would be so effective with the Fredrin plus.
What are we gonna do with this guy?
We'll see how this goes, but they're not giving up on something here. They might have a pick off here. Kazakh on half HP, but Kinesis has stopped the movement of Aizen, dropping down on 50 HP, 50% HP rather. That's a shield, and Kinesis just falling in right in front of the defenses right now of Mongolia.
Like telekinesis,
sustaining, being
isn't it?
pulled
Not
by
kinesis.
Ethan. Still being the right amount of
They're still
sponge.
going.
And still going right in the third here of Mongolia. Kazakh is now taking, wow, great amount of damage out of Mongolia as well. Now we have silenced Ethan here, and Kazakh as well is trying to secure a borderline, but Kinesis just being in front. Still sustaining it though, but Forbid could be in trouble there. Wow.
CX.
Red with the flicker missed the kill. Now Cesar used the Temple Blaze to escape, but can he make it?
No! What a bro.
That's a feels
Bro.
bad. You knew that he wanted the target there, even utilizing the Tempest of Blades.
Bro.
And just, oh, that was tough to see, you know, and that's, when you're playing a lane like that, man, there you go. Lord is secure here on top of it. They might repay, though.
The damage.
Oh.
Forbid falls down again. Ethan just being in front, trying to pull on 2 or 3 members.
Okay.
Just right in the front,
Mongolia.
using the turtle voice.
Mongolia.
The Pacer shot will secure a point for Mongolia.
And with that, they've secured themselves the first Lord of the game here. Also, just, you know, OSX, like I said,
Just
back
like
in
that,
minute
bro.
1, it's going to be a slugfest here. We see it. This replay, though, is exactly, we're capturing the moment. They
Bro.
wanted to see it one more time.
He
CX
walked
goes
in. He was
down
still
there, but then-
rolling, bro.
Yeah, it
He
gets a
was
little
still
messy here.
rolling.
Double kill for Ethan, right?
Why
But
would you
still,
go? He
Bebex
was still
able to
rolling,
survive
bro.
that too. Great job on him. At this point in the game, he's going to be somewhat of a threat, right, damage-wise, especially when we take a look at the items here in just a little bit.
Look at Aizen.
How he's building. Aizen's just on the run.
Absorbing the damage, though. Just Aleem secures him. Now RWM right onto Ethan. That's a double for Aleem, and Kazakhstan is just continuing with this pursuit, using the Astral Recall to force out the Black Dragon form out of the distance. But man, look at the damage from Aleem.
Look at the pressure.
Even the pressure. Cesara trying to close more of the map. It's turning red as of this moment.
Great choice here from ZXora. That's probably the best case scenario for him in some of these moments throughout the game. And this is typically what we see from Lings locked in, right? You put pressure on the side lanes when things are not going necessarily your way, especially in this portion of the game. You rely on your team just to deal with the onslaught here. He's looking for a cutoff, though, here.
He's looking for a pull. Tempest of Blades.
Yeah,
Now
that's
it's
a good
been
game.
committed by Cesara. That is a conceal.
Oh, nice grab by
has
Aizen.
taken out Kashi out of the equation here for Kazakhstan, trying to gain control of their own map. By just looking at the items, is now the time, or is this the time of Bebex to shine for the team, or the team fight that
Bebex.
Mongolia can do against Kazakhstan?
Well, Bebex, he's
Bebex.
got the Hot Claws, he's got the Berserker's Fury, and he's got the Wind Talker, right? For the most part, that should be okay, but I feel like it's still, if you're looking at especially these skirmishes and these fights, I mean, look at the tankiness for Kazakhstan, right? Especially with the front runner here, Kinesis, just being this menace, really, you know, and how this
And he's
Basho
got the
works,
blade armor on. He
able to
picked up
soak
blade
a lot of
armor.
damage. So one of the big things is either getting through him and then avoiding Kazakh, right, on this Yuzhong, which he's been having an amazing game. He's
Blade of
finding
Hepatis
the
for
setups
Aleem.
that he needs. He's finding the
Blade of
knockouts with the
Hepatis
petrified
on,
combinations on the right target, and that's what's usually forcing out
on,
at least the Nether Realm or some other response
Beatrix, question
from
mark, guys?
Mongolia. Right now, relatively, it's not too far. There isn't a huge disparity.
Maybe for the
between
sneaky
two
snipe
teams,
shot.
and they're just going at it, you know, for the most part. And as we wait 15 seconds for the next Lord to come up, that's where we're going to see it again. We might see some side pressure from ZX Aura as the Lord starts, because technically one of the great things about Ling is you don't actually have to be there for that Lord dance, right? You can put pressure, you can let the other opposing team start it up, whittle it down, and then kind of swoop in and swing in and hopefully, you know, get the retry win.
Yeah, I love the idea.
Here it is.
Split
They're
push.
already
Ooh,
getting
vision on
plays.
everybody.
A couple pokes, though, for Kazakhstan to come through. And that's one of the big things to deal with, right? The Astral recalls coming out from Kashi, like we see, and even Alim. So if he decides to set up, you just have to be careful here if you're Mongolia for the placement. And that's why, actually, they just fully committed the 5v5 in this area. It
Here
might
we go,
come down
boys.
to whoever decides to start this up first. So look at the placement here on the bottom side,
Ethan.
as well as who decides to maybe use a conceal, maybe find a play, but really,
Oh.
Whoa. Look at the damage
All
right
they have
on
to do
the
is
snipe shot from
poke him down.
from Alim. Poke him down. They're forced out to go back.
Watch for
but there
Bebex
it is.
and
On
Ethan.
the conceal.
Bebex
The
and
first
Ethan.
target here is going to be Kashi. They found Kashi right on.
Oh, it's a lot of damage onto Alim. Holy shit.
1, 2. Kashi falls down. 3 members dropping down.
Hold on.
Here,
Red.
Well. Look at that. Zazor
That's
is
it.
on a streak
GG's.
forbid.
Wow.
Takes down Kazakh and Kinesis as well. Look at
Damage
that.
from
5 man
Bebex.
down right on to Kazakhstan.
That's
And
quick. You
from
can't
that
even
ambush
play-by-play that.
from the back line,
Can't even get excited
Zora,
about that because it happened so
Zora
fast.
found an
GG's.
opening. Right now, Mongolia onto the last sport. They never say die onto the game number 1 as they take the first point against Kazakhstan.
They should have checked that bush, man.
An amazing
They didn't
ending
check
there
that bush,
for a
bro.
very
They were too
close
worried about Link.
Game 1, back and forth it was. And before that all unfolded, OSX, I would say, you know, it's going to come down to the team who decides to utilize that conceal first. We saw it there. It started up. It really wasn't much of a Lord dance either. You know,
No.
Lord was hit a little bit,
No.
but then they're just like, all
Gotta
right,
check
this
them
is our
bushes,
go.
boys.
They found
Remember,
exactly who they needed to.
don't
with the
forget to
conceal
check your
play.
bushes.
And also, by the way, Bebex almost died, but it was a clutch Nether Realm that kept him alive so that he could continue to get that damage off when he used that heavy crossbow. And it,
They came
it resulted
from
in
behind.
At that point, having what, the 3 items on that Irithyll was
They
great.
came from
the damage was there, and
behind.
then they just run it down mid to claim that first point.
Bro,
here
do you
for
know
best
about
of
that?
3. So great performance.
Is that
Again,
the
both
reference
teams,
you're
though, it
giving,
was
bro?
Neck and neck, you know, for the most part there. Back and forth from minute 1.
Yeah.
Are you giving a
Wow.
Warcraft
And
3
as
reference,
just
bro?
as you were calling
Are you
Link
giving
with
a
that split
Warcraft
push,
3 reference
by
right
just
now, bro?
being
What
in
a
the position
top
of
G,
Team
bro.
Kazakhstan, you were finding an angle on
They
where to
came
put the real
from
manipulation of
behind.
to secure
The
that
fact
team
that
fight.
you know
But there
that,
was
the
the
fact that I
reaction
caught it the
time
moment you said
of
it.
Mongolia was just
GG's,
on
bro.
point to have an
My dog
ambush
just dropped a
from the back line,
Warcraft 3
knowing
reference in
that
the chat.
Yuzong is inside
What a
of Kazakhstan.
boss.
By the point that they got the marksman out of the picture,
What a
it was
freaking
just go time.
boss, bro.
And it just dropped down.
Do you watch
Completely
Grubby at all?
five
You ever
man
watch any
wipe, and that
Grubby?
gave him the clutch, even the last moment.
And you know, I really liked the draft here from Kazakhstan specifically, and I think they were
Agreed.
doing amazing
Yeah.
things. Again, this was a
Yeah.
very, you know, a very close game between these two teams, and at the same time, it really speaks volumes once again for where Baksha fits in the meta. You know how useful he can be.
I don't like watch him a lot, but every once in a while I'll see him stream. It's just, it's always, sometimes I'll get locked in, like, or I'll see, I don't think I watch his live stream that much, but I'll digest a little bit of his content here and there, because he'll do like,
for the most part,
he'll
whether
be
that's
like,
your jungler, whether
play
that's
this
your
game
XP
with
lane,
just
and
one
even
hero, or
sometimes in
play
the
this
realm, right,
game
you have
only
this
doing
not
this. He'll
only
do like
front
crazy
line,
strats.
but you also have basically multiple options to cover your back line, and I think that's something that really works for a lot of these teams. Now, both of them in a way
Grubby
also were
still,
working
well,
with
Grubby
some
still
of the
puts out
momentum
content.
that both these compositions
I don't
offer.
play or
Once
anything,
again,
but
I said,
like,
it was neck and
Grubby
neck
still
between both.
plays
And if this
regularly
would've
and puts
continued
out
on,
content
I
for
think too, you
Warcraft
still would have
3.
seen ZX Aura pushing those side lanes and not really.
He's probably like
100%
one of the
focusing
only
on Lord
big
dances,
content
right?
creators for
Because that was,
Warcraft
the
3
second
still.
one. They didn't even take it. Like, they didn't even have to, because obviously with that wipe, they move forward.
No.
But, you know, that's the thing. It was just a well-executed game for the most part from both teams. But ultimately, at the end of it, you know, Mongolia came out on top with a better ending team fight.
Yeah, by the experience and how
Almost
they
yoinked
went
those
through,
headphones off the
and
table.
now they're in the lower bracket. They have a do-or-die moment there, and that small window completely gave them the confidence to just go in from the back. And Kazakhstan never saw it come.
Yeah, and I just think, you know, honestly, from that game alone, regardless of which team won it, I'm not even sure who to give MVP to, you know, in terms of that, because for both teams specifically, like everybody pulled their weight. You know, this is, I would almost say that this is one of the more closer games that we've had even from the group stages up to here, where it was like, it was almost to the point of what are you going to land when you flip a coin, right? Because either way, that team fight could have gone to either team, right? And it was just, it so happened the way that it unfolded is that Mongolia was like, all right, we got this under control. It was a great job too that they actually spotted out some of the members there of Kazakhstan, right? Using that conceal and playing around that, because that's how they worked it. So we can only wait for game number 2. We are going to be taking a short break here, so sit tight with us. We'll be back after this.
Break time. Break time. They take any small window they can get, yeah. Let's see,
of this news thing, because again, there's still some more controversies to be talking about, and I don't think anybody has really touched on this. Not a lot of people really maybe cared about it. Everybody heard about it, and even Ducky posted an IG story about Ukraine's basically disqualification, or Ukraine's forfeit in
I don't really care about
ISF.
this.
Now, Insight decided to completely forfeit them Ukraine. This is called Talk Big List. This is Spain is because it was ISF with ISF. Ukraine would then decide if that year for ISF in Bali. I because as to when ISF would be added in the list of organizations that sponsors terrorism according to the Ukraine Federation, because according to the Ukraine Federation,
why didn't he put him
Russia
here?
is
then
a terrorist state. So if you let Russia play, then automatically automatically you may be added into a list of organization or tournaments. Right now, the world is a very, very shitty place right now. But let's move on to the next topic. This is going to be a little, much more lighthearted. It's China. China qualifier M5 might be in the 20th of October, guys. So there's a tweet.
A China team is looking for a T2, 1.5 teams to scrim to help them prepare for M5 World. Ooh. Any team interested, you can reach out to this user. Now you know what is the October 20th tweet is referencing to. It's the CN qualifier. Oh. I'm asking for a friend in China. I don't know if there are any Tier 2 or 1.5 or Tier 1.5 teams that are interested in scrim with MLBB team from China to prepare for the upcoming M5. There's a newly formed team having previously got champion in another MOBA mobile project. Oh.
Here that I will, open it up and I'll just resize it, zoom in. So a guy by the name of Heska2 on Twitter said a Chinese team is looking for Tier 2 or Tier 1.5 teams to scrim to quote-unquote help them prepare for the M5 World Championships. Any team interested, you can reach out to this user. Now you know what is the 20th of October tweet referring to. It's the Chinese qualifiers for M5, and I believe it's a Chinese qualifier for M5 wildcard, because I don't think China actually got a full slot in the M5 World Championships, but they did get a slot in the M5 wildcard. Well, no, they actually didn't. Not officially announced yet.
Yeah,
I don't know if
nothing's
this
been
is
officially announced yet.
True. This is just a tweet, obviously, but if it's true, then China, will make it to. Well, I don't know if they'll make it to M5 because they're going to have to go through the M5 wildcard. A lot of very, very good teams in the M5 wildcard right now. From what I know, Mongolia is going to be there, Nepal is going to be there, Bangladesh is going to be there.
Yeah.
So a lot of countries who have been given, I would say, more time than China. China's only been given like the last, maybe 2 months to really prepare for Mobile Legends. and they're already trying to find players from different mobile MOBAs. And here, there's a quote from the tweet. I'll read it as well. I'm asking for a friend in China. Don't know if there are any tier 2 or 1.5 teams that are interested in scrim with the MLBB team from China to prepare for the upcoming M5. This is a newly formed team, having previously got champions in another mobile project. So you can see that in China, they're already very, very committed to this. They really want to show what they've got. And shout out to Amak MOBA, by the way, because I got this tweet and I got this information from Amak MOBA. But yeah, I don't know if China joins. I don't know if they're going to be titans, if they're going to be like a tier 1 automatically. Are they going to be good? Yes. Will they qualify for M5? Big chance. But are they going to be contenders to beat Philippines, Indo, Cambodia, Myanmar, the Southeast Asian, titans, even maybe up against Turkey or NA? Are they going to be able to do that?
What?
With just a few.
I love how he really had to hesitate to stay NA. He really had to hesitate. He really had to hesitate there. I'm not gonna lie. I would have hesitated too. Not gonna lie. The way we're looking right now, we don't look too hot, man.
Months of preparation. We'll see what happens. Let me know in the comment section as well if you guys think that China has what it takes to just 3 months of preparation, 4 months of preparation, instantly become a tier 1 team and maybe face off against the best, maybe even compete up against the best in the world in a good level. I don't know. Personally, I don't know. Other than that, though, we're going to move on to the final.
Okay. China.
Topic. Even compete.
Okay, so here's some major points of this, right? All right, so they're preparing. That's huge. I think it's really big. I think the first thing and the most important thing is I think a lot of us were even questioning if they were going to get involved, right? They already have a couple really popular games there. They already have fan bases for other MOBAs there, other mobile MOBAs there. Were we actually going to get teams involved in this? The fact that there is, and they're actually like looking to be serious about this, is really good for MLBB in general, for global MLBB, for the MLBB esports system, ecosystem, et cetera, et cetera. It's very healthy, right? Secondly, to how they could actually do, I'm kind of in the same boat as Mirko's. Like, I think the fact there's that last thing, this is a newly formed team having previously got champion in another mobile project. So it's not like they're just getting random players, right? They're getting experienced esports players. Not only are they experienced esports players, it looks like, but it seems like they are players from another actual mobile MOBA. So they already have, they're not rusty at all. They got the movements. They know what they're doing, right? Most likely, yeah, Honor King players, something of that nature, right? So they're already committed. They already maybe they already have a coach, and maybe they're an org already, et cetera, right? We don't have too much info, so they already have the experience. So the question is how fast can they adapt to meta? How fast can they adapt to pacing of Mobile Legends? How fast can they adapt to all that? How much are they studying other teams? Meta globally, meta in Indo, meta in PH, et cetera, et cetera. And then are they going to put their own twist on it? Are they going to put their own flavor on it? That's what I'm most excited for, is like, will they kind of have a slightly different meta, et cetera, et cetera? Are they going to bring something completely different? So with their small amount of preparation, let's say they go to wildcard. Can they win? Can they get a slot in M5 from wildcard? I kind of think it's too hard to say right now. I will say this: if they take wildcard, if they take the wildcard and make it to M5, then they will probably do good in M5. I think if they take wildcard, they will probably do well in M5, because if they're able to off 2-3 months preparation, a few months preparation, have a team ready, have scrimmed enough, and be able to compete with the teams that are in the wild card tournament and win there, it just shows a level of I don't know. It just shows their immediate growth. Like, and I know that these are experienced players, but still to be able to do that in a completely new game. I know it's a very similar game, but still, it means a lot. So if they can win in wild card and get to M5, they probably do pretty well in M5. Are they going to be first place? I don't know about that. I think what they will have going for them, actually what they won't have going for them in M5 is they won't have the element of surprise really, because a lot of their information will have now been out because of the wild card tournament. So at least teams will be prepared for them. So that's another thing. But the real question is if they can even get through wild card. I think another good thing for it is in wild card they'll have the opportunity to not have to go against. It'll be a good way to like they're going to go up against good teams, but they're not going up against the cream of the crop. That's why it's a wild card tournament, right? It's more of like wild cards are kind of like the teams that are just making the cut, right? They're fighting for that extra slot. They didn't just make it in, you know? They weren't able to originally make the cut. So it'll be kind of a nice spot for China to test the water, I feel like. Whether they win or lose and make it to M5, it'll still be a really good spot for them to get comfortable there. I think it's interesting. We'll see. Either way, it's a really good thing for the fact that they're actually like getting involved is really good.
In rehabilitating the infrastructure, modernizing the local administration, and supporting the business environment. Tens of millions of euros, mainly from European funds, have changed our city's appearance in record time. This is why we are proud of our business community, which is currently growing in several key sectors, such as IT&C, agriculture,
Does Mongolia 2-0 this?
technological research, textiles, and many others. The figures speak for themselves. There are over 10,500 companies registered in the city of Yash. Together, they reported a turnover of over 3.5 billion euros. Industry giants like Amazon, Oracle, Condant, Continental, Pentalog, and a host of others have already opened branches in Yash, showing
BTK out? Yeah, BTK's been out, bro. They didn't even get past groups. The NA reps. You guys have to understand, we don't call teams by their team names in IESF.
Reaching over 20,000 people who work in a total area of over 250,000 square meters of offices in new, modern buildings.
North America's out. Our country, once again, taken out in group stage. So sad.
We are preparing the launch of the largest industry development park in northeastern Romania, Fortis Industrial Park, which, spreading over 23 hectares, will become an effective platform.
New members for NACT are final, yeah.
We are one of the most transparent local administrations in Romania. Our door is always open to serious investors who wish to develop their business in Yash. innovation and creativity.
How come they lose to Kazakhstan?
Our city development strategy.
Because NA is the worst region in the world.
We are looking forward to meeting you in the city of Yash.
I don't know, bro. I don't know, bro. I don't know, man.
Come here and get to know us better.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Day number 2 here for the MLBB
We're back.
playoffs at Iesf WEC. And if you're just joining us, it is a lower bracket matchup between Mongolia and Kazakhstan. And right now, it's 1-0. We are also going to be checking out who was the MVP, because before we went to break, we were wondering exactly who it was that got that from Mongolia. It's none other than Ethan here, with this fair mispick, which is great because we were talking about this yesterday, OSX, how all these different roles are all landing MVPs. And I love that they're highlighting, you know, I would say maybe statistically it's more in the gold lane, but it's nice to see this when other roles are, you know, awarded for the MVP for their performance.
Yeah, me being a role myself, I'm proud of this guy. Like,
yeah,
it's all about the
Oh no. What happened?
difference you make in those kind of team fights. They're up against an Eve, they're up against a Yuzong, but this guy having a 9 assist, and he only needed Enchanted Talisman and the Radiant Armor just to sustain his own self right into the front line, and having the great pull.
Oh no.
The matches he can get against Kazakhstan.
Oh no. Oh
if I
no.
had to pick one defining moment there for Ethan, it was that ending fight I was talking about, where Bebex
Where's Big Moba?
almost died, and he
Who's
popped
Big
Nether
Moba?
right at the perfect moment to keep him alive, because if they lost,
Who's Big
if they
Moba?
lost Bebex, man, their damage was gone, right?
was
because
over.
it was over. So very well-timed Nether Realm. I keep wanting to say Cult Altar, man. Like, you know, still adjusting to the change there.
It's an awesome, it's an awesome change.
It's happening.
Yeah, it is.
It's happening.
It's the Nether Realm.
Yeah, it's dangerous. I'm thinking of taking a different Nether.
No,
Realms,
things
like
have actually gotten better since they got placed.
Yeah, it should be a
You know
different
what? I
realm, but,
almost wish
this is just
they
Mongolia
wouldn't have
focusing
live
on the
streamed
small
group
window. They actually
stages.
have a
They
clutch
weren't ready.
in taking
They
another
shouldn't have done it.
chance, because at some point from entering mid-game, it was a bit of a struggle.
I
in
think
getting the
they're
objectives, for the lane, because he was looking for an opening.
maybe
trying
they
to get
felt a
objective.
little
The
forced
big
to.
picture here
I think
on
it
how they
probably would
wanted
have
to
gone
control
better
on their
for
team fighting side was they need to shut down who is the damage,
viewers,
high
for
damage
casters,
dealer from the side of
and
Kazakhstan.
most
It
of
is
all
the
for
Beatrix.
players
It was a problem paired with the Eve,
if they
but
just didn't
those
stream
two
the
heroes
the
and
group
players gone,
stage.
it was complete go time, because if they did not commit at that moment, it could have gone the other way.
Well, again, if you missed game 1, it was neck and neck. It was back and forth from minute 1, and I don't expect game 2 to go much differently here. Just the way these two teams are really fighting for their tournament lives at this point, right? But with Mongolia taking the first blood in the series, they have that little bit of an advantage, right? Now, I don't think you see them opt for something out of the realm of their strategy that we've seen before, and even back in the Asian Championships, but for the most part, it's just the execution for both the teams from game 1 was phenomenal. It's just at the end of that match, at the end of game 1, a minor thing really just flipped the tides of that match, where they didn't even have to go for that Lord. So, when it comes to the draft, and speaking of the switching of sides,
USA is
we'll
out, bro.
give
They
some
didn't even make
priority
it to
now.
the
What we
bracket.
saw from the last
Where
match,
you guys
we
been
saw who
at,
was
man?
priority. Now, I know it wasn't
Where have y'all
Armand
been?
that popped up, but ultimately that is Novaria, right?
Novaria. So
that was the priority.
They wanted Vision, yeah, I get it. They want AoE as well with it. It was a deadly combo to see if they had a great snowball. Well, they had a good game on the early stage, but on to the part of executing, that you're up against a Ling that you don't know where it's coming from, right on the walls, just dropping into your back line. It was the thing that they needed to address to. Yes, at some point, Eisen was there. Maybe I kind of like feeling that he's kind of a bit of disappointed to add extra buttons, because he's more likely on the Terizla. He likes to keep on jumping, doing the flicker combo, but this time around it was a Fredrin XP. So maybe if he gets his hands back on the Terizla, it might be a different change for Kazakhstan, or even for Aizen, who gets the first gambit for the pick.
Well.
Now, as you said, we're at the draft, Naisu, and what would be the difference now on their priority?
Well, we'll see, right? I like that you mentioned, you know, even with Fredrin in the hands of Aizen there previously, it was completely fine the way that he played it. It's not typically what you're used to seeing, right, with the Trizlas, but...
Yeah, he wants those action flicker combos.
Yeah. So, looks like priority is going to be here for Mongolia with the Valentina. Still, safe choice. It's usually one of those two, right? The Fredrin, Valentina pop up. We've seen a couple different variations of priority picks, being like Paquito out of nowhere from yesterday. We also, like I said, from the previous series, we saw Novaria picked up.
Valentina
Now,
from
I think there's
Mongolia once
responses
again.
to Fredrin if they
They banned out the Fermis this time.
Okay, they
Kazakhstan picked some of the same picks.
once again,
But they did ban out the Fermis this time, so things forced to be a little different.
So this is the thing that you have.
What if Mongolia picks up the Fredrin once again?
Right
To go for the Lance this time?
Wow, this is just completely AoE, just dashing through a setup with magic damage and poke potential. Because if you have the first move and taking that Valentina out of Kazakhstan, you get the ultimate of the Eve, and also you get to have a close border on how to where you can get a counter for team fights. Aiding it with the Lancelot up against a Baksha.
Yeah.
So this has more damage, but this gives more pressure to the Baksha to build more good tankier items to compensate with the AoE. And if you're up against a true damage assassin such as Lancelot, you need to have more sustained protection this time.
Whew, okay, so it doesn't look like they're deviating too much, right? Bebek's going to get his hands on the still here. In a similar way from game one, OSX, it was, you know,
I like the name Bebex.
The Ling that time. So I think, you know, in this way, it changes some of the game plan slightly, you know, for Mongolia, especially for ZX Aura, but ultimately the Lancelot's going to work out. Now, this pickup here for Kazakhstan, remember, we saw this yesterday.
I don't know how I feel about the Claude here.
Struggle, right? It struggled for the Claude here for Aleem. And the reason why it struggled is because for the most
There's
part,
so
it was
much
up against
like
that more durable lineup.
So like Mongolia right here, they're so mobile.
Secured yourself this Baksha, you should be able to just go ahead and farm up.
Like
And
that's
also
good
it
for Aleem in
really
a sense of being able to like get away from dives and stuff.
If you can get that RWM down
But
in
like
time and then utilize the Blazing Duet, and you have, you know, those 2-3 items that you need for Claude, it could work out really well. So you see this now that we're in the second phase of these bans here. Kufra is taken out. There's a lot of focus on
I mean, if the RWN comes down
right?
and you catch some people, it can pair up well with the Claude, right? But other than that, Claude's going to have a hard time catching, you know, 2 or 3 people, either of those 3 people in one ultimate.
One thing also that we're seeing here, even me, myself, one thing is also open to counter this lineup if you're up against a Claude or a Cho. Even Claude, rather, but they ban out the Cho. Good ban for Kazakhstan as well, because either way, Mongolia could actually take it because they don't have a roamer yet.
The thumb socks. He's got the thumb. Bro, he looks like he made those himself. Those things look a little worn out.
Goes right in with a Blazing Duet. So it's good that they're covering their tracks right away, but they're more focused now on the roams of, again, Mongolia.
There it is again, yeah.
But one thing is also open. If you're up against a Claude, they ban out the Kufra as well. So, Grok? Oh, no. Grok maybe? Or,
I would like to see them do something different than what we saw earlier, right? Where they had the Novaria. And what we've seen teams do is Novaria roam now. That could work, but like I want to see them, have a little bit more of a tanky option.
There we go.
They decided to take the Trizla there, so that covers one of the bases. And here you go.
Ooh.
X-Borg.
X-Borg AXP.
Never forget that guy. It was the first time we're seeing here again in the playoffs.
Well, for the playoffs, yeah. Actually, I was kind of expecting him to be played yesterday, but he didn't because group stages also saw him play it, right? So, and this is just one of those picks that actually works out really well. Not only with the way his last Insanity works and everything, but just the fact that it also is, in a way, he is kind of this durable, tankier hero than most, right? Because of the way his armor works and everything else, and it's a little bit elusive in a way. So I think you still want to round this out. There it is. That's the Franco locked in here.
Yeah,
so
I was thinking about that.
I like Mongolia's draft.
Yeah, they got the bite, they got the hooks.
I like Mongolia's draft.
Franco alone be the thorn in the side of a lot of these teams so far up to this point.
Yeah, man, into the hands of Ethan. We're looking about a bit of a chance of having those bloody hunters.
Bro, fun fact, guys. I used to hate Franco.
Seen good amount of
Before he became super popular.
What a way to counter this one and force out of something for Mongolia. Edith.
I like it.
This one, yeah, you were
I used to
talking
always
about
say
another
Franco's
route.
one of the worst tanks in the
Durable,
game.
You have Onward, you have the suplex, you even have the
Boy, was I
Grab
proved wrong.
to just compensate with the magic damage up against the team, especially early game.
Again, I think.
But,
Edith
like, he
just
wasn't really
fits
popular
well
back
in the
then,
role
right?
role, you know, because of just the way that our kit
And
works,
then-
like you mentioned. Not
And
only
then I
that,
remember
too, but you
even
kind
when
of, like, get the
teams
surprise
started picking him
damage
randomly, I used to be
factor
like,
from him,
nope,
too, when
it's
she
not a
was
good
final
pick,
round,
man.
Right? But mainly, you're there to get
And
the
I don't remember the
play
exact
safe for you,
game
but
that had
you have
happened.
a couple options now, right? You not only have the
I don't
Edith,
remember the
which
exact
works,
game that had
kit
happened, but there
works,
was
you also have the Terizla.
there was
Now,
a
the only
game at some
problem,
point that I was
especially with
casting. I was like,
Terizla, is actually
okay. I
there's
think
that
I said I was like,
time
okay, I've been
utilizing
proved wrong. This
his
tank is a
penalty zone that you
monster.
could get canceled,
You know,
right? You could
I think
get,
it was
you
when
know,
he started getting
disrupted in
picked
a
a
way, and
lot
then it kinda just
overseas.
falls
I might have
off
not
from there.
actually been
But at
casting.
least
He
so
started
far
getting
from what we've
picked a
seen
lot
is
overseas.
These impactful XP laners, especially on heroes like this, can turn the tide of a game.
Yeah, speaking of turning tides, we now finally see an X-Borg. Now you pair it up with an Eve.
Was that last year that that started happening? Before it was like what? Before M4 that Franco started becoming like beginning of last year.
But just
I don't
having
think
the
we saw a lot of it in
Valentino
M3.
for,
Franco wasn't really in
Mongolia,
M3. It was
just
after
one way of
M3,
securing an ultimate
right?
one after the other to just have a counter throughout their objective take. So
I want to say like
so this points out on how will,
season 10, season 11, season 10 and 11 of season 10 probably of like MPLPH and Indo is when he became popular.
Yeah, objectives, obviously the name of the game. That's what we saw from game one. And I think, you know, like I was saying, regardless of what these two teams really drafted, the game plan is the same. And I still think it's going to be quite, you know, a battle early on from the get-go. And that's what we usually see from them too, especially in those early jungle rotations, trying to lock those down, trying to maintain.
That's when he
you know,
became like a
from both
monster.
junglers getting out of hand here. Now, main thing is, like I said, when you have the Baksha versus the Lancelot matchup, it works in favor, I guess, in terms of rotation and everything, because of the fact that
Uncle
the way
Isan.
Baksha can roll around, you know, roll
Uncle
around the map.
Isan.
roll on the map, just poke everybody out.
It works
taunt.
great, yeah, because if you're comparing it earlier, right, it was Baksha and Ling. Ling also super momentum, right?
Oh, yeah,
So
of
can
course,
get
of
around the
course.
map in a basically a second, just like Baksha. Now this time,
I need
again,
a new
Lancelot
chair,
quite
guys.
mobile, but if you get shut down, we have seen.
I need to get me one of them
the same
Secret
thing we said
Labs.
Yesterday, we saw Baksha get shut down hard, but then you still have some form of utility for your team, even if you're 0-4, 0-5, it could work out.
Well, we're talking about the performance of Saudi Arabia yesterday. They were falling on short with a Baksha. Yeah, falling down early game, no problem. 4 deaths, 5 deaths. But on to the later stage of the game, you have this way of reacting and just absorbing all of the damages right onto the team fights. Because if you see that you have a chance in the later stage of the game, that's where you get a chance for team fights, for a team that's so strong, building momentum from early to mid-game. So this is a problem, but sometimes that if they have a window, they actually might need to take it right away.
Well, here we go again. It's match point here between Mongolia and Kazakhstan. It is a best of 3. It's a lower bracket match. Whoever loses is out of the tournament here. And right now, Mongolia starting it up once again, getting the first blood in the series. Who can set the pace here? That's the question. What we saw from game 1, both teams slugging it out. We'll see exactly how they kind of adjusted from game 1. And once again, too, someone to really keep an eye on.
Trex pasta or macaroni salad? What do you mean, pasta or macaroni salad? Like hot pasta or cold macaroni salad? Is that what you're asking me? I don't think that's really like a debate. Like that, I don't think that's really like, you don't compare the two. It's more like potato salad or macaroni salad. I feel like that's what you compare. And if that is the question, then it's definitely macaroni salad. But if also the choice is like pasta or macaroni salad, like you mean like spaghetti or like some sort of hot noodles compared to macaroni salad, I will take the hot noodle dish. But some good mac salad is definitely clutch.
Right now, you know, it must be hard for Eisen too, because right, he's playing against one of his favorite heroes in the lane, but he should know how to play against it. Hold on in the mid though.
Red, just poke out of damage out of Forbid. Now what's going to be the answer of Cesora? Now looking at the chance of having a poke out of Team Kazakhstan, they just maintain just with the pokes. But that hurt.
Yeah.
Closely paired with 3 members from Kazakhstan.
Okay, a little cheeky play there from Ethan, able to go ahead and hook the crab. It gets it, I believe. Yeah, he's got the gold as well, so takes it over. Now with his first objective up here, the turtle going to be started up by Kinesis. Kazakh making his way here, has the level 4. They got to watch out for this setup, though.
What's the setup? That's the flicker combo. They trapped the one.
Oh, hooked on the turtle. Imagine if the hook could pull the turtle. Just imagine.
Last insanity now being pulled upon. Kinesis secures the first objective. Now the first blood.
Franco would be banned every game.
Oh,
nice hook.
An amazing pull right onto Ethan, taking out Tashi. And the action continues to happen for Bid as well. Wow, a trade of 2-1, plus they get the objective.
That was, that was great in both ways here. You're going to look at it once again from the replay. A nice last insanity. They get them down a little bit, but this was a great RWM setup. Real manipulation comes in. You see Kashi almost didn't have that level 4. He's going to
imagine if Hanzo could eat the turtle. He'd be broken too.
And uses the Primal Wrath, right, with Valentina, able to clean up, at least salvage that situation by getting some kills there.
Game sense.
Forbid so far, even from the previous game, has been on point, especially with the hands of Valentina. Now, big thing is, once again, it's still relatively even, right? The fact that, yes, Kazakhstan got the turtle, that was great for them, but also the couple kills went over here to Mongolia. How do they play around that? Especially the fact that, you know, again, one of these hooks is going to turn the tides of these early skirmishes. We've seen Ethan, for the most part, being on point. He's missed
People would just pick Hanzo on all roles. He could literally be any role, it's true.
This might be one of the best things, right? At least assert some of your team in the enemy territory. Whichever team decides to do that, whether it's Mongolia, whether it's Kazakhstan, because you
would just pick tank Hanzo.
Too, right? Now,
or you'd pick like EXP lane Hanzo and just build him tanky.
Where they need to be. First items coming into fruition for both teams. Also rushing that DHS here. That's exactly what...
All right, what other ways could you completely break a character, guys? How can you completely break a character? But it has to be like within the realms of the character, right? Can't be like
that's a good way of seeing that they have
like no completely changing their skill. Like it still has to be like similar.
Positioning-wise, it's Kazakhstan having a great pull on the other side of the turtle here, but speaking of counter positioning,
DXR is low,
Forbid is just trying to have a counter with the vision, but nobody's going to go near with this objective, and Kinesis once again secures the turtle for Kazakhstan.
Another objective secured here for Kazakhstan. Better that they didn't actually contest that because he was so low. Look at the Liam, though. Forced out of the lane there.
Forbid. He has the ultimate of the Edith, though.
This could be bad, right? Both of these guys setting up here. Kashi going to get the information he needs. Hook won't land. Able to avoid it. Kinesis now and Red making their way to give some reinforcements here to the bottom lane. They go in.
Onward with the fall of a knockup. This is just Kinesis making all the CC work. Now Ethan trying to be caging with RWM. Now using the Thorn Rose, will he able to get a kill? Zora fails damage out of Kazakhstan now. Securing. It's Aleem that falls down. With a follow-up, there's Kashi. Slither of health.
I gotta get that finish. There we go. Value. Now there's value. So I think, you know what could break Yin would make if Yin could take more than one hero into his ultimate. Even though he would probably die, if he could take like 2 or 3 heroes, like if anyone in the circle went into his ultimate, into his domain, he'd be broken.
He didn't even have the Ice Queen wand until getting that kill, so they slow him down here. ZX Aura cannot get away from this, and just look at this. The damage isn't even there, right? It's not even hurting Kinesis. And this is the downside of, yes, Irithil, she works.
I got a BRB real quick, guys. Give me one moment.
Game, and this is the story for really a majority of gold laners, right? So you see that's why they're putting pressure here on this bottom side.
Well, speaking of pressure, Kinesis got caught, or just got up with the Guardian Helmet. Now on an AoE-based damage, rocking the Concussive Blast is continuing just regen all throughout. He is being poked by damages coming in from Mongolia. Fight about to break out here. He's being suppressed using the Bloody Hunt with the counter. The RWM Kinesis might fall down with that. Aleem with a Blazing Duat will pierce through the members of Mongolia. Yes, it will. Kashi takes down one. Aleem takes down Aizen. A trade of 2-1, and they're eyeing with a push here. Mid lane cert will fall down, and Kazakhstan as well, eyeing on these windows. A great entry from Aleem, compensating the damage and forcing Mongolia for a retreat from that team fight.
You see how much time Kinesis bought there? And how much was used on him? Look at this. Look at the replay. There's just everything is being thrown at him. He's still alive, right? And just perfect timing, because here comes Aleem with the Blazing Duet, just whittling everybody down to the point where, yeah, Bebex, once again, not there yet in the damage department. Did just pick up the Berserker's Fury, so that's the second item now that he has. He's working on it, but they might just have to give up another turtle here. It might be a little too risky if they decide to commit to it. They need to buy time, right? They don't want to just have these unnecessary deaths if they can. Wait until that first Lord comes up. So that's 3 for 3 on the turtles for Kazakhstan.
Economy-wise, they have all the objectives present. 3 turtles to none for Mongolia. What they have now is the map that they can utilize. We have objectives. They have trying to get coverage for the positioning. Cesar as well trying to get with the crab point, secured as well. So looking for the crumbs here that they will be able to see or get some items right away to counter the damage of Kazakhstan. But just like look at the lead here, 4,000 and counting. And this is how you need to counter with the defense, right with the momentum Kazakhstan just built.
Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest things. They're going to go here, though.
Aizen might be the first target.
What'd I miss? What'd I miss? Kazakhstan up.
But Kashi, though, still looking for an avenue for the drop of the onward, but last Insanity has been committed for escape by Aizen.
See, this is what I'm talking about, OSX, and why this kind of lineup works so well. I don't even know what to coin it. The durable lineup, the beefy boy lineup, because you got
the beefy boys
heroes here. Yeah, the Terizla, the Edith, and then the Baksha. Like, even if you get through one of them, you still have 2 to deal with. Kashi's going to go in.
That's the onward. Now with the knock-up, Aizen now is being trapped with Void Crystal Flicker.
Oh,
now the last Insanity
nice play by Kazakh.
Here, RWM being used by Red.
Bro, they're
now
steamrolling right now hard.
Aleem secures a push, but now that's just objective for Kazakhstan.
We're going to game 3. Bro, what I will say about this IESF compared to last year, the games have been so much better. I'm guessing it has to also do with the fact that I think there's 2 major points on why the games have been so much better this ISF. Firstly,
if that happens, then they should be able to march into some of this space. I mean, look at this. CXOR is struggling even to farm up in his own jungle, right? At this point, you're 10 seconds away from the Lord spawning here. They've got to just scrap together whatever they can. And for the most part, just the game plan might be wait for Bebex to get to where he needs to be. The best thing about it in that situation, Bebex hasn't gone down yet, right? He's at least not died. He can continue to farm up what he can, but I'm sure that the gold difference between him and Aleem is quite big. You can see it right there. It's about 1,000 plus gold difference between the gold laners. So he has his work cut out for him. Now that this Lord is secured here for Kazakhstan, they're going to march down into the base a little bit. They might not get these inhibitors unless they're able to force a fight. Now, when I say force a fight, man, Kazakhstan has all the tools in the world to do that. And that can just be Kazakh alone, right? If you flicker penalty zones in, that's already a forced situation. That's going to be really hard for Mongolia to deal with, not to mention they have more options available. So, Lord marching up the top side, they're going to get prepped and ready for this defense.
And speaking of defense, I love that you pointed out Bebex there, bro, because looking at the damage that they have to build upon, Kazakhstan, this is their window to actually buy more time. And with that, you also need to clear something out. There's a Lord pushing up top, and you also need to clear some
guys.
From mid to bottom. And the flicker
nice hook, nice hook, nice hook.
Of Mongolia, but now they still
Last Insanity, clean up. It didn't get the there it is.
Kazakhstan right in the middle, but Aleem trying to compensate with the damage.
Delete forbid, delete
now
Ethan.
Falls down, takes a kill for Kazakhstan, and by just that, wow, recovery right onto the flicker. They take down 2 members out of Mongolia. There's a Lord trying to be melted down by the members of Mongolia here, but still Kazakhstan wanted to push through more of the defenses of this scene.
Okay, they're going to hold on to the inhibitor-based turrets here for the most part. Also that tier 2 in the mid lane. They're still putting pressure, though. Bottom side, last Insanity.
Will this be the answer? The damage? Yes, we have the magic damage connecting all to Kazakhstan, but now Aleem falls down and has Zora on a 4 killing streak. Bebex using the penalty zone, but he's going to be hooked by Ethan. Last Insanity won't be the answer for damage, but Forbid, wow, 1-on-1, just right in the corner there, brother.
That's tough, man.
Wow, Forbid versus.
All right, sorry guys.
Not just Forbid, but even there, I'm not sure if we're going to get
I had an
replay,
important
but
message I
didn't
had
have the Haskell's yet,
to
and he
read
jumped in, he
and
was
message
trying
back
to get those
to.
last two targets that were very low, but unfortunately
So back to what I was
gets
saying.
taken down by Red.
I think these games,
And,
this
that could've been a very
ISF,
shining moment for him.
even
It
with
was
all
great
the
too that he
issues,
actually
we're gonna
avoided
kind of
getting penalty
exclude
zone,
group
but still,
stage,
you
even
know,
though
he's at
the
least
scores
where
of
he
the
needs to be
games do
itemization-wise,
show.
right? That's the best thing. Still needs that fourth item here. But, you know, as this game progresses,
Even though the group stages we had all the issues, this ISF so far in the playoffs, the games have been so much better than the games last ISF, and I think there's two major regions. Firstly, two major reasons. First one being that there was a lot more regions involved this time, so you had more opportunity to get in some stronger regions. Secondly, which I think is the more important reason, is regions have just become stronger. Last time it was like all sweeps until semis, semifinals and stuff. It felt like it was like Namibia, Argentina. What were all the teams last time? But like it didn't. There was not a. It was I just feel like qualifiers and everything were handled probably much better this time. And
Eisen is lucky he survived that.
He was burning, bro.
yeah, it's just the teams like you have teams like Kazakhstan right now, and Mongolia, Saudi Arabia, and there's a lot of teams that are like a lot of regions that are like evenly strong too. Like these two regions right here, like they're both strong regions.
Kazakhstan will crack open the base here even
And you can just see the skill level of Mobile Legends, I think, kind of globally growing right now.
Right? They're just so tanky. They're the ones to decide who.
You have regions like Indonesia catching losses from regions that people never even thought were good. So it's become very interesting.
Yeah. Speaking of which, you need to have a good clear here. Plus, there's a Lord marching down bottom. And if you have this way of breaking up a team fight, they just did, right? You mentioned the Flicker and the Bloody Hand combo right onto the turret of Mongolia. If they have a great pickup such as that, this is the identity of Mongolia that we're trying to have a build-up. Because at some points, they have this way of seeing through a needle in a haystack in such speed as this. Oh, look at that. Zora right just in the middle.
Oh.
He was trying to escape that one, but he won't be escaping the damage of Red. Time around, still going. Ethan now being trapped. RWM, he's scorching through, and he is just in a sliver of health, poked out. The immortality and just in the base.
We're going to game 3.
Kazakhstan is finally here and eyeing on this base. And at this point, they are not giving
Game
up
3,
just
baby.
yet. We're heading for
Like
a
this, like you
tiebreaker
don't
match.
like we didn't see this last ISF,
Game
man.
3 is upon us.
We didn't
They
see
hold
game
on
3s
here.
left and
Kazakhstan
right.
Taking the series 1-1, and where it comes down to essentially a best of 1.
Is this the same Mongolia people were scared of? Yeah.
This was a great game, and it was not like game number 1, right? It was maybe even for.
So I guess the question is, right? Did Mongolia kind of just have a clutch win where they send Philippines to the lower bracket, or all the other teams just that strong as well? I like to think it's the latter. I like to think that there's just other regions that are also really strong.
This is the downside of, you know, most of these marksman picks, and especially someone or a hero like Irithil, where you need so much time. And even as you saw it, right?
I mean, it's not like any of these teams are like drafting bad, you know?
She was working on the 4th one, and the problem with that is, once again, just how tanky, how many.
You know,
how durable. Even
it's not like any of these teams are like they're drafting like high-end teams.
But we saw just how much of a struggle it was to actually put out the damage. Not only that, but if you can't even get close enough.
Maybe the new emblems. I think that definitely has a part in it. Maybe the new emblem systems also worked on part of it. I think the fact that we're seeing so many regions become stronger, the emblem system could definitely have a part in it. And it's not. It's more of just the meta is much wider now. So it's not as like before. The meta was pretty niche, right? Like you had like 10 heroes that were like had to be involved, and whether they were in the ban phase or whether they were in the picks, like they needed to be there.
In the lower bracket, well, let's see
They
who's the
needed to
MVP
be
now.
there, right? Whether it was picked or banned, like they were always involved, which means like if you were not the best at those heroes, those exact heroes, there was no place for your team, essentially. If you didn't have someone that could shine on those heroes in each role, there was no place for your team. To whereas now, things are much wider. But also, that makes the draft a bit more difficult. Like now that I guess that's debatable, right? Is it harder to draft with a very wide meta, or is it harder to draft with a very tight meta? Like you could argue both sides, right? Like because with a tight meta, you have to be very careful about what you're giving, what you're taking, things like that. With a wide meta, there's a lot more thought into countering. There's a lot more thought into flexing and just so many different things, right? So many different variables because you never know what hero could get picked next. So both sides could be argued, but what I think the main thing is like a lot of these teams, like last Iesf, you saw some weird drafts, man. And a lot of times what you see from like weaker regions is they pick up it's not just their gameplay, it's their drafts that are weak. And so far in this Iesf, we haven't seen any teams that we've been like, what are you picking, bro? You look like an epic, you know, like that's a lot of time is the story when you see like these newer regions come to light.
What's happening, especially with this the meta?
Everyone like it's like they pick something and you're just like, bro, what is that? Whereas right now, all of these teams have been drafting really well.
We're gonna sit tight for a little bit here, guys, watching around the world and here with us in Yash Romania. We're gonna take a quick break before we go into game number 3. So sit tight. We'll be back after this.
Like Namibia day 1 drafts, I didn't watch Namibia. But you also have to think about this. Namibia played in last Iesf, and it was the same story. We were all like, what? Reaper, I think if that happened, you'd get in a little bit of trouble, bro. I think, you know. They picked Vexana mid. Yeah. That's fun. I mean, the draft is wide, but I don't think it's that wide just yet. I'm excited for Saudi Arabia versus Egypt. That's what I'm real hype about. Baratzi XP, yeah, but that really actually made sense when you thought about it. That seemed like a clutch pick. Like that, when I saw that, I was like, wow, like that makes me want to I think that could actually be something we see more in the future, especially against, it was against a Paquito? It was against Paquito EXP, right? Wasn't it? And he could just handle the hits. He could handle the hits, man. Like, of course, the scary thing with Barats in an off lane is there can be a lack of place to get your stacks, right? Like, you could get starved for stacks. But as long as you're able to handle it, if you can handle that and make it work, it seemed like a pick that was just like, wow, like, I don't know, man. The thought that came to mind, like, that's not a pick that would come to my mind at any point. But then once you see it and you think about it on paper, you're like, this could work. Because the problem that so many people are having with Paquito right now is how bulky, is how, like, once he hits level 4, he does some insane damage. And with the Barats, you kind of help deal with that. And Barats does decent damage back. China is an M5. They're not an M5 yet. There's a big chance they're going to be in the wild card. I think that's fair for Moonton, right? Like, I think it's very fair that that they didn't just like instantly give China a slot to M5, even though they're known for being like a great esports regions for MOBAs. Like, I think it's very. I'm glad they didn't just like give them an immediate slot in M5. Like, when you have so many regions that have been wanting it and that have been involved in the MLBB scene for a while. Like, so forcing China to kind of prove themselves, I think, is a fair call. Like, I'm sure they deserve it, and they'll probably do great, and they'll end up eventually getting their own slot. But still, Brat's too slow though with no dash. Yeah, it's one of his problems. Bro, he was so bulky in that game.
What makes us think that your company should invest in Yash?
5 minutes.
Here are the most important reasons, summed up in just 5 minutes. First, who are we? We are Yash, the most important Romanian city on the eastern border of the European Union. You see, from the start, this geographical position gives us a strategic advantage in our economic relations with Asian and Russian markets. Investors will find it easy to come here, since our airport is only 8 kilometers away from the city center and offers direct flights to many places across Europe. What can Yash offer to your business? The answer is quite simple. Highly qualified human resources, a well-developed business infrastructure, renowned commercial partners, and good access to local, regional, and international markets. Yes, Yash is the cultural capital of Romania, another reason for us to be proud of the city's monuments and distinctive architecture. Yet, more than that, Yash is also a center of excellence in education. We have here the oldest university in the country, Alexandru Ioan-Cuza, as well as top departments and faculties grouped in Technical University, University of Medicine and Pharmacy, University of Agricultural Sciences and Veterinary Medicine, or University of the Arts. The over 60,000 well-trained students who get their graduate degrees each year in Yash are a highly valuable professional resource for our city. Let's not forget that Yash is also a regional medical center for over 5 million Romanians living in this part of the country, to whom it provides care through 13 public hospitals and 16 private medical centers. The Yash Medical School is internationally renowned, and our hospitals benefit from the services of the best specialists in the field. At the same time, the Yash municipality has invested heavily in rehabilitating the infrastructure, modernizing the local administration, and supporting the business environment. Tens of millions of euros, mainly from European funds, have changed our city's appearance in record time. This is why we are proud of our business community, which is currently growing in several key sectors, such as IT&C, agricultural, medical or biotechnological research, textiles, and many others. The figures speak for themselves. There are over 10,500 companies registered in the city of Yash. Together, they reported a turnover of over 3.5 billion euros. Industry giants, like Amazon, Oracle, Condant, Continental, Pentalog, and a host of others, have already opened branches in Yash, showing that the business environment here is thriving. And these figures are constantly rising. During the last 2 years, the number of people employed in the IT&C and outsourcing.
All right, guys. Hoon didn't stream tonight, huh? He must have been sweeping. Has anyone watched Ashoka yet? Is it good? We still have to finish the Gemic video. He's going to stream late for the finals, yeah. I can't. I'm not going to catch the Indo PH. I have to be at work at 11, so I got three and a half more hours. I'll catch one of the upper bracket games. Here we go.
Welcome back here, ladies and gentlemen, to ISF WEC for MLBB Day 2 of the playoffs here. Starting it off with the first series already going the distance. We're at game number 3 between Mongolia and Kazakhstan, and whoever loses will be out of the tournament here.
You never go out with a great fight. Kazakhstan and this team, Mongolia, has a great way of ending things around, especially coming from the qualifiers to the group stages till now. It's a show of you can actually expect from these seasoned, experienced players who actually go to neck on neck with you in the battle. But to go back on how their last game went, that was a perfect draft for Kazakhstan, covering their tracks, Claude and also an Eve being present, and 3 bans onto the show as well as the Faramis. It's a complete answer to all of the kryptonites that you can have in your own draft.
Well, again, like I'm saying,
new
man,
Moskov revamp is up. You can teleport with your
best
ultimate to the first
things
enemy
that are
hit.
available
Stop,
to
bro.
These teams right now in the current meta is what we saw them do previously in game 2,
Stop the
right?
cap.
It's either 2 or 3 of those durable heroes. You have so many options that you can go with. Now we've seen the rise of Baksha, right? Locked in the jungle now. And
He's back.
Yeah, it's weird because it's such a throwback, right? He was such a popular hero seasons ago, if not, a year ago maybe even. And now he's kind of risen once again in the ranks of these hero picks and priority-wise. Not only that, but it just works so well. Like we said, with durability,
Is that real, Captain
you have
YT?
your Edith now that was thrown there in the roam option. So, having that,
Did I like Kenobi?
ability to not only have a front line, but also a back line to help peel
I liked,
if you need to.
I liked
is very
the
important,
show
right? And
in
we
a
saw the
sense
struggle
of,
once again, and I know
I
Irophil as a
enjoy
hero
getting
has
more
also
lore.
risen through the ranks
I
statistically
enjoy the
here
world
throughout even the group
building,
stages where we are now.
but some of the
But
acting
you see it just
or
watching the game,
script
how
writing,
much
I don't know whether to
Irophil
blame
struggles
the
in damage
actors or the
department
writing
early on.
itself.
So if you're being
was kind of
pressured
rough, was
from
kind
the
of bad.
get-go, it's so much harder.
Like
it takes
the
so much
one
longer
girl that
than
was
it
a
already
villain,
does
I hated
naturally
her.
to get those
I
3-4
thought she was
items that
so
you
bad.
need to really just kind of like pop off and provide that damage.
Love that you pointed out the progress of the marksman.
She was so
of
bad.
Irophil. Yes, she actually has a way of shining either in the late game. But the problem is,
and
you
then
have
even
most of
Ian
the members of
McGregor, who's
Kazakhstan
like I
poking
love
out of
Ian
the lane.
McGregor. He's a
They
good actor
have
in
the
so many
Eve, Although
movies.
they have the Valentina,
But there
yes,
was some
for a
lines in that
counter
movie
they
where I
can
was
use
just like,
once team
oh,
fight
that
broke
was
out.
that was
But the
hard to
problem
listen
of
to.
most of the times is she can't focus more on getting the kills. Yes,
There were
she
some
was waiting
lines
for the
where
right
I was
time,
just like,
but
oh, man.
3 or 4 members were actually losing the chance of getting that 2 additional items for damage or even for defense. And mostly, once the fight just
There was
tries
also-
to break out, and they're all
All right.
forced to respond right away.
My biggest problem with that whole series actually was one thing. Was one major thing, guys. Throughout the whole first half of that season, he won't use his lightsaber, right? They make it like it's not just like something you kind of notice, like, oh, why isn't like he makes it very clear that he won't use his lightsaber. They focus on that so much. Like they make it this very big apparent deal that he will not pull out his lightsaber. So what are we expecting, right? We're expecting some awesome reveal. We're expecting some moment where maybe he has to save someone's life, and finally he pulls out his lightsaber in some epic moment, right? Like that's the build-up we're getting at. That's the payoff we're all waiting for. It's like that makes us all go, oh man, that's awesome. Like he finally uses lightsaber to save her life, or you know, this or that. How do they do it? How do they reveal his lightsaber? Darth Vader shows up, and even then, we think that maybe he's gonna be like Darth Vader pulls out, and finally Obi-Wan Kenobi's like, fine, pulls out his lightsaber. No, he runs away from Darth Vader, which again, that's cool, I get it. But then out of nowhere, they cut to a scene, and his lightsaber is just out. No reason. They give you no. They don't even show him. They don't even have a moment of like maybe panic on his face and he's like, fine, I have to do it. No, they just cut to a scene and he is standing there with his lightsaber out. It makes no fucking sense. That scene pissed me off so much. I'm like, wait, what? His lightsaber's out? Like, what? What? He hasn't used it all season. He's been talking about how much he doesn't want to use it. They didn't give us some epic lightsaber? Like, bro. That was such a huge whiff.
Yesterday by Kazakhstan and also Mongolia, so it could be an option on the table for this
It was such a
draft.
huge whiff.
So straight bans here, similar bans.
Like I'm not like
it
in
was a
total
problem as
hate
well
of
for
the
the
show.
Eve.
Like it was
So will
really
they
cool
actually
getting Darth
secure
Vader
Marcus
back
taking
in.
out
It
that
was really
AoE
cool for all
full
these different
potential,
things.
or will they
And
go for
again,
that
one of the main
catch?
reasons why I
Because
like
at
all the
some,
new Star Wars
similar
stuff
ways that we were
is
seeing
the
the
world
progress
building.
of
We get to
the
see so much
junglers
more of the
of,
world and
again, Mongolia
more
on the
backstory and
recent
stuff.
game.
So like I
They're
appreciate
having
all
a hard
that.
time to pull things
But
off.
some of the writings,
And with
yeah, the build-up was better than the
having
finale.
a
There
good
was no
standing
there
coming from
was no
yesterday in the
finale.
group stages, might that be the key for their own progress as well?
Martez is essentially
To that
like,
lightsaber reveal.
If you think about Baksha
And
and how
again,
durable he is,
they could have
Martez
just
in a
not
way
made
can
it
do
a
the
big
same thing, but he
deal
also
that he
provides like a decent
doesn't
amount of
use his
damage,
lightsaber.
right?
They could have
Especially
just
the way
like
this
you
Destiny
know,
works. We've seen it
if
actually
that's
work
that would have
wonders
been
for even
fine.
the teams yesterday. So that's still on the table. I'm not sure if that's priority.
But the fact
you know,
that
territory,
they
though,
did
it's probably still could be
prepares
even
you,
could
like it's
also
part
be
of
the
writing,
Fredrin if
right?
it's
Like
left
you
open
set some
here.
point
But the band's coming
to
out from Kazakhstan
to have
right
build
now. You know,
up.
the Faramis has taken out Joy
So
as
like
well.
this, I think
They're
there was just a
still
lot of
able to
writing
take
and
out one
directing
more realm if
issues
they
in that
want to,
movie.
but it seems like
I don't know.
we
Maybe
might
some
again
people don't pay
see the
attention to that
likes of
stuff, but
even
that's
the
stuff that I
mid-lane.
catch.
Novaria still
That's stuff that
available
I
for either of these
watch,
teams
like-
too. Now we've only seen one team prio pick the Novaria, but I'm not sure if that's the case here. We'll have to see.
Like writing
these
and
last
stuff, because
bands
I'm
from
someone
first
that's like a
phase.
big like Quentin Tarantino
see
fan.
how,
I like
Kazakhstan
some
is
Wes
looking
Anderson
for
movies,
counter
like
in the first two
script and
picks.
dialogue
They've
and
taken out
like
the results. Good
stuff
balance.
like that
So this
is
either
important to
is
me.
a setup for their Fredrin or a Cho. Melissa could actually pop up, or either even Novaria. But it was a problem having in the roll state. Well, the roll state.
Yeah,
So,
we've seen her in both, right? So I mean, either can work.
Moscom
but I
blinks
think
in the
you also are
direction
just seeing a
from the
slower-
shadows
Yeah,
location.
you're banning phase here just because of what's on the line, right? Once again, this is a best of 3 here. And
So
whichever
like
team
he just
does
blinks
lose
in
is
the
out, and
direction,
then
or does he
Peanut
go
Williams moves
all
on,
the
waiting to
way?
face the next one in the lower bracket. So that's the Eve taken out. And these are pretty much, for the most part, OSX from what we've
Does he
seen
just blink?
yesterday. These are
Is
solid
it a
ban
small
choices
blink, or does he
because it's
literally
gonna
go
shake up this lineup a little
all
bit
the way
more for
across
game
the map?
3, right? So that's why it's really
Captain
crucial.
YT.
What kind of team composition do you want to start building out here? This, probably Fredrin. I would opt for the Fredrin here because you can still flex it. You can still do quite a bit. You don't necessarily have to park him in the jungle. There it is. The Fredrin comes through.
Yep.
And this is, once
Wise
again,
choice.
best case scenario that you can do. But you're going to go ahead and trade. Is
Wow.
this Angeling that might come through for Kazakhstan? Angela already locked in here.
Different route
Ling
here.
is available.
The falling stars.
It's not. It's
spotted.
Novaria. Whoa.
Hello,
We got the Novaria portrait.
We have it.
No more
She's
Arlon.
alive. No more Arlon. So just by looking at this, they have global response with the Heart Guard, and they have a way of poking out a member out of Mongolia with their love
That's pretty
wave. So
crazy.
with this, they have vision.
How
they have
close
more
does he blink
coverage
to them?
for the hitbox
Does
of
he
having
show
the
up? Is he
Novaria
going to be like right on
Astro
top
Echo.
of them? What's
So with this,
like? That's the
They're
next
letting
question.
out the Turisla loose
Does he
for
just show
Mongolia.
up at like
This
the
is crazy,
distance
though.
of
What if
his
they
attack
park the Fredrin
range?
in the XP lane, they take the Ling so they don't have to deal with Angela Ling.
That's a
that
good one.
might be an option here, and probably what they're discussing, because that could happen on the flip back here. Still, this is one of the powers of having Fredrin locked in. It's Valentina
There you go.
Trizla. So they decide to go ahead, lock in a signature pick. This is once again the journey here to this championship stage.
So like Karina's
Eisen
ult?
was
No.
known for this Trizla
He could
pick.
be in gold
We'll see
lane,
if he can
send the
make it
spear to
happen here.
EXP
And as you
lane.
mentioned
If
earlier,
it hits the
OSX,
EXP
Martins
laner,
comes
then he can
through,
teleport
so
to
it's
EXP
not
lane.
going to be the Ling option.
I love it. They're going for the comfort. They're going for
What would
signature.
be
I
really
know, man.
broken is
In
if
the
it worked
previous
for
game,
minions.
Even Eisen is saying no. This is the Fredrin is
'Cause
just not
imagine
right for
this,
me. I need
right?
more,
Imagine
I
this.
need more action. I need more flicker.
You pick
penalty
up
zone combo.
a rival
I'm not used to
Moskov,
this. I
a
want
rival
more action.
Moskov,
He's back in the game. He has the Trizla.
and you just split
and you
push
have the
like
Valentina.
crazy, bro.
So you get an ultimate out. Either
You throw
to-
your spear to one side of the map, you teleport, you take the tower, you arrival back to the other side.
But it's a good way
Bro,
of
you could be
countering
everywhere.
for a bite, though, because a Franco is usually a great counter either for the Angela or even for the Martis. But although even the hook can be, well, dodged.
It gets a
and
shadow
evaded,
like
but it's
Valentina.
just
You
covering
mean
the
like
tracks
Valentina?
of them being suppressed in most of the team fights.
I'm still wondering too.
Like
you
Valentina's
know,
ult.
because we've also seen.
I'm guessing it's
the,
something similar to
Novaria
Valentina's
work
ult.
wonders. I feel like more so in the mid lane, right? Mid lane, because Angela's going to be here to roam. This might offer them. I'm not sure if they're able to, but for the gold lane, if they can somehow for Kazakhstan.
Unless Karina
pick up
gives you a shadow
another
too,
poke,
but
gold laner. If that's going to be the
when I think of a
Beatrix,
shadow, I
then
think
so be it.
Valentina.
At least that provides you with some form of dynamic when you approach the game. Where even that if you're down in the early game, late game, as you make your way through that, you can still rely on your poke potential, right? And then engage when you need to. Because just looking across from you with these first 3 picks, you already know you're going to most of the time have to respond to the engagement.
I never noticed Karina's shadow. I know that Valentina does when she does the IMU and steals your ultimate. You have a shadow behind you. It's how you can know whose ultimate she has.
Either
when
it's
you're
a
on,
Brody, because
when
there's
she's
so
on the
much
enemy
distance
team.
across a Trizla and across Valentina. It has so much.
Yeah, thankfully it only
depth,
triggers
evade,
enemy
and
heroes
dash.
and not minions. If
So
it went to
either this
minions,
is a Brody,
though,
well, they ban it out.
They ban it out. They're narrowing
Okay.
it down.
Okay, this is gonna be spicy for the choices of the marksman. Yeah,
I've
it's
not watched
applaud,
Invincible.
It took the splice right out of you, didn't it? Because this is what we've seen Aleem play now.
Yeah.
From yesterday to today.
I
So
started
this is
reading Black
clearly
Clover,
comfort
guys.
For Aleem. He wants to go ahead and roll with this. We'll see if they can execute it similarly like they did in the previous game. But, you know, that still
chapter
leaves the question.
235.
These last 2 picks, of course, from Mongolia, they've got to fill in that gold lane.
I'm not
and they
watching it, but
have
I'm
to
reading it.
also be able to fill in a solid roam option as well, right? That needs to cover the base. And if it's one of those, again, going with the game plan of durability, a tankier type of roam.
What is everything I'm reading?
This is
all the
could
mangas I'm
spell
reading
a-
currently
another
on my
difficult
favorites.
task
Black
right ahead of
Clover,
them, but this time it's
Boruto,
Mongolia that would be
Chainsaw
going with that
Man.
durable lineup. In a
I
couple
still need to
seconds,
finish
they'll
Dr.
lock it in.
Stone.
It's going to be sustained.
Hunter
is
x
the name of the
Hunter,
game.
but
They
we're
lock
not
in
ever
the
getting
floor
new
here with
chapters for
Leslie.
that. Jujutsu
An
Kaisen.
interesting lineup,
Kaiju
though.
number
Something
8,
different than what we've seen from
actually
the
pretty good.
previous 2
If you guys are
matches.
into reading any manga, Kaiju number 8 is
So
a good
since a lot of
recommendation.
catch, there's a lot
There's
of,
110
way
chapters
to
out so far.
restore HP
My
or
Hero.
quick
I read
play
My Hero
response from the,
Vigilantes,
from the
One
Angela.
Piece,
So they're seeing
and then
this as
another
an
decent
invade
one, which is
kind
more
of
like, it's kind of like slice of
They're gonna make
lifey,
who's gonna make the
but
first move, and with the
Tenmaku
Leslie's
Cinema.
coverage of vision with the ultimate snipe. I guess
Tenmaku
this is
Cinema
like a
is
one
pretty good,
time,
especially if
a
you're
way
like
of, saying
into
if they have a
movies
window
and
that
stuff,
they could actually strike
a
member
or like
two from
directing and
Kazakhstan,
things
they
like
will
that.
take it.
It's
So
pretty
with
good.
this, the final thing is we're waiting for example, is an EXP.
EXP.
Lapu
Barrett's. What if it's
Lapu,
Barrett's?
either
Lapu
Lapu
maybe.
Lapu or Barrett's would actually show.
I feel like Barrett's was just like a rare thing that we saw. Okay, yeah, the Lapu Lapu comes through.
Yes. This is
This is a flashy
different.
matchup.
A flashy, more flickers, more jumps, more CCs, name it, trampolines all over the map.
If we're gonna go out, we're gonna go out in style. That's pretty much what both the
I
teams
love
are
it.
saying here. So
I love it.
Great lineup for both. Biggest thing though, once again, is now that you don't have the Baksha. It was the first ban, so you kind of had this idea from Mongolia, like we want to go with this sustained lineup. That's why they locked in the Florin. So if you're Kazakhstan, how do you deal with that, right? Yes, you have the Angela, so it's kind of a battle of who has that more prolonged team fight
Tsukimichi?
capability, right? But at the
I'll
end of
look
the
it
day,
up.
can you solve it?
I read
quicker
most
than
of
the
my
other
stuff
team
on
and
Shonen Jump.
Win those early skirmishes, win those early
But
team
if I
fights.
can, if
Yeah,
it's
the
easy to
window,
just search and find, then
opportunity
yeah, I'll look it up.
to make this composition work. I said this is a great matchup. We're seeing draft-wise, they have more ways of answering the problems early on.
Well, here we go. It's down to this in the first best of 3. The team that loses will be sent out. It's a Mongolia and Kazakhstan. Who takes the series here?
The fight might just break out. They're just looking on the positioning of Ethan right now. He's trying to get vision. Florin and Angela just meeting on the orange. It's just like, okay, somebody's here. Just like trying to get a hang of where is the junglers right now, because as of this point,
I'm reading One
Mongolia's
Piece.
Frederick or Cesara is
I got into
through,
one.
and this is just the
I
case
put
of
off getting into.
Angela.
I
She
never
could just
watched
be
One
anywhere with
Piece
the
way back. I was
focusing
more like
mark.
Naruto,
It
Bleach.
gives
Those
it
were my
gives
2
extra
choices of
damage,
big
so
3.
they just
By the
being
time
near the pressure of Kinesis,
I even
it's
thought
an
about giving
additional
One
damage
Piece a
that you might
chance,
get not being
there was
using
already
it
like
in
they were already a
just an
Wano
advantage.
arc,
Kashi
and I was
low in
just
mana,
like,
though.
nah, I
Going for
can't
Paul.
watch that.
Okay,
So
we're
I
gonna
just
take a little
decided to
breather
read
here.
it finally.
One thing too, as you already mentioned,
Which
you know,
I'm
with the
very glad I
focusing
did.
mark from
It's
Kashi,
one of my favorite mangas
the great
right
thing
now.
that they could utilize with this is once
But I
again,
probably
when
will
you
never
use
watch
that
it.
heart guard, and if it's on a Liam, right, especially the
It's hard for
quad,
me to watch
and you're
anime
able to
now.
time that
It's so
well,
time-consuming to
that
watch anime.
additional damage
When I
on
can
the certain
read,
amount of targets that he's able to
I
land
can
on
read
will really help the Blazing Duet. Right
chapter
now,
2 of
it's
anime
different though
in
because
15
once again,
minutes, you know,
it's a battle of sustain,
which would
for
take
both of
like
these
an
teams,
hour
right?
to
and
watch.
Also, if you look, you have the Brave Smite over
know?
here, the Florin locked in, right, for Ethan. So, and this time, again, not only will he be sustaining some of his own lane, helping with the bloom, that heal, and everything else, whereas Angela's a little more focused on whatever target she is with the heart guard, right?
Just
for the
one.
most part, yeah, for that. So, in a way, it's like you have to juggle. How do we deal with the sustainability? How do we deal with the healing? But I think this early on, one of the big parts, obviously, too, is because of the floor and because of having Brave Smite, the lane presence and the threat there is going to be difficult to deal with. Okay, so there was already
fillers.
first
I mean,
blood. Ethan
when I was
the
a
one
kid
that
and I watched
grabbed him. By the way,
Bleach,
hold
I
on,
didn't really
Reggie, you're in
notice the
trouble.
fillers,
Whoa,
right? And I
that's
didn't
totally about
think I really
flash. That's
minded them.
2 jumps. 2 flickers
Nowadays-
committed by Eisen in red. He was eyeing to take down red though, but he was just.
I think
too
it's one of the reasons
far
why
overreach. He just dodged each other
ongoing
flicking.
animes with fillers
looked
don't
like-
happen as much anymore.
So take a look here.
Because
yeah, behind us. So okay, Ethan
the
got
fan
the
base
first
isn't
blood,
just young kids
and
anymore.
somehow
It's
he got
people like
Kashi
us.
down. So
or-
you know, interesting because
I don't know how
into
old
that,
you
when
are,
we
but
took
people
that,
like me who
little
are a bit
break there,
older,
again, Ethan,
who are in
he's
their
gonna-
mid
especially with
20s,
this
you know,
first blood,
early 20s, late
the way
20s
things kind
even.
of
Hell, I know
unfolded, like, he's gonna
30-year-olds
have
that are
even
watching
more of an
anime and
advantage
stuff,
now, at least for lane presence,
who will
right?
not
lane,
put up with that
the threat in
anymore.
the lane and everything.
Whereas
So,
like
you know, that is already
14-year-olds,
crucial in this early
13-year-olds,
point of the
kids,
game. Not
younger
exactly
kids,
sure,
they'll
what
watch
happened.
fillers and
Teams
not
are
even
figuring it out
notice,
here.
you know?
Looks like it might have gotten solved pretty quickly, but
Back
still,
when I was a
as we
kid
look at
and
that,
I watched
these
Naruto,
early
I didn't
first
even
bloods
notice.
that- and even from what we saw
It's
from
happening,
game
guys.
one, and even
It's
game
happening.
two, the early first bloods, depending on who is able to get that, they can play around that very well, and I feel like that might be the case here. Once again, even though these are, you know, sustained heroes, they can still do quite a bit of pressure in these lanes. 30 seconds away from that first turtle. So as we get back into the game, you can already see it, right? Things setting into place here.
Yeah, Mongolia ahead by a few gold. Now Bebek as well poking out Aleem. Same on HP, almost half. We're looking at Leslie versus Claude now. Just by securing that objective, speed of pressure that you've mentioned earlier, Mongolia has eyes on Kinesis, just pulling them off. And Mongolia just wants coverage here right in the first turtle of the game. Cesara, though, is trying to poke in and putting the turtle right on their
I
side.
like Kinesis' draft.
as well. Retributions both ready. We have Magic Shoes picked up by Red, and more cooldown reduction for this very
Bro,
limited
get out
knock
of this
from
view,
the penalty
bro.
zone. They take out one. Kinesis falls down. Ethan flickers out for safety. Kazak as well. Not letting him
Bro,
go.
cameraman,
Brave
what are you
final
doing, bro?
answer for the damage.
Why are we so
And
close?
Now coverage onto the turtle. Who gets it? And it's Cesara.
Bro,
for
what is going
Mongolia.
on?
Objective is secured now. Kashi might be not in a good position. They secure a kill out. Aleem, just 2 gold laners up top, poking out each other, and now
It
objective
feels like he's using
it's
a
with
touchpad
Mongolia.
to do this.
That was massive for
To use-
Mongolia,
to do the
man. Not
camera.
only did they get the turtle, they got a couple of kills there too, and it went into Eisen's hands. That is huge, massive, on someone who is known for this Trizza
Like, I don't
play.
know
He's
if he
gonna go
knows
one-on-one,
that you can
though.
click on a
that.
hero to
Aegis
get on
dropping
top
down.
of them.
Kazak use the flicker, and Kazak falls down. Oh, no, Eisen falls down. Completely confusing with the sun there. Yeah, just completely heated up action in XP lane.
Interesting that Eisen actually decided to, stay with that. Ethan,
please.
Oh, that is just the complete help.
Bro.
If you have this Angela, you can just have this.
Zoom out. Get out of that guy. If you're gonna
evident out of the enemy. Heart guard,
Bro.
love waves. That's 2.
This whole
He's
like
okay,
he thinks he's a fucking director right now,
from the
bro.
XP lane, he's not letting Kazato.
You're talking about
actually
movies
cut
too much,
down
guys.
lanes. Kashi, on the other hand,
He's like zooming out and in every 5 seconds.
Out of his
Bro,
comfort
get out of
zone.
this zoomed in view
45
for the love of
seconds
God.
next
You're
objective,
getting me
and Cesar's
motion
spoken the
sick
hell
right
out
now.
of Red, and a Prazer's Wrath connecting and secures a kill for Mongolia.
Getting the close-up action here, And,
Holy shit.
As the game progresses, though, I gotta say, Kazakhstan's still holding their own. They're finding their own little wins where they can, and I think that's what's important here, right? Now, as it leads in,
I can't see any of the
this
map,
next
bro.
hurdle,
Get out of
that's
this
crucial,
close-up.
right? They don't want to just give that up or have the similar situation.
For the
that
love of
happened
God,
before where
please.
Not only did they give up the turtle, they gave up a couple kills too, and you can see the pressure still trying to force Kinesis back here. They really want to control the space around
we're
this
just going to try to
first
ignore
or
it.
the second turtle. Heart guard though comes through.
Yeah, that's getting annoying. The heart guard and the love waves. Now Kinesis has eyes
Kinesis.
on Sora. Look at the damage.
Decimation.
Zora, Pacers Wrath.
He doesn't have it. Oh, he does have it.
Ethan and Forbid with the team up aiding Cesora, but now Turtle now is ready for take, and Kinesis though.
Oh, why did you re-engage?
From the eyes of Forbid, and Aleem trying to suffice with the damage, but Ethan as well has great coverage on this Turtle, and Cesora,
Bro, he
Eisen,
keeps zooming in.
Freely
nobody ever
this
wants this
objective.
view.
So once again, it's a bloodbath. They're still going to be going, though. Kashi is in trouble here. A couple hits away will go down. Kazakh, though.
Well, the action just keeps on flowing right now. Kazakh up against 2. Here comes Red Astral. Echo now being used. Much more larger hitbacks for Kazakh. Now used for reinforcement. They now poke the hell out of Cesora. Now, will he get the purple, though? Okay, this just contention right over the objectives right now. It's just 5 minutes. Heart guard continues to show here to help Kinesis to chase him down. Cesora will be caged down in this pit. Now here comes the response right onto the Gloom. 2 members being trapped. That's the Appraiser Threat connecting.
Okay.
To be the bravest fighter. The penalties are right
nice
from
penalty
the
zone.
Eisen.
That's a lot of damage from Forbid.
Now the spell and as well. Bravest fighter for the counter. Now Red as well might go down, but that's just a complete peel. They felt it. They felt it through piercing on their defenses.
Bro,
I can't believe Kinesis and Red got away with a sliver of health like that. That was
okay,
such a
when
good
you're on a
penalty zone
computer
from
and you're
Eisen,
controlling this
but
map
also
and
just
you're using your
how
mouse,
much re-engage
you can
and
like
engage they have,
you can
and now
use
with
your
all that
thing
that
to slide
happened
on
in
the
the
screen,
past
like I
couple
can grab the
minutes,
screen
plus
and
this
drag it
turret going
around.
down, they further the
Or
goal lead 4,000
you can click on the
ahead
mini
here of
map
Kazakhstan. So at this point,
and move
again,
around. And it almost
your backs
feels
are
like
against
he's
the
using
wall
the
for
mini map, which is
Kazakhstan.
like the
They've gotta
worst
be
way
able
to do
get
this.
what they need on the right players here. And look at this, the focus right on Kazakh. He might be in trouble.
Wow.
Depends how they play around
Look
this.
at the shots coming from Bebex. Kazakh falls down. Kashi
could
as
be
well
it.
for
This
Bid
might
is
be
not letting him
G's.
go. Wow. Onto the
This
stun
might be G's.
and to the slow for Bid is right onto the turret of Kazakh. And now Kinesis as well trying to get for reinforcement. Ethan and 3 members of Mongolia are ready to fight. Eisen though in the positioning, man, the massive plays coming in from that penalty zone is just completely devastating for Kazakhstan. Now completely holding it through. 4 members of Mongolia here. Kashi's looking for an angle right on the back. Penalty zone doing 3 things. Wow, sustaining more of this spell down, making it work. Kinesis though, ultimate snipe, covering the defenses through 2 bodies from Kazakhstan, offering their life.
Bro, these
to
pauses.
not let Kinesis fall, and we're going in for a pause.
There's a whole lot of action happening there, and like I said, we're not able to see the eagle eye view on some of this, but it's just unfolding time and time again here. And it just seems like Kazakhstan is trying to constantly catch their breath. That's how it feels for the most part because
he had one of his
everything is
headphones
being
out.
thrown at them. Thank you for that. Because that's how it feels.
Even me, like, wait, it's just 6 minutes, and so you have this action back.
This guy
and
only
forth,
has 1 in.
looking for objectives, looking for something to contest with, and then a
Is it
lot
'cause
of
he had
things
one out?
just keeps on happening. And the positioning of the EXP laners, and for the aid of the hard guard, and with the love waves, it's becoming a problem, and it forces out a lot of members to respond
No, I don't think
on
that's
those
why.
skirmishes that where the Angela or Kashi is coming from.
We had a perfect day
Like I said,
yesterday.
the problem here is that, yes,
yesterday we
Kazak
didn't have
is,
any hiccups.
Luckily, he's 4-1. He's having actually a really good game in the Lapu Lapu, but he's got to wait for the rest of the team to kind of catch up here. And this is what we were talking about, too. Anytime the Claude pops up, it's very similar in a manner of what we saw with Iesf, right? It takes time. You need those 3-4 items to get there, where on the flip side, Bebex already has 2 kills on the Leslie, man. You saw the true damage hurting before we took that break,
How many snipes?
A couple shots, not even with the snipe, just a couple shots already whittling down the members here. So we're jumping back into the game, and you can see it, right? Once again, Kazakhstan down quite a bit of gold here, nearly 4,000 or 5,000 gold. They're probably going to have to give up this turtle. As they do, Zixora able to secure it. That's 3 for 3 now.
Frederick is just so effective right now, in even on the prio draft, just being in the utility. Wait, hold that thought. Kinesis might fall down here. Kashi for the defense offering, using his body for the last hit for Kinesis to fall, but Ethan secures the kill. Now following up with the kill, Kazakhstan is trying to hold. Okay, coming from pause just right there. Bodies just completely dropping down. The pokes focus onto the bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, just getting a glimpse here at the map too. This could, once we get back here, this could
what is going on?
Some crazy fights unfolding. Look at the placement too, Zixora.
He got stunned. Kazakh might use an ultimate to escape. Yeah, Bravest Fire's being committed. Eisen though, 2-man penalty zone, but Bebex with the killing
when in doubt,
spree.
pause it out, bro.
Snipe hurts so much that they are forced to go
when
back
in doubt,
to the base.
pause it out.
Now 4 members here trying to clear up some waves here. Defenses might be the target now of Mongolia to get more of the resources out of Kazakhstan. We have eyes on mid. Now coverage-wise, defenses are now falling short. 3 kills, 3 deaths rather onto Kinesis. We have 2 this on Kazakh, even Aleem. Even for the quad, how's the damage department now?
The damage department right now is getting even more grim. Like we said with Aleem, he is struggling not exactly where he needs to be.
When you have a Leslie that's, when you're 7K up with a Leslie in your composition.
Anywhere they want to, whether it was a tier 1, tier 2 turrets, they're finding plays where they need to. I mean, even Forbid, taking the decimate here just shows once again how far ahead they are, right? Leading into that first Lord is going to be crucial for them.
It needs to be
and I just think it's better
Why is
at
it
this
zoomed
point.
in, bro?
Kazakhstan
That's the
doesn't
problem.
even contest that first Lord, right? Just give it up, farm up. You have to get these items on Aleem. Red is also
need to stay
just
right
picking
here.
up this Ice Queen wand, right? We're at the almost the 9-minute mark here. So it's getting very, very difficult for them to really find wins in these team fights. Now,
speaking of finding, look at that, Akashi. Yeah, off-cam kill that Eisen just takes him out.
That's even to build up what I was saying there. It's getting grim, right? And Kazakhstan is falling further and further behind here.
Which you definitely don't
7,000
want
gold now, right?
with
The
Kazakhstan
difference. Just
composition.
give up this Lord. It's going to go in the hands of Mongolia unless some
Just for your
miracle
Martis to have
happens.
3 deaths
But
in 9
that's
minutes.
Most likely not the case.
Your
That
Claude
is
is 2
just the
deaths.
golden staff being
That's
picked up
G's.
here. 9.5
It's so
minutes in. You got to park Kazakh where you can. He's pushing in that bottom tier 1.
G's,
and
bro.
then he's going to have to be there for the team, right? He has to be there for this defense once this Lord marches in.
Yeah. Now 14-5.
81
Advantage
viewers. Can we break
goal-wise
100?
with Mongolia? Love what you said. The XP laner from Kazakhstan is rather making a bit of a progress going for the push. Again, we have a Lord marching down bottom. You need to cover your tracks. If you want to get into a team fight, might as well clear up lanes so you can focus more on not having a chance, as you say. How will they even have a glimpse of hope in team fights? So one way or another, they need to solve a problem for just in the lanes and just commit to something once team fights just happen. But the problem, they could actually use it against them. Since Kashi now has no ultimate, there's no way of responding with the Heart Guard yet. So now they're putting themselves right in the protection of their own base.
Not only that, that's an endless battle being picked up here by Bebex. So the damage is going to hurt even more from the side of Mongolia. Lord will be made work of, though, but they lose a little bit of health on these turrets. The shield's also expended. So right now, Mongolia happy with that. They're going to go ahead and take the resources as well from Kazakhstan, as now the gold deficit has garnered up to 10,000 gold.
Did they get it?
No, Forbid got it. Forbid got it there. And again, at this point, OSX,
10,000 gold lead, 10 minutes in, 11 minutes in.
For your tournament lives here, what type of miracle can Kazakhstan do to stay into this?
Wow.
the items right now. Nice. So looking at 2 blade armors,
The items finally look good.
and also Oracle. A lot of sustain is actually in the toolkit.
They finally got
of
their API
Mongolia
running
now.
right.
On the other hand, we're looking at damage support. We have DHS, we have Golden Staff. Yeah, we have the Bloodlust Axe, but it's for me it's not enough yet. You need to take to a later stage of the game for you to have a bounce back in team fights. But now Ultimate of Forbid has copied the Ultimate of Kinesis. So there's a catch, there's immunity, and you have Necklace of Durance for Kashi. Something to aid with the magic defense reduction. That's the flicker onto the combo with Ability Zone. Kinesis just forced to even fight against Zora, but now being immobilized.
Kazik takes out Aizen.
Right onto the base to Zora.
Well played, well played.
Committed right onto the base.
Mongolia can't get crazy.
That's a win for them, right? Granted how things have been falling into place, they even get Bebex on the
I don't know if they
run,
should be
flickering
chasing.
out. Red's still in the hunt, though. Might land a couple more shots. Oh, Kazak going in.
Oh, no, Ethan.
Oh!
Ethan now being
Watch for
being
Forbid.
caught.
Oh,
That
no,
is
no,
the
no,
long
no.
way.
That's a lot of
Being
fucking
stunned, he
damage
can't
from
use
Forbid.
Any of the dashes out, but now Forbid is forbidding themselves even to commit to
Why
more
do they chase,
kills.
bro?
3 members out, same score.
They had the
but that is
G's.
just Kazakhstan finding
They had such a great
There was
they had such
like
a great
some hope there, right, for things to turn around, and I feel like they should have pulled back. They got a little overzealous, they overcommitted there, and now what this translates to is another Lord, right? They're going to have to give it up. That's a wind of nature being
I'm not really
picked up
surprised by
now as
Bebek's
well.
damage.
He's
The one
pretty much
surprised is
fully
Forbid,
item
bro.
locked for the most part, where he needs to be. A divine glaive now, too, in the hands of Forbid.
Red
here.
and Kashi
This
literally got
is
brought
going
down to
be
like
a
40%
push into
health
the
with
base
one attack from
for
Forbid.
Mongolia. And what they will do is continue to get these inhibitors down, most likely fully exposing it. Kazakhstan finding what
Valentina right now
they
is-
can around the map. They finally get that tier 1 down. Again, in the top side, they're still trying to find what they can, but still, ultimately, what they have to do is defend this base push and hope something amazing happens, right? The previous defense was relatively, it was a success. Granted, they were down 10,000
So is Tracy
gold,
one-shot
and they
Leslie, yeah.
made something happen, right? Great, but they overcommitted, and they might get punished here as they prime up. That's also immortality
two
for Aizen
squishiest
now.
players
He's
were
going
chasing.
to try to emulate what he did before. 4 seconds away from the flicker, he's got the penalty zone available.
Now, will this be the final defense of Kazakhstan? That's a Lord.
Bro, get rid of
taking
those
down a third up
goddamn
top.
items.
Now, members of Mongolia here, ready to take down a strike out of Kazakhstan, but how will they defend? Damage-wise, Claude has now the corrosion side. 3 core items here for this marksman that could actually aid more of their setups. But will it be enough, though? The Kines almost dropping out. 3/4 of HP from the damage of Bebex alone. And the tower falls down and completely taken all of the defenses now. Mongolia is trying to open up the base here. Kazakh is trying to bite down Ethan. But now with this kind of setup, how will they go through this? That's the knock. A 3-man penalty zone on to Kazakhstan.
Well done, well
now
done.
Mongolia has free range to take him down. 1 EXP later, still safe. Going back to the base. Now Red is on half HP. Ethan, though, falling low. Now forced to use that Gloom. Now will this be just the inevitable being delayed? Aleem go back to the base to restore some HP. Now Kashi takes up the Ice Queen one.
Still trying to finish it here. I mean, they're holding Hunt right now, even without Kinesis. Still able to go 4 versus 5 for now, and it looks like they defend successfully, holding on to their life in this tournament. Now, did it just delay the inevitable? We'll have to find out, but you can say that Kazakhstan has the clear they need. They have damage as well. But in that moment, you think it's going to end with Mongolia capping out that game. It was a 3 or 4 man penalty zone from Aizen, and they still couldn't finish just yet. So at this point,
all right, we're
again,
buying time.
30 seconds away from the Lord.
Kazakhstan buying some
I
time.
just don't see Kazakhstan making their way there to go and contest that. It just would be better if they continue to try to stay in their base here. But really, do they have enough yet? Aleem, that is the question. Does he have the items he needs? He's got the Demon Hunter Sword. He's got the Corrosive Scythe. He has the Golden Staff. He's still working on that 4th one. But that's the thing. Can you have enough damage to deal with
Bebex is already
And
stacked out.
Like, look at the placements here.
Yeah.
They're covering their bases.
There goes Malefic Roar
yeah,
for
they need
Aleem.
more protection this time around. Lord is up. Zora is looking for an opening here on who's out of the defense here, but 4 members present onto the L bush. Still looking for an avenue. Now onto the positioning. We are seeing Mongolia just securing more of their coverage. Astral Echo now being used, but Kinesis now trying to poke in Aizen. Okay, let's see who's gonna pop in first.
Hard guard.
Slowly but sure, that's the Gloom being used by Ethan now. What's the comeback? What's the follow-up?
Ziggs
No,
Aura.
has been reset, but onto the back lines. Sora now might fall down. Kinesis not letting him
Well
go.
played.
That's the kill secured by
If they can get out of there, they're good.
As well as following up
They
for a
delay.
recovery
Oh,
from that
Forbid's
takedown.
damage is
But this time around, it's
retarded, bro.
Mongolia trying to invade. All hands on deck to finally take down another member of
They got rid of
Kazakhstan,
They
but
got
the
rid of
recovery
Retri.
just right onto the base.
They just need
Push
clear
them
wave.
back for defense once again.
Okay, they're not going to go for the Lord here. They just
They
want
buy
to
time.
end it, right? Mongolia
They
knows
can't
they
end
took
it.
down
They
2
can't end.
members. It's a 3
They're
versus
good.
4 here. And right now, Kazakhstan's still holding on. The poke is too much. And they get called back. They're down their jungler, so they couldn't commit to the Lord take just yet because Kinesis is still up. So now Mongolia
That
has to
damage
decide
is
what
called
do we do?
a,
Do we set
that's
up?
what
Do
you
we
call
wait for
10k
ZX
gold
to
lead
come
damage.
through?
10k
They're gonna go
plus
ahead and
gold
start
lead
it up,
damage.
whittle it down a
12k
little
gold
bit,
lead
but
damage.
like they said,
They don't
they've
even
gotta
need
be
a retry,
careful.
bro.
It looks like
Bro, they need to
Kazakhstan
get out
has
there.
no choice but to wait
They need to
there,
get out there. Go, go,
clear
go, go,
their
go,
base.
go.
They're making
Go,
their
go,
way
go,
here
go.
to the
Lord
Lord, but
steal.
they're gonna be a
Lord
little
steal
bit
for
too late.
Kinesis. Lord
Wow,
steal for
Kinesis
Kinesis. Nope.
just on.
Whiff.
Just protecting Kazakh and
Killed
Red.
ZX Aura for
Meanwhile,
nothing.
Aizen here just being
at
up
that
front for
point.
everybody for Mongolia. Told you, he's not used to Federer being in EXP. He needs more of the action just right on his
They
hands.
did buy a little more time.
Yeah, he.
We'll give him
at
that.
this point, once again, like I said, it's
Is
dire,
this it?
right? It's still dire for Kazakhstan, but
Is this
can they
it?
defend it? Right. This is now what the third Lord, second Lord, third Lord. It's 20-9. Okay, so the scoreboard at the top did freeze a little bit here, and so granted that though. Oh. All right, we're going to take a look at the replay here. There was a push into the base, too.
A replay before Lord is coming. Are you serious?
Man, penalty zone here. It disappears the push.
Will this be the end for
What the
Kazakhstan?
hell?
But they're not letting go of the chance here. But the Lord trying to push through with the mini waves. Ethan, though,
Get rid of that Lord, bro.
half HP, but Kinesis now being forced to go back to the base to recover, but being stunned and committing to another
good, they're good,
ultimate.
they're good, they're good.
They still live another chance here. Kazakhstan still holding it through.
Aleem
There's
just needs to
minions
stay safe.
pushing
If
in.
Aleem can stay
Kinesis
safe, they're good.
clearing out the waves here.
Sheesh.
Still a chance.
Sheesh.
This is just complete
Sheesh.
discipline, the mindset of not giving up just yet.
This is impressive, right? Kazakhstan able to hold on now, multiple Lords marching into the
Yeah,
base
what the hell
here.
was that replay,
it's
guys?
nearly 20 minutes in the game. There we go. It's 20-9.
I know they tried to refresh score.
And they're down 13,000 gold.
20-9.
They're still making plays, though. That is
All right.
just
Yeah.
how decisive
Now we're at the
they
actual-
are.
yeah, there we
Hardguard
go.
now
Just give
used
us
on
that.
Aleem.
Thank
They're
you.
going for it.
Oh, speaking of going for it, now they're forced now to attack. Kinesis, though, is going
Uh-oh.
on half HP.
What are they doing?
The pokes coming in for a bid.
Don't force it, guys.
Dashing through.
You need more time.
Kinesis
You
and
need more
also
time.
members, they use
Kazakhstan, you need
up
more
their
time.
immortality. Now Kazakh is forced back. It's just team fights. Poking each other out and see who makes the wrong move.
Man, hats off to Kazakhstan here.
Need nine-
because
just get
given
9K
how
more gold.
far behind they were, look at that. They're still a threat.
Once you get to
here
the 60K
to
mark, you're good.
Mongolia. And
Then it's-
Mongolia
then it's
has
we're
to
gonna
respect
fight.
the damage that they have. Not
But they
only
can't-
that,
they
but
can't
you can
just,
see it, right? Working through some of those immortalities, working through the damage, and also at the same time, you know, it's great. Finally, Aleem has that Malefic Aurora as well, and they can work around that, right? At the same time, it's going to come down to that. Again, another Lord 30 seconds away. They have to keep these lanes under control, pushing into the base. They don't have any of the base turrets. And can they keep it together? Because at one moment, if they get cut off, especially from Aizen, he's been looking for that too.
Pause.
We take another
Stop.
breather here.
Stop.
Aizen is looking for that constantly.
Stop.
Right? He is looking for the back line angle to find who he needs to, whether that's
I don't wanna
forcing an early
pause.
hard guard, whether that's forcing these early ultimates used up by Kazakhstan. It could
How's this
work
gonna
out
end,
for them
guys?
in their favor, as long as they can play defensively enough.
How's this going to end?
And keep
Redraft.
aware from their
Don't you
surroundings.
say that
Again,
word,
again,
Hayes.
OSX,
We don't
gotta
use the
ask
R
you
word
while
in
we
this
take
chat.
breather. Do they just give
Yeah.
up this Lord? Do
We
they
don't
defend
use
in
that
the base?
word,
The clear
guys.
that they
Don't
have is
say
great,
that
right?
word.
Within the base, we saw that from the previous one, but we know
You're giving
that
me
every time you get a
PTSD
Lord,
right now.
It gets stronger and stronger, and so do the minions.
We don't use that
We're
word
looking
in this
about, We're
chat.
talking about the Luminous Lord here.
We
who's
don't say
actually
the
got a
R
great
word here.
advantage for Kazakhstan. If they have a way to just go through a bit of a contest for the retribution, it might work. For this, they have confidence to actually have extra magic burst damage. We've seen Red pick up the Blood Wings and also the Glowing Wand. They have more coverage. They can get more vision with the Astral Echo and Astral Recall. But the problem is, it could actually be used as bait. As
How
you were
dare
asking,
you guys?
Will the Lord be the bait, or will this be their saving
How dare you
grace?
come to this
If
chat
they commit
and
to
use
something
that
either
word?
from A or B, either way, it could be a high-risk, high-reward moment for Kazakhstan.
Well, what we're seeing too at the same time here is the fact that we're 20 minutes
Bro,
pretty
imagine.
much into this game. When we know usually in these matches, even if you have a hard time early on, you get to that 20-minute mark, everybody has the items that they need. Right?
Yeah.
It gets to the point where who is able to get these resources.
I didn't say that, bro. I don't know what
before
you're
the others,
talking
right?
about.
Like you
I
were
never
mentioning,
said that.
Sometimes it's just the battle spell. Sometimes it's even the item.
I think you
uses.
have a different
Like those
tracks.
Wind
I
of
think you have the
Natures,
wrong
if they can
tracks.
get them out early, if they can pop those immortalities, then those are the deciding factors here, right? And so far, honestly, what we've seen from Kazakhstan is they actually can hold their own in these team fights. They have the capability
Imagine
to.
now, though.
But a lot of
Imagine,
times too, where it's worked against them. For example,
what
if
would
they
you guys
lose
do
the effect of
if
that
at this
blazing
point in
duet
the game
potential for damage threat on multiple
they
members?
had a
and it's only
redraft?
focused on one. Previously, what we saw is blazing duet was used just on ZX Aura, right? They only had one member that they were focusing on. He also had the Heart Guard. So it really comes down to that, right? Are you able to utilize these ultimates that you have that are game-changing for a lot of these scenarios?
Well, speed of game changing, you see the team fights just keeps on happening, and nobody's committing. Like the chance on who gets a great catch onto some of the hesitations that could actually be a window.
Bro, we've been going for
those two teams. Keeps on happening a few seconds ago.
This is
We've
not
seen
2.5 hours.
Look for an angle. We see one. Look for a catch from the back line. But the one problem that they're seeing here, there's a chance that they're respecting the power spike into the late game or even the mid game, because
they'll say that it
if
might
we're
happen.
talking about the Novaria
Yeah, what's going on right now?
This
I
is
don't
the
think it's
window that
these
they
guys. I
actually
think it's the other
can
team.
utilize with the aid of Martis and a Claude. Yes, they were falling short from early game to the mid game, but the biggest threat here is once they get a vision.
Say Tom and Nerf, he's
from
wearing a
side
cap.
of,
He has to remove
Mongolia,
it ASAP.
it's their way of answering or picking off one, because the main damage dealer here is Bebix.
It's a
Having
matrix
that
attack,
Leslie
guys.
present from the back
It's a
line
matrix
would
attack.
actually be a devastating pick-off by just using the ultimate snipe. So they have counter for vision, Astral Echo, Astral Recall, and the ultimate snipe. But if they have ways to commit, if they have a ways to commit to a team fighter, even for a pick-off, might as well go for it. Because if they lose the chance, might as well like take whatever. If you want to go out in style, well, this is the way.
Either of these teams are going to be going out in style. We did just get word, too. They're going to get these things sorted out. And as they do, right, again, it's a crucial moment because at this point, really, it could just come down to the one team fight, right? OSX, it comes down to this, possibly the last Lord if they want to contest it. If they don't, then it comes down to possibly that last base defense. And so far, like we've said, Kazakhstan's done an amazing job at defending their base, right? Even when they're down thousands of gold.
19 minutes left before valid redraft. Don't, bro, stop,
Now,
guys.
the biggest thing is, can they continue it on,
That's-
even if they decide
that's-
to give up the
it's really
Lord?
not funny.
Also, the other thing, too, is, you know, when it comes to these battle spells being available, so far from what we've seen is actually great decision-making from Eisen, able to land that penalty
Where's
zone
Hoon
and
and
everything
Jemic?
else, the sustainability through there. Looks like we are
Hoon
gonna be
is, I think
jumping right
Hoon's just
back
watching
in.
the
So,
upper
again,
bracket.
20 minutes into this.
He's getting some rest,
Lord,
I'm pretty sure.
15 seconds away. The decision
Jemic,
here is,
I don't know,
does
Jemic's,
Kazakhstan
what do you mean, where's Jemic?
commit to this? Do they contest
Jemic
this?
quit.
Do they wait in their
From what
base?
it looks like.
Those are the questions they
Jemic's
have
done
to
with
answer
MLBB.
because Lord is now evolved, and this one's going to hurt. Like, because honestly, if you just give this one away,
You guys think he's really done?
the defense
You guys
is
think
going to
he's
be
done?
even harder.
He
And that's why
deleted
you
all
see
of his
them
videos, and
trying
he
to
put them all on
a possibility here if they can. They know it comes down to this. And immortality.
The only video he has on his channel right now is
They
his
have to be
goodbye
careful
video.
how they approach it. They're trying to get vision. That's what Red's trying to do. Popping those astral recalls out.
I didn't watch his
Bebex
whole video
also
yet,
planning
so
himself here
after
on
this
left
series,
side of the
we'll
board.
watch it.
There, he's
We'll watch it
spotted
in
out.
its
The
entirety.
vision provided. Lord, now they go in. Kinesis.
Kinesis with the Asher Aura being taunted by Cesora. Two-man knock-up here with the response of the hard guard. Kazakh has now ultimate onto Bebek as well as Cesora, but the damage will be enough. No, it won't. Cesora takes down Aleem. Now members of Kazakhstan are forced to respond. Cesora now is
They might not wait for Lord. Forbid finds Kinesis
to take on Kazakh,
with
but
a decimation.
He's just bought time.
That's it.
For his
That's
team.
G's. That's
And
G's.
while the base
50
is
seconds.
being invaded
That's
by
it.
minions,
That's
they
it.
forced Kashi and Red
GG's.
to just be
It
on
happened
the
so
defense.
fast.
It wasn't the
It happened so
Lord
fast.
completely taken them out for this objective take. Mongolia completely securing this way.
They tried,
even an
bro.
eye for the base
They tried, bro.
of Kazakhstan. And for this point,
Jeez.
they never had a chance. And Mongolia is moving forward to the lower brackets.
What a series we had there. Game number 3. Dark horses in their own rights on their journeys here at ISF, but Kazakhstan will not be able to move forward after amazing defenses. But ultimately, Mongolia decisive in their actions, able to take this series and move forward. What a series we had here. It was back
Good series,
and forth.
best of 3, full
Game
3.
1 was probably
We had the rubber band
closest
match,
that we
guys.
saw,
The bounce back.
so far in ISF WEC. And game 2, a little bit more one-sided there, but here for game 3, despite the lead, once again, like I said, with Mongolia had.
He did say the words
Kazakhstan
never had a
able
chance,
to
but
hold
it's all
on
right.
Past the 20-minute mark.
And that was
Guys,
great
I think you guys, Sunny Drake,
Kazakhstan
don't be so hard, bro.
completely
I think
finding
you have
a
to
way
think,
to
bro.
have a
When it
clutch onto that tight game.
when we're
Having
casting,
more of the answers with
a
their
lot of that,
composition in the
like
later
a lot
stage
of
the
it's
game,
just we're
whatever
just
happens,
we're just
yes,
talking,
they fall
man.
down, but the learnings, or
Like
even the
nothing is. I
experience
don't like.
spoke
It's not
through
ever
even
personal.
on their last match.
It's not ever
in
personal,
this
bro. Sometimes
tiebreaker
words just
match
come
in the
out,
lower
bro.
Bracket. Still, an
Especially in a
amazing
winning
performance
moment.
from Kazakhstan.
Still got to be proud. Their
Sometimes
journey,
words just come
what
out,
they've
bro.
accomplished, even through the group stages.
Don't
Like I
put
said,
too
you
much
can see
thought
the
into
players,
them.
the teams, sportsmanship, very important.
Don't put too much.
here.
I
And
just hear like
that's the thing, right? Even the story for
I feel like
Kazakhstan
like
through the group
especially
stages,
English
sending
casters,
out
bro.
Some of these strong
I
teams
think
down
English
and
casters,
out.
man, like
It's been
that's
amazing
one
for
thing
them.
I
Let's
don't
take a
get. Why
look
does the
here, though,
English
for the
desk
MVP of
get
this amazing
such a
game
hard?
once again for Mongolia?
Why does it the
to be
English
done
desk
under
that gets
Ben
like
Bebex
such
here
a
on this
bad rep
Leslie
for being
7-0
biased when
in
like the
5
Filipinos and the
deathless.
Indo desk like
Crazy amounts
they
of
are
damage.
literally
This is
biased
usually
and
what
they
you can
show it, but
expect
everyone
when
sees
the
that as
Leslie is
okay.
locked in and you get to have
I never
that
understand
ultimate
stood that.
gold experience there.
Ultimate gold lane experience.
Like
no
we
deaths
get
with a
so
kill participation
much
of 50%.
like the English
I
desk.
say he got more vision
Maybe
for
it's
his team, put
because
a lot of hell out of
like
that
the
Lapu
Filipino
Lapu
desk has
by
all
just
Filipino viewers, so of
building
course they're
the
not going to hate for
Berserker's
them
Fury
being
and
biased.
also the Rapid
But the
Boots.
English
We
desk
have,
gets like
again, the
we
Playoffs
get
Spear and
views from
also
everywhere.
The rose gold meter is an essential item when he built it onto the fourth
That's-
floor.
yeah, I
or the
guess
fourth
that's the
slot in his
reasoning,
inventory,
huh?
Because they're up against
Native
Anavaria,
desks,
and
yeah.
for you to not get poked out and forced to go back to the base, you have that extra shield
But,
just
like,
in case something bad goes
For
wrong.
those that don't
So,
know, like
Bebex, wow.
Bebex.
native desk,
And
like
this is something that we've been seeing actually.
typical
from his
desk, like
performance.
they
I mean,
are
even back
literally
when we had
biased, and
the-
like and it's
the
okay, like
opportunity to
that's
cast around,
okay.
right? When we
I don't think there's
noticed
anything
Bebex,
wrong
the
with
way
a
that
biased
this team likes
cast
to play
on,
around
like
that
to an
and
extent.
utilize, really a strategy that allows their
I think
players
it
to do
adds
that. You know,
flavor,
this is kind of,
honestly.
exactly
Like,
what you can expect from
all right,
this
so like
team.
for example,
Yet still, once again, the reason why I said
for
dark
example,
horses is because
like
that back in the Asian
in
Championships,
sports here,
they
like
were seen as
football
dark
sport,
horses,
like
you know, back then,
football
they
and
weren't. They're not
basketball
anymore,
and like
specifically because
ESPN here.
After that time, they went
Like
around
they
and
literally have
competed in other
whole
parts of the world,
segments
and they did amazing
and like
things.
debates.
Now,
Like they'll
again,
have commentators
Kazakhstan
debate
was there as well,
on
and
like
they have to be
why
really
this
proud
team
of
is better
Kazakhstan,
than
right?
this
So,
team and stuff
amazing,
like
amazing
that, and
series
like
here. We are gonna throw
and like
over
they'll be
on
like,
stage
okay,
the
so
win ball
today
out there with
you're
our
gonna
winners.
fight for
Let's
like
see what they have
what
to
it,
say.
like for example, what it would look like
Thank
here.
you so much, gentlemen. And
it
that's
would
right,
be like,
Fallout here
all
with
right, so
the
you put
winners,
me
the
and
champions.
Private
Give it up for
Dancer
Mongolia! Make some noise live
in a
the
debate of
audience.
like
And
who's better,
congratulations
TO,
to
and like
Team
I would
Mongolia.
defend
They
TOB
hang
and he
on.
would defend
They
BTK
survive
and
they'll
we would
make it to the
debate it,
next round.
and
I
it would
wanna
come
ask
off
you,
as
though,
both of us seeming
Kazakhstan
very biased towards
refused
the
to
team.
give up.
But like
Talk to me
that's
about your opponent there and how that match
I don't
was.
know. I enjoy that stuff
Yeah,
personally.
That was really hard games. Yeah, and I saw Kazakhstan playing against Indonesia, and they were really good performance. And we take this game as really seriously, and we prepared this so much.
Amazing. A lot of respect shown for his opponents in Kazakhstan. That's amazing. But how about your team? You guys went undefeated in the groups, confident going on to the next round, right?
Yeah, that was Egypt was really shocking. Yeah, we didn't expect them from that performance. Yeah.
Any final words or fans for people watching you at home? And what does it mean to represent Mongolia, your flag, in this competition? How does it feel?
Yeah, representing my country is really big honor, and I really love that. Yeah, and thanks for the fans for cheering us for the win. Yeah, thanks for everyone. Yeah.
That's amazing. Hey, congratulations. Round of applause one more time for Mongolia, everybody live in the audience and everyone watching back home. But hey, we're going to jump to a very quick break. We have our next matchup, our other lower bracket matchup, Brazil versus UAE, coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
Like, would you guys really want, like, you know, like for an example, right? If every caster liked every team exactly the same or had no strong feelings for a certain team, cast would just come off. They wouldn't feel genuine. They would eventually stop feeling genuine, or you would just know that they're always not genuine. Like casters, like, no matter what, we are fans, right? Like, we love Mobile Legends as an esport, and like, we love seeing an underdog team win. We love seeing this, but we also love seeing teams that we like. Eventually, we start to grow bonds on teams, you know. Like, for me, like, I've known, like, one of the reasons I like BTK is because I've known Yato, and I've known Baj, and I've known Chicken, and I've known Mobazane, and I've known ISO. I've known Easy Peasy since Deuce Knights days. Like, it's like people think it's Zane, but honestly, like, Easy Peasy, like Yato, Baj, like, those are players I have actually been close to for like, I've casted games for them for a long time, since, like, Team First Blood, Area 77, Deuce Knights. Like, I've known those guys when they were just, like, tier 2, like, when they were just, like, small guys. When they were just, like, top 8 teams, like, top 16 teams. So, like, when they win, I get fucking hype, bro. And don't get me wrong, like, when Hoon makes a great play, too, I get hype because I know him. Like, so, like, if I was just like a guy that's like, I like every team equally. Every team. Like, that just, honestly, it seems like it would get fucking boring. And then what would you guys complain about? What would the chat, like, the chats would be boring, too, bro. I don't know. Leo said it really good one time too. Like now referring to like chat. Like, I know like people hate spammers and people hate the fighting in chat and stuff like that. But also, oh my god, that damage from Forbid right there. Like Leo said it one really. He's like yes. He's like what would you rather have? Would you rather have a bunch of fans that don't have passion and don't want to fight for a team? Or would you rather have fans that love a team so much that they're willing? Like, don't get me wrong. Yes, it can be a little toxic sometimes. But also, like, it just shows that, like, people really want their team. Not, like, you know? Like, it can be a little annoying sometimes, yeah. But also, like, it's much better than having a dead chat. Like, I kind of wish on our NACT they were a little bit less strict in the chat. I think it's like a little much sometimes. Like, we're the only league that does that. Our chat is like super monitored. I don't know. I kind of enjoy seeing all the people debate and fight. Hoodrich level is a little much. Like, all right, so like there's a like, and there's the thing, right? Like, there's the thing. There's the thing, right? Like Hoodrich was like talking smack, just like he didn't even have a favorite team, you know? Straight out dissing a player seems out of line. Yeah. Yeah. But it's part, like, that's sports, man. That has always been sports. It is, like, it's not just Mobile Legends. Like, and it's not just esports. Like, people get in fight at bars over basketball and football. Like, people straight up fight, throw fisticuffs in sports bars over Michael Jordan and LeBron James. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a thing. It's always been a thing. It is part of the, and like whether you want to admit it or not, that is part of the ecosystem. Fans fighting over, you know, like that's if that's not something that like you're like, that's not, there's no changing that. Like you could debate that that's been a thing all the way back in the Middle Ages, like dark times, you know, like like men and women too sometimes, but men, you know, testosterone gets going.
Nice to hear, and we're at match 2, where we're going to witness another go big or go home game for UAE. And one more team who's also looking forward to have a chance in moving forward in this contention is Brazil. Vibrant, and we're talking about the draft yesterday. We've seen more of the options. We've seen Guinevere, we've seen Florian. A lot of takes here for the draft. So how are you feeling about this? Because right now, we might see some recovery as they wanted to reset from yesterday's loss.
100% there has to be recovery. If anything, you know, even watching the first series here and how I love it when it goes 3 games, by the way. You know, I love that. It started out with a very close game from game 1 and then to where we saw how it just kind of climaxed at the third game.
Yeah.
And really, I expect the same thing here because let's be honest, looking at
I
yesterday,
haven't really watched
both
any
of these
games
teams,
from
Brazil and
Senegal
UAE,
yet.
they didn't have the best time, right? It was very difficult in their matchups there. They went against some titans, right, in the MLBB world. And so I feel like now is their time where, obviously, even with the way yesterday went, you learn a lot from those types of games, facing it against those type of opponents, right? So we'll have to see how that basically plays out for them here.
Looking at the upper bracket, we're looking at the matches of Egypt and Saudi Arabia, and we have Indonesia and Philippines. Looking at the
I think Egypt's got it, bro, which is pretty hype, man.
Amazing matches yesterday,
because that pretty much
that was the fourth.
And
if Egypt beats Saudi Arabia, it guarantees them top 3
matches that all of the fans are looking forward to. We are looking at the dark horses. We're looking at the poisons. We're looking at more of teams who's actually rising through the occasion to get back and bounce back.
I
from
can't
what
believe
they've been
we
through
got knocked out in
group stages, and the playoffs started yesterday.
It's hitting
and again,
me again.
you know, later today, again, this is a day full of what, 5 matches.
I'm not going to be able to watch the Indo
We've only
versus
got
PH
one
match,
under
sadly.
our
I'll
belt.
have
This
to
is
watch
the
it later.
second one. Later on, we will see some of those upper bracket matches as well. So, you know, unfortunately, we start the day with sending people home. Right? So we are going to get a glimpse here at the lower bracket and kind of what's fell into place specifically, right? Earlier was that matchup. Amazing series, though. Mongolia, Kazakhstan, a back and forth. Unfortunately for Kazakhstan, they are sent out of the tournament here. Mongolia moving forward, of course, and now we have the focus on Brazil and UAE. And this one, I mean, the matchup here between these two alone, I kind of, if it was
his
anyone,
Fanny was
these
clean,
countries
huh?
alone are probably the teams to bring
Seven
out some
Odo
of
was the
surprise
jungler, right?
picks
His
that we were
Fanny
talking
was
about, and that's
actually
why I
like
really do think
super
they are,
clean, bro.
You know, vibrant in their own way, and obviously they have inspirations from some other teams around the world. But ultimately, right, you just want to see them go head-to-head here because yesterday, I feel like wasn't the best opportunity to see what they had to lay on the table. I love seeing those picks. I love seeing the diversion or the flexibility in some of these heroes that are drafted and how they utilize them, right? So for the most part, hopefully they can do that here, and you have two teams that are really just kind of built around that
I do think that if we didn't send a composition, it's not like any of the players. I don't blame it on any of the players.
From Brazil, we've seen also again the
I don't blame it on any of the players.
Unique picks that they're
but I will say that like
have a
we
chance
can't we're not going to be able to compete on an international level anymore with how many regions are getting so strong with a team that has a month to get synergy together. Not even. Like Chicken was not playing with best player. Warrior was not playing with any of them. Like though like that team was not playing together until they pretty much left.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And
They
that's
had like
right.
2
Ladies
weeks to
and
build
gentlemen,
synergy.
it's
Chicken was still playing with BTK and
time for our lower bracket matchup of the World
Best player didn't
Esports
struggle to play
Championship.
Assassins.
And introducing our first squad representing the heart, the soul of South America, it's Brazil!
Like, I don't think any of them played bad exactly. I think they're like Assassin. Best player was getting bullied. Yato and Warrior weren't helping him in that one game. Then best player got the
second
only
team coming from the Middle
match
East.
one.
It's none
He
other
had trouble because
than
nobody
United
was watching out for
Arab
him.
Emirates! Make some noise, everybody!
He was literally
Give some
alone
love
in the
to
jungle.
UAE. Both of these teams fighting, clawing for their lives.
He
Gentlemen, I'll
also
take
got
both
the
of you
only
here
Savage,
for a
though.
quick
Did you
pregame
watch the
interview. I'm
game
gonna start with you
of them
on the
versus
Brazilian side.
Kazakhstan?
You ended up here in the lower bracket.
He got
but
the
you've
only
obviously had a
Savage
good
so far in
tournament so far.
ISF.
What went wrong yesterday from
So,
your
I mean, you
perspective
can't really,
in your matchup?
like,
Well, I think we had a lot of
I think, again, like,
started a lot
all right, so you take
Indonesian team.
all those BTK players who are so used to playing
I
with
guess
Zane.
some things went wrong in our communication in the second match and ended up being 2-0 for them.
Makes sense. And look, obviously, the Asian region typically dominates
And then you
the global
take
scene for MLBB. But talking about
best
the South
player has a
American
very
region,
different
do
play
you guys feel
style.
like you were there, you're ready to compete with the rest of the world?
Yeah, we actually are getting stronger and stronger.
That's how I would host, guys. If I was host, that's how I would host.
I love it. Amazing. Well, I'm going to bring it over here to UAE in the
I don't know
Middle
about
East as
that. I
well.
don't know
I'm gonna
if
ask you
best
the
player's
same
10 times
question.
better
What
than
went
Moba
wrong
Zane.
yesterday in your matchup?
Like we have
That's
a lot of
that's
mistakes that
kind
we
of a
didn't see
absurd statement.
during the match, and we will try to fix it and not do it again in today's match.
Makes sense. And talking about your confidence, how do you feel against this Brazilian team? You think you have an easy win here?
No, it's not an easy win. We will try our hard, and they will try as well, and the best will win.
I respect that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. Let's get
Why
ready
no
for our
one picking
matchup.
Joy
Gentlemen,
Jungle?
shake hands if you can. Give some love to each other.
Is it
And
viable?
good luck to both teams. Feel free to exit stage left here. And again, round of applause, everybody. Let's get ready for this matchup. Make some noise as we go ahead and send it back to our casters. It's Naisu. It's OSX. Gentlemen, take it away.
Amazing matchup ahead. It's Brazil versus UAE. And a lot of things could actually work this time around. Having a great recovery, yes, admitting to the problems yesterday. This is the thing that we're looking forward to. How will they bounce back? And they had a day, they had a night to fix it up. So maybe we're looking forward to another different flavor, but maybe a refined version of Brazil this time.
I hope
Take a
next
look
year
here
we
at the
actually
lineup
send
once again for Brazil. They've got
a
Upatizi,
team lineup.
Utizio, Black,
I don't care who
Super
goes. I
Syndrome,
just hope
and
it's actually
Luna.
like 5
And
players who
these,
regularly
once again,
play
these
together.
are guys that are familiar names for the most part, right? You've seen them before, and they've competed, right? At some of the international level, or some of the biggest stages in the world at the international level, right? And now that's the thing.
Are they going to make a last-minute change? Because Warrior's on their roster right now, bro.
That yes, they went against a powerhouse team, right? The teams that typically have to face against these powerhouse teams, I feel like there is always a sense of, I don't know if it's intimidation or how they look
He
at
is
it, but they
in
know that
for,
they have a formidable opponent in front of them. Now,
what's
one of
it
the
called?
biggest
It's
things
over.
you can do with that is learning, right? How do you learn from that game?
Roster
How do you learn
changes
from that
is over.
series? And some people might see it as a one-sided affair in terms of these matches going on, but really, if you really break it down, it's a chance for you to improve as a team, right?
Speaking of improvement, we're looking at the lineup of UAE. For the goal lane, we have Buez, we have Jed for the jungle, we have Travis for the XP lane, Drago for the mid, and
Bro,
we have
this is
Seven
all.
Dan
So,
for
like, one
the
thing we do
roam.
have to point out, guys.
A lot of ways that we can actually see their
Middle
picks from
East
yesterday, but since both of them coming from a
and like
loss,
North
and this
Africa
since a big,
and
go big or go home match,
Southeastern
things could
Europe,
get,
that
again,
whole area,
all
whatever
out
you want to
in
call
their
it,
own choices.
Western
But now,
Asia,
we're looking for
that whole
metrics, we're
area
looking for comfort
has
picks
definitely
that might
grown.
actually show up on how
Like,
we
look how
saw
many
UAE back
people-
then in the qualifiers. So maybe this time around,
Look how many
we can change
representatives they have in
something up, we can
playoffs right now.
Tighten a little bit on how they can approach the draft.
Yeah, and again, in a similar
You have
fashion, from what we
Egypt,
saw
you have
yesterday
Saudi
with UAE
Arabia.
specifically. Now, Jed had
Kazakhstan
some
is
amazing
like kind
performances
of that
himself,
area.
You're seeing here
Not
too
really.
on screen.
They're more
And
Eastern
even
Europe,
when he locked
right?
in that Yuzhong, right? He, at one point, I think he was leading, or at least had all the kills on the team for his for that matchup. And
It's kind of a weird area
the
because it's
great
like
thing about XP laners right now
like
is that for the most part,
Eastern. I
if you do
feel
get
like
that lead, there is some form of impact. That
Southeastern
you have early game,
Europe,
right? Especially on a hero like
Middle
Yuzhong.
East.
So hopefully, he can do that
Northern
again here in this
Africa
series, but then
and like Western
where
Asia are
does
all
that
kind of like
cap off
one
at? Because even if you have this
region,
lead on
right?
this XP
They're all
lane,
kind of like one
you still
zone.
need to follow up,
So
right?
like that
You can
whole
only do
zone
so
of the
many sets,
globe,
so
you can
many,
just see that that
set
whole zone is
potential
like
for the
growing.
Yuzong or the likes of Alapu,
Like I'm
Lapu,
sure
or,
they see
you
each
know,
other
like
in the same.
Terizla
Like
even.
if
But
you
if
think
you're
about how
lacking
big
damage
the
in
NA
that
server
mid lane,
is,
in that gold lane, then
like,
at some point it's just, you know, it's diminishing.
I'm sure
returns.
they
You
see
can't
each
really
other
continue on that way. So hopefully, my biggest thing for
in
UAE
server.
is that they learned from that yesterday. They can come up with a game
In
plan
rank and
that
stuff,
does
right?
roll with that strategy. Like, let's rely on that XP lane if we need to, but also have the tools in place to follow up on a lot of those amazing sets that we saw yesterday.
Speaking of their performance back, well, yesterday, they're the first team to actually use the Balmond back again. We're seeing surprise picks from yesterday. Yep, that is Luna right on our screens here, just flexing on right onto our cameras, but an amazing showing of UAE yesterday by the usage, as well as that's the actual game that we actually saw a good Melissa game.
Yeah.
Against Philippines.
Again, you know, in terms of that, whether it's a Melissa,
Are we saying
whether it's
Zane's
these
overrated? I don't really
kind
think
of
we could say
unorthodox
Zane's
picks
overrated.
like the Guinevere that they pulled out. Really, it just anything can.
I mean, I'm
actually
sure
work
by
for
his
the most
fans,
part. Like,
if
that's
you
what
say
we've
he's the
seen
best jungler in
even
the
from
world,
some
then yeah,
of
he's
these,
overrated.
picks so far, even from the group
But
stages to where we are now.
I mean, like it or
But
not,
really, you
let's
have to
just
have this
say
kind of
this
a couple
hypothetically.
different
Let's say
plans, right?
Zane's
because teams have kind of shut some of those down pretty easily.
a
Ballman
mid-tier
just did not
jungler,
work yesterday,
like
man.
skill-wise. Let's just say hypothetically, Zane as a player
you hope to
is
not see it
mid-tier.
like that again.
There's
I'm not
something
saying
else
you
about
can't
him
play the
then
Ballman,
that makes him a
just
great
like we did
player.
yesterday, but
Whether you
gotta
like it or
actually
not,
have
like the
another
numbers
plan
speak for
it, because,
themselves.
You know, at the end of the day,
Like,
the way things are kind of falling into place.
That's why
it
I
seems
said.
like
That's why I
prioritize
say
so
like
much
saying
VC.
that best
You know,
player
when
is
you have a
10
hero
times
like
better
that,
than
that
him.
literally
The
cannot
numbers
do
don't
much
speak
once
that
you're-
yet.
Once you're
Like
down
however
all the
many
abilities,
times
once
best
you expend
player
all of them,
and TOB
even
beat
with a
them in
lethal
season,
counter
like
compared
the
to a
numbers still
Frederick,
don't
like, it's
speak.
not
Like
enough, right?
Zane technically has
cooldown-wise,
more
it's much
achievements than
longer.
any
So
player in
hopefully,
NA.
Depending on how they want to play this jungle out, I think that's where it really starts for these two teams.
Other
is
than
obviously
Chicken,
getting a
even
better
Chicken
start
now
to the jungle,
currently because
both
Chicken
of
didn't
them
play
did
last
have
in
some
ACT.
struggles there yesterday.
To add some personality and spice on how UAE is going with their draft yesterday,
It's like
most of the heroes that were
you
banned
don't.
from game
It's
one
it's
include
it's
the
it's like
Eve,
Carl
the
Teasy,
Famis,
for
the
example.
Kaja.
Like whether you
Mostly,
like it or not,
these are
technically
compositions for
Carl
team fights,
Teasy
and that is the strength
has
of
the
UAE that we
most
saw
and
back
biggest
then
achievements.
in
He
the
has 2
qualifiers.
world
So
championships
having a
under his
level
belt.
on the priority
So like
of-
whether
on
he
the bans
loses
of
all
these
season this
kind of
season or
heroes
not, or all last
is an
season or
actual
whatever,
change for UAE.
like
They're,
him
being
losing MSC or
pressured to push
or
open
getting
something
dogged at
out of the book
WCG
in
by
their
tier
hero
3
pool.
teams with
Because if
Echo, like
this is just
none
the
of
complete
that
concern of UAE
matters
back
in the
this
when you
game,
talk about him as a
might as
total
well secure
player.
their strengths or where they're good at, or even their comfort picks. Because if we're looking at more of the meta today, they have used Paquito as the
Whatever you
jungle,
wanna say.
They use Fred Valentin.
Like
They're not too
whether
far
he's
with
a
the meta,
whether
but
he's
they
an
have
average jungler
greater
or not,
ways
like
to
there's
execute
whether
more of
then
their own lineup
maybe
back
the
then.
great thing about
We
him is
saw
the way
they
he
were
rallies a
having
team together. Maybe the
matches
great thing
in the
about
group
him
stage.
is his
Okay, so
game
we've
sensor,
established
his
that both these
maybe
teams
he's just
like to,
genius, which
go
I don't
against
really
the
think
grain,
that's
basically.
the case.
And now that it comes
So
down to,
that's why I
once we
think
actually
it does
see that
come
first
like
draft
there's
come into
something
play, exactly game plan wise, right? And for the most part, what we've seen here, OSX is
That's why I
once
said
again, one of
best
them
players
wants to
Kyrie
still
and
go
NA
for, you know, we've seen
NA and
Brazil
Zane as
actually
Carl
like
Teasy.
to go with
Okay.
those sustained lineups if they can go that way. We
Like in a
actually got
sense
to
of
see that in the
just
previous series, right? Where finally
achievements and
it was
stuff
the
like
Florin
that.
versus Angela setup. And most of these games, they're actually banned out, right? A lot of teams don't want to deal with the sustained lineups. But now, if Brazil gets their hands on whether that's
like
the
best player
Florin, whether
definitely
that's
has
Angela
the
or Diaz,
opportunity.
that could
I
actually
think
work
best
in
player
their
has the
playstyle
skill
favor. But still, ultimately, what it comes down to is setting up that
to
pace.
surpass
I think early on
Zane
what's
possibly,
different with
right?
these
Like
teams,
best
you
player
were
has the
talking a
skill
lot
to
about
like
the
be
gold lane, but here
an
I don't think it's
amazing, like he
necessarily
already
that
is an
for
amazing
these two,
player,
right?
but he
XP
has
lane
to
matchup for
get
one,
those
but then
achievements under his
that
belt.
jungle matchup
Like
and how they
just
can
having
scale throughout
an
the
extreme
early
amount
game.
of latent talent
XP and Rome
doesn't
we see
make
a
you
lot
the
of
best.
The Lolita yesterday
You know?
as well as the Kufra.
Yep.
So
1v1ing
gives a lot
someone
of
and
attention
beating
on
them
how they want
regularly
to
doesn't
get
make you the
great
best.
coverage
What
now
makes
on.
you the
If you're
best
saying that if the
is
jungler
getting
or
medals
even
under
the
your
XP
belt.
is a great factor from
You know?
from UAE. And as Brazil is concerned with the draft, so they might need to have that
And
extra
it's a
vision.
team
Because
sport,
yesterday,
right?
Most of the time, we've seen the Lolita being shut down from early game to the mid game. So how are they gonna go through with that kind of AOE that you're setting? Because on
That's why Global
similarity,
1 players,
we're
that's why
looking
number
at the
1 global
bans, picks,
players
and drafts from these two teams right
aren't
on stage. They
always the best in
mostly
the
rely
world,
on
right?
Heavy team fights.
You have the Eve AOE.
There's some amazing Fanny players out there. There's some amazing this and that, but like
ban against Brazil.
There's something
Well,
there's something else that a
meanwhile,
player
for everybody
needs.
holding tight for this series. If you're watching at home, we are going to be doing some giveaways, I believe,
To get
in the
those
stream.
belts.
So if you got the streams pulled up,
You know?
you can actually win some skins and other prizes. I
Sweet.
believe they will be throwing out some codes here for you guys as well in the chat. So go ahead and make sure you check that out. Of course, we appreciate you guys watching from around the world. We know that a lot of people are tuning in not only to the English stream, but the other various streams going on as well to support this amazing event. And once
It's like
again,
to give
I
another like
said,
hypothetical,
these
right? Like,
matches
all right,
are crucial,
let's give
right?
another
Because you have the
hypothetical,
lower
right?
bracket matches. We've already seen Kazakhstan
I want to look something up
get
real
sent
fast.
out by Mongolia, and now it's down to these two here to decide the fate of each other, right? And hopefully, once again, once we get things settled out and figure it out, we can have another 3-game series, right? It is going to be a longer day today for us over here, but we love it. We love watching and casting over this type of MLBB action. And I just think, too, you know, as we talk a lot about these lineups and the meta that's established itself, you can only deviate so much from it without going too crazy, because that's what we were talking about yesterday, man.
So,
When
like-
it was that phone, it was that Ballman that
Okay.
popped up,
Yeah,
and it
the
was a little bit
Guinevere,
too much. Right, so I feel
Back
like now
in-
it's great to see some experimentation. It's great to see, you know, vibrant picks. Like I said, even I love the Guinevere. It has worked in the past.
It did. EXP, yes. But at some points we've seen Guinevere being used in the jungle.
All right, so like for
but if
example,
you're up
like in
against either a
UFC,
Freddy
right?
or a Martis, it's something
Like
that
John
you need
Jones,
to
Demetrius
recover
Johnson,
from.
Anderson
Because if you get
Silva.
put down earlier,
These guys have the most title
and you see
defenses,
more
right? Like Anderson
of the
Silva in
teams
his
just
time.
visiting your camps, it's
Um,
a problem that you need to address. Either you get shut down early
in
or not
2013, he
provide
lost it,
the
but I
items
think
for
at
your
that time
team
Anderson
or
Silva had the
team
most
fights.
defenses.
So it's a question, actually. Because
Maybe
in
not,
these two
but he had
matches
10
we've seen from
title
yesterday from
defenses,
Brazil,
right?
even from UAE,
So like that's
you
something that
rely on
makes
comfort, you
him
rely on signature picks.
Yeah.
Estes, that's one of the picks
one
that
of the
Luna
greatest
has back
UFC
in the-
fighters
in
ever,
the
right?
days that we say in
But he
the
still lost to
international
someone
stages that
eventually, right?
really
Like,
works
but
for
like
him.
his
So we could
belts,
either
like
see the
having that,
sustain
like
meta that we're
belts,
seeing, will Baksha
belts.
pop up again?
I think, you know, Luna's
That's
been very
what
vocal about who he idolizes
medals.
in the MLBB world.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
And we can actually see that in his play style for the most part. And, you know, I love the fact that when you have
In the
these
end,
roamers that are willing
nothing
to
else
go
matters.
into that territory where they're not
Same
only
reason
these,
why-
setters,
it's the same
like
reason
setting
why,
style of roamer players. They're also into the
like,
sustain options. Not only that, but then now you
same
have this
reason
kind of
why,
variation too happening
you
where
know,
you're actually like a poke support.
what's
right?
a
And
what's
that's what we
another
see a lot of
example?
times with
Like,
Novaria
who's a
popping
great
into
player?
support
Like,
with a roam roll, if you will.
I'm having a
And
mind
it-
blank.
And it can happen, right? So that's one thing that I would say. And yes, I had some expectations specifically yesterday for
Like, you
Luna,
can't
and
compare,
unfortunately, again, granted, who they were up against, it was tough for them.
Trying to think.
A tough day for them yesterday, and that's why I think today we really see them shine
All
here.
right, for example,
Both
like you
these
really
teams have
can't
the potential to
compare
do that.
any
And
other
if you
team in
look and break it
MPLPH
down
to like
role for
Bren,
role
Blacklist, or
from lane
Echo
for
right
lane,
now.
Yeah.
They all,
Like
they,
if you talk
they're all
about
great
just
players,
gold
obviously,
medals.
right, to
They
that
are.
point.
I don't know,
But
like,
think
and
one
maybe
of the
that's a
deciding
crazy. Like,
factors
you
for a
can
lot of this,
compare
not
them,
just
but I'm
for
just
these
saying,
two
like,
teams here, but
like in
as
the
we
end, if
get
you
to
talk
the
about a
rest of the
player's
playoffs,
legacy,
is
right?
obviously that synergy,
Legacy.
like how much synergy
Or a
does-
team's
do
legacy.
these players and does this team have? Some have been playing together
Exactly. Can't
more,
compare skills
or
to
at least, like,
achievements.
longer than
I think
others,
that's
and
probably
it
the
does
best
show
way to
in
put
some
it.
of these matches.
Well, speaking of the
Until
lower
until
bracket,
you
I think
out achieve
now
somebody,
they're more
you really
energized than
can't
ever, because
say that
even
you're
myself, if I get straight lose
overall
recently on ranked
better.
games, in the last game and that I'm about to lose my current rank, that's where I rise up. That's where I fire up. So this time around that they're in the lower bracket, maybe they can wake something up from this moment on and use it as an advantage to translate this into a success. Because as you're trying to put out here, it's go big or go home.
Yeah, you're right. If honestly, if I
UAE
was best
and,
player, I
for
wouldn't have
Brazil
gone to
as well.
ISF.
So either you
If I was
show
best player, I
something
wouldn't
new
have gone.
For your sleeve on your sleeve, or
I think it
just
was a bad. I
probably
think
go
he
straight
is an amazing
with your own
player,
signature.
and it honestly becomes a bad look
I think that's, the
on
common
him because like you
debate,
gotta
right?
know,
Like,
man,
we
you're
talked about
joining a
this
team
yesterday.
that you don't have
You know,
synergy
those
with.
comfort picks
You're joining a
and
team
that
that plays
some of the
essentially a
benefits obviously
completely
are
different
comfort
play
at
style
this
than what
point, you know,
TOB
for these
plays,
pro
right?
players, how they've
And
sorted
it just
everything out,
it's
figured
kind of
things
like,
out.
man,
And ultimately,
like
it just comes down
I
to
think
what is your game plan
hell
at the
if
game's
TOB
beginning.
went,
And in
they
these
would have done
series,
better.
especially,
If
again,
full
when it comes
roster
down to this
BTK
kind of
win
stakes,
or if full roster TOB
and
win,
you're
probably would have been
you're
better.
facing elimination pretty much. You know,
But
so
you
it
you
comes
essentially
down
like
to
you
that.
sent
I
a
think,
roamer that
you know, I wouldn't be
neither
surprised, too,
team
if we've
has played
or we just see a
competitively
different
with,
approach
really.
from both of these teams. And we had,
So,
again,
like,
we
it's
got to see UAE play back in Riyadh, And even though they had a rough day yesterday, their style of game still.
I'm
actually
sure best
improved
players
and
like
changed
kind of
from
like,
that
man,
time.
like
So
I
we'll
wonder if
see
he's thinking that.
it-
I think it's good that he
day is
went.
not that long,
I think
right?
it is
But
good
if
that
they
he went in
learn
a sense
or
of
how they
like
establish
he gets a
themselves
lot
here
of
today.
practice.
I haven't seen much of the
He gets a lot more
haven't been in a
practice
good
on
standing.
stage. He gets a lot more practice,
the
which
EXP
will
lane
be
right now
very
is such a
healthy
good
for
lane to
TLB in
actually
the long run,
control
because it's
team
something that
fights
some of the
take
players
on the
lack.
cut lanes, and
Like you have
mostly
Hoon and
you have a
Shark
way
who
of
are
taking
very used to
advantage
it.
onto the back line of your
But
team, especially with
yeah,
again,
he
a
gets a
Beatrix
lot of
or
experience from
even,
this.
Again, an Irithel. That's how you deserve things, because you were talking about earlier back in the draft in the game number 1, Yuzong also has good games. We also see good games from, well, Terizla. He was number 1 on the charts. So with this,
What are we
XP
waiting on,
lane
guys?
could be a great factor.
Did draft
as
even
well as
start
the
yet?
Rome picks. We've seen Atlas yesterday.
Yeah,
Been
I know
used.
you were excited about that.
Yeah, been used, been banned. And for a moment that I went back to watch the games yesterday, at some point in the draft, a gourd could actually work.
It could.
Poke potential, I know you're smiling right now.
It could.
Yeah, we could see it from here. It could happen.
I just like the and you know, we've seen it around the world being picked up, but that's I feel like now that we've seen kind of things establish themselves here, it's almost wishful thinking. It is the same can be said actually for XP lane too. There is these obvious picks that just work so well in the XP lane. You know, you already mentioned them, and I just think that you're almost doing yourself or the team. You're giving yourself a disadvantage if you don't take some of them up. Okay, we got things figured out. Like I said, we can contemplate about the draft so much, but until we jump into it, and we do here, we have Brazil on that blue side. UAE is going to be on the red, so we know priority will go over here to Brazil. We'll see how they kind of plan this out. We were surprised with some of the priorities from yesterday.
You know, Pro
and
Noob,
it
I think
could
that is a,
pop
you
out
know,
here. You
anyway,
already see
NA
that,
should
right?
focus
Some of
more on
these
sticking together and helping each other,
support-focused bans. The Angela
teams rather than
is
focus on
taken
drama.
out.
And there's the real
Boxshow we
thing,
will
right?
not see who we
Like
has
if we had a
really just risen
healthier,
through the ranks for the jungle options here.
if we had
So
a
now, once again,
healthier
I'm wondering,
thing between
does
teams,
Brazil actually
like you
want
can
to
still be
take
competitive,
what we're
right,
used to
and be
seeing, which
healthy.
is
But
a
like, let's say
Fredrin,
like,
a Valentina,
let's say like
or let's say the
BTK and
Estes
TOB
flip
like
through. Do
regularly
they actually feel like
communicated
they want to
almost and
play
like
that
scrimmed
style and pick up
regularly.
the Estes this early on?
And
Good
then, you
point of the
know,
Estes, though. It was
when you jump on
focusly banned
stage,
yesterday, 2 games in a row
you
by
said all those,
Indonesia against Brazil.
if they were
Now,
actually
they
like
banned out
friends
Lodge.
and like,
Since they have this way of seeing,
and then just may the best team win whenever it came down to crunch time.
You don't want
Like
that
imagine, and like all the
judgment, you don't want
teams, the top
first
8s like
croissants
regularly
going around, you want to-
scrimmed
once
and
you're into the
stuff,
back
and
line,
like,
and with the presence of Angela,
which they kind of do, but
gives
also
you an
there's like,
advantage to use the assassin heroes that you're comfortable with. And yeah, that's the SS band. Still respect on to Brazil from yesterday. So
Harvey
open,
Valencia, what's up?
The open thing now for Brazil is you have the Eve as well. You have the Valentina. What will be the priority here for Brazil? Will it be the mage or will it be the jungler? Because you've mentioned earlier, it could be the game changer for Brazil and for UAE.
And as we get through this draft, once again, for everybody watching around the world, we do have codes for you in the chat, so make sure you keep an eye for them when you are watching the live stream here to give back to everybody supporting this amazing tournament. Once again, Iesf WEC. We're down to this now. The first phase is done. Fredrin picked up. Not surprised here.
Yep.
Still statistically at the highest for ISF, and actually just everything.
All
you know,
around the
it's
world,
just-
maybe?
Fredrin is just the pick. That's why a lot of people like to call him the Chad pick, right? He's always picked up here. He does so much for the team. You can not only put him in the jungle, you can put him in XP. We've even seen
BTR
him in other
Cardi.
lanes. The response, though, so far is, once again, you got Novaria in the roam, paired up with the Eve here.
Well, speaking of coverage and also AoE and Vision, you have all answers. But this, Novaria being present here, I think it's the Eve could actually make the magic work if they want to cross the mid-game. Because this is where the Novaria shines, and they want to have that, well, momentum to build up for this hero. Because as of the early game is concerned, what she actually can do is just poke out, use the Astral Recalls, Astral Echo.
The final lineup,
spam out,
I'll tell you
the
guys,
hell
one
out of the
second.
teams or players, heroes, right onto the early game. So with this being on the table here, if you actually paired with Fredrin, they actually can get the marksman right now. Beatrix is open, well, Valentina as well, but no, they went for the Uranus. They used this yesterday. They want the EXP lane to be their own strength in dictating team
Final
fights. So,
lineup.
yeah, Martis, okay, a little bit of change for UAE.
Toinks
And
Rome,
also for
Basic
Brazil.
Gold,
Priorities
Demon
on
Mid,
the jungler,
Fallen
it's
Jungle,
good.
Cardi
You have more sustain
EXP,
now,
and
as
a
well as
Sub
for
Guapo.
UAE, you have more catch
and poke
Sub
burst.
Guapo
I
slash
like
Tarzan.
it, right? There's quite a bit of poke available. You can see them too, still focusing on these roam options.
finally see
because that
Uranus.
has not been picked up yet for Brazil. So wouldn't be surprised if it's one more. Again, you know, Franco is also still open right now. We might see that in the hands of Luna here.
That's
But
Bigatron
as they get
Brazil,
through
yeah.
it, in the flip side, Brazil wants to focus down that gold
Bigatron
lane. Both
Beta,
teams, right,
Bigatron
haven't had
something,
the gold
Sigma,
lanes
I
locked
don't
in
know.
Yet. Only the Clark
Avalon
being taken
Jungler,
out
it's
here,
fallen.
being banned is fine because still it leaves a lot on the table. You still have the Beatrix there. You still, I would honestly love to see a Clint come through here in the playoffs. We saw him a little bit in the group stages.
Yeah,
either him or the
it's good.
Bruno, man.
Yeah, we haven't seen those two. It's perfect. You have an Eve here. For,
Basic hasn't really shined, I would say, this.
It works. You have coverage. You
This
have
event,
burst. You have
this
border
NACT.
line here, and again another respect here for the roamer.
Fallen's
of
good.
Brazil.
This is almost like Hackaluna.
Yeah,
Basically, this
4 bans.
4 out of 5. It's still like
Hackaluna.
It sounds familiar, right?
Yeah, completely. Lolita, Kufra, they used that yesterday, and they're respecting the chance because again, we're looking at the stats of UAE and Brazil, mostly driven by team fights. And once they have a chance,
Luna
of
plays
getting
a Kai
on
here,
their,
bro.
on their draft, it's a great way of utilizing their early game.
We'll see if they spend this
I wouldn't say
last
he's mid.
event here towards
I don't think
another
Basic
gold
is
lane
mid.
option. Narrowing those choices
But he's
down.
definitely
Again, it
this
would,
season
you know,
so
this might
far.
just
He's
leave once,
been just
Earfill on the table again. I would love, like I said, to see the Clint. They go for an XP lane though.
He's been a
Solid
third or
choice,
fourth
because
place
This was exactly what I was
gold
talking about
laner.
before we even got to the draft, right? We saw Jed's performance on the Yuuzhan
Zia has
yesterday,
definitely been the
and it
star
was
gold
phenomenal.
laner.
He was actually carrying some of that momentum early on.
And it's not
so
just
they
because he's
narrowed
on Team
that option
TOB.
down as well.
Like
Brody is
Zia
gonna
has
be picked
made
up for
solo
the gold
plays.
lane
Zia
here for
has,
UAE. Still a
right now,
solid choice.
in
Another
my
hero that
opinion,
has
Zia has the
performed
best
actually
play so
relatively
far
well. And if you pair this
of
up, now,
NACT.
it's funny because all these portraits, you know, have the shade of purple here, but they work really well together because of the poke potential, right?
Yeah.
The
way
Lord
that
Steal
Novaria
into breaking
works
ankles
with
and
the
getting a
providing
kill
vision,
after
not to mention you have,
was
like
just
you said, the astral recalls to poke people down.
ridiculous.
You've got control around
ISO
those
is good,
objective zones with
but I
the
think
real
Zia's been the best gold
manipulation
laner so
from
far
Eve,
this season.
And hopefully, you're allowed to just let Brody get the marks off and then fade away with torn apart memory. Like, that is the best case scenario for them, and then you have cleanup with Marquez. How do you round that out,
Wow.
though? Oh, this is inspiration right here from Luna.
Why is there no wild
From
card spot
Kufra,
for
from
NA? Because we're
Estes.
garbage.
Wow.
What kind of airlines are we on?
Well, we're looking at
Matilda.
Brazil right now.
Yeah, the Matilda
Brazilian
Airlines,
Airlines.
right?
We're
That's where we
calling
are.
it the airlines of Brazil, Matilda Airlines being present. The composition of Brazil right now coming from inspiration.
Haven't seen that in a while,
This is how
huh?
how they attack the back line, knowing out that they.
I'm surprised he
knowing that
didn't
they
run a
ban out
Kai.
the Yuuzhan, even the carry. They don't want that.
That's like his
initiation being
old school
disrupted,
pick,
and they
right?
have more control if ever they want.
And I think
to
it could
disable
work
the
here.
ultimate of
Well,
the E.
not
so
really,
there's no XP lane
because the
zero
Eve
present
and the
yet for UAE.
well,
So with
but
the
it
great
works
way of
against
seeing
the
this
Martis,
possibility,
right?
There's still Lapu, even to Rizla open for the XP lane here.
See what the last pick is. Tarizla.
There you go.
Comes through. Solid lineup for both teams across the board here. And so far from what we've seen too, Tarizla's being just phenomenal for the most part, statistically. Now, biggest question
Pull for this
is,
game, my
can
bad,
they
guys.
follow up with those setups that they're going to have? Again, vision-wise, it's great for UAE here. They also have control around a lot of these objectives, so it's going to come down to, once again, Iesf. Can you get those items as fast as possible that you need? We know that she struggles in terms of time needed to get to
What's
that
the name of
damage
the team?
department.
Yeah.
And it's going to take
What's the
those
name of the
3 or
team
4
they're
items to
facing?
really shine here. So we'll see, right, how they play around that type of strategy.
Yeah, they have counters for Eve.
Something-
They have the Valentina on their side, and for the Tarizla, they have a Fredrin. They have 2 answers for 2 heroes here. for
United,
UAE,
Arab,
as well as Brazil.
Emirates.
Let's see how this game goes. Game number 1, and we're at the lower bracket. Who's going to make the first momentum to maintain their refinement and recovery coming from yesterday? It's Brazil versus UAE.
So, normal startup here. No early aggression just yet.
Bruh.
Gonna take a little breather, right, while they settle things out. Now, just trying to get a glimpse here, too, briefly there, was the emblems set up with what they're trying to use.
I'll be right back,
so
guys.
at this point, again, you have to wonder, given their team compositions here, Now, Matilda specifically, and this is what we were kind of talking about leading into this series, OSX, was you are expecting some of these surprise picks, if you will, or these heroes that aren't typically picked up, right? And there was a time, too, when Matilda was just, she was everywhere, right, for the most part. And even with the way that the bans went, you saw how much focus was on Luna's hero pool here. And he decides to pick up Matilda. Now, there's a reason why Matilda has kind of fallen off in terms of popularity over the course of like these, you know, the months and the year.
Yeah.
But still relatively useful, I feel like, in the current meta, especially with mobility offered here.
Yeah, speaking of mobility, we're looking at 3 quantum charges present for Brazil. That gives them the early game, well, advantage. You have the basic hits, you have the HP regen, you have more ways of sustaining more of your lanes. But if you're up against a Charizla, you need more support from here. We're looking at Black, we're looking at Super Syndra right down bottom, just holding on to the XP lane, trying to get a poke out of UAE. Now, if early game is concerned here, this is where the Matilda would shine. You have that AoE activation. You have more ways that you can actually utilize this. We were expecting, well, personally me, actually he would use the focusing mark from Matilda. But now he's more onto the quantum charge. Utilizing his basic attacks for HP regen, maybe he wants to sustain team fights rather than invading or actually enhancing attributes in team fights.
Not only that, but I think you're just also using that quantum charge emblem because it allows you to be a little more aggressive when you're poking down, and you know those minor hits here and there can really whittle down the members of UAE, so they have to be mindful of that. Not only that, but mobility is just great right now in the current setup for a lot of these matches, a lot of these team compositions, right? That's why you see so much of the quantum charge also picked up. You see a lot of sprints even here currently. Hold on, Upa might be in trouble.
I think Milo's a great EXP laner.
First blood.
I think he's been, I would say if there's any player that has caught me by surprise the most on how well they have done this season, it is Mila.
Yeah, this is
he's like,
a Matilda or even a Uranus.
I hate to say like biggest growth, because we haven't really like this is his first real season.
Brazil can actually do with the
but
of Matilda, but
he's
now,
been
first objective
sheeshable.
More coverage of
like
Brazil
I think like a lot of us just wondered how he was going to do because we haven't really seen him compete like that, but he's done so well.
Turtle secured. I don't think they're even going to find
I think Hoon's just doing upper bracket, guys.
You were thinking, would they press the go on it?
You can hang out here though until he gets live, bro.
The members here, so they couldn't really.
I'm cool too.
Yeah, speaking of commitment, now looking on to the objective or even the momentum of
and
UAE.
Milo too, like, okay, so like, I think I've said this before, like, Milo just has this really good energy.
Having the extra cooldown reduction in the first 3 minutes of the game would actually give a lot
of
really
good
potential for Brazil. So looking at this window that they have right now, they have the Valentina, they have the Matilda, and as well as the Irithel. They can poke the hell out of these heroes and force them to
and it's
use
something that team
resources.
needs.
But as you can see, we have items on our screens here. We have the mana. You have extra defense from the steel leg.
I don't think, you know what? I don't think they would.
So
that's I think that's kind of one of the differences about
on how UAE sees this. They have more advantage
TLB
to drain resources
is like,
out of Brazil.
I don't think they would take chicken in.
Consideration the fact that First Blood went over the hands of a Martiz. We've seen this before, right? Martiz getting the early kills
I think they
here,
would keep Milo.
using the decimates.
Like, why would they take chicken?
Each other. It does spell a disaster for the most part. Anytime
they're doing
one
so
of these
well with
junglers
Milo
do get
right now.
These early kills, they're usually able to snowball pretty well, right? So
they
that's
would be
something that has to
sacrificing
be
chemistry, I feel like.
mindful of here. And at the same time, just again, controlling some of these objectives is going to be difficult alone, dealing with an Eve across from you. So you're kind of forced, especially utilizing Valentina, to take that real-world manipulation as well. And you see a lot of aggression here, right? This is kind of what you expect when you have a.
You guys remember this guy from NACT live stream?
Literally roaming around,
flying. This girl?
Flying around, if you will. And they look like they might want to focus on Buez. Buez, another player that has performed really well in even previous tournaments.
You guys remember that?
Right now against
that
Upa.
monster
Upa,
who got into my room during that NACT
he
stream?
Has competed and has been on championship teams. So also his mechanical skills.
While I was casting, I'm surprised nobody clipped that. The fact that nobody clipped that is just.
Travis also down there.
Like, what are you clippers even looking for, bro? That was gold.
Super was focused. Gets a kill though, 1-to-1 across the board.
No, he didn't sabotage my stream. I'm talking about the NAC when I was casting on the official NACT stream. He jumped behind my camera.
Two mages here, but the advantage right now is in with
And
Super
everybody in the
Syndrome.
chat
Knowing
was
for
like,
a fact
Gato,
that
cat,
the higher
MVP,
XP,
MVP
higher
cat.
chance of, well,
Interview the cat.
deteriorating poking
Like
damage
everybody was
that can
losing
be
it. And
utilized
then,
against UAE.
and I'm
Looking
just
at the
like
first item here, we have
panicking.
more ways
Because
to
I
use
know
the
what that
damage.
cat does. It gets
Penetration,
behind my
she
computer
just got
sometimes
the
and tries to
boost,
screw
but
shit
it's
up.
one essential item
So I was like
actually made
panicking. So I'm like,
for Brazil to have an advantage.
and like,
in
I had to send a message to
skills.
production and be like,
even
hey,
the
tell
the
UA in
focus
his
right now is
ear
up top.
that once the
We're seeing
game
Buez,
starts, I need
they're
him to
just
talk for
pulling
about
3
20
members out of
seconds
UAE.
so that
And just as
I
that, we're looking 2 members
can get
down.
this cat out
We
of my
see
room.
Black. We
And then
see
literally like
Frederick,
halfway through the draft, the cat does
despite
finally
on
jump
taking
behind my
this objective
computer
and
and it's
just
getting
how
close to wire.
the
So
magic
finally I
was
just had to
Brazil.
grab it.
It's working.
And you see my
Cinder gonna be in
camera like
trouble here,
shake
looking
and then
for
you see me like
Destiny,
grab
finds
the
it
cat
under
and it comes
the
through
turret,
camera
able
real
to get
fast
away
and
a
I
little
toss
bit,
it to
but
the side.
Yuka is there to meet him. Can they
Uh-oh.
grab the kill? RWM comes
GG's.
down. Travis
Well played,
will
well played,
fall.
1 for 1.
Meanwhile, Turtle
That's
still
good
gonna
they
be
slow
worked
down the
on. It will
jungler.
be secured by Bazizio.
You don't want
They're
a
still
Martis to
working
be
for it, though.
wrecking havoc.
Trading kills for objectives. Turtle, second one of the game secured for Brazil.
There you go. Having the right amount of decision, precision, looking for damage. Look at that Black versus Jed. The Trill almost dropped down 3/4 HP, man. Against a Uranus. Still making wonders right now in the meta. And just by looking on what happened there in that replay, the setup came from Travis by taking down Syndra first. And just skirmish continues to happen, and going back on how they wanted to utilize a takedown from Brazil, it's one thing that we're looking forward to Brazil to actually utilize as they go on entering mid-game.
I like too, that, as we see that XP lane matchup,
It's only
they're just
8
kind of
o'clock?
left to the whims, right? Let them battle
it's
it out.
8
Let
o'clock.
them
This is
duke
the
it out
second
here. A lot of
series.
the action is just happening around, especially the
We still
gold
have
lane.
2 series
because
to go.
Both of these teams know what they want to do. They want to activate their gold laners as fast as possible. Even better yet, if in this case, if it happens to be Upa, he's going to be in a great position to help carry out with this damage for the team, because he's the biggest impact here in terms of that physical damage, while he has a lot of teammates to focus on soaking up damage here.
Yeah, speaking of impact and damage, Buez now, hold that thought.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to do much there. Pokes come through, Luna. He also already used that circling eagle, so interestingly enough, they weren't able to capitalize on that.
All right, let me focus on game. I'm getting off
We're talking
focus.
about impact on damage on both 2 marksmen here present. We have the Windtalker present for Upa TZ.
After this game, I think I go make some. I think I'm gonna make some oatmeal. I'm hungry.
Pokes coming in from Travis and Jed though. Black still holding through the pokes, thanking him for those basic hits. If you're in Arenas, you rejoice on those basic hits completely.
Okay, right now, once again,
Bro, I miss watching
top
Shark
lane
play
gonna be the
Matilda.
focus. Buez backing away, forced away from the tier 1 turret. 4 members. Travis looking for a cutoff here. Might be trying to make something happen. He's going to take the brunt of the damage. Has to retreat here. RWM going to be set up by Syndra.
Oh!
Response. Travis falls. Here comes another one. Appraiser's Wrath will fall as Buez goes down as well. 2 down here for UAE.
I wish we could get
and now the resources
BTR
be
team in
taken
NA
from
or
the
like
jungle
a
on top of it.
Onyx team or like a
utilization
whatever,
of
you know.
ultimate that
Bro, I want to
Luna
echo NA team.
used, targeting Travis right onto the follow-up of the real manipulation made by Super Syndra. This is the team fighting prowess of this lineup. It was the ultimate of the Eve. It's from Drago that's being used against them as those moments, as those windows open. Brazil.
I just want an org team, bro. I wish we had an org team.
And just as that, this is the threat of the Mathilda, and as well as the Valentina having the additional poke, and as well as the takedown. Enhances more of the attributes. It's an invade composition, but it works right now against UAE.
Yeah, once again, the focus here. Turtle, third one in the game, looking like it's going to go into the hands of Brazil. Travis trying to get some information. Might
Sorry,
not be able
guys.
to commit to it. Just
I've had this
looking
like
for that
I know it looks
retribution
like I'm
if
picking my
he can get it.
nose,
Gets
but I've had
taunted.
this like
Bazizio able to
scab
clear it,
in
and
my
there goes the
nose.
circling
Like I
eagle.
cut the inside
Travis
of my
in
nose or
trouble.
something.
Falls in the river.
I just can't.
Gets another turtle. That's 3 for 3 for Brazil.
OP
and
is
they
an org
continue building the lead
They weren't,
here.
though.
Eyes set on this tier 1. Bazizio going to
tell you guys
Jed
something.
Back.
When OP
Jed
first
takes a couple
happened,
hits. RWM set up by Drago.
I asked
holding
them
back,
questions.
But they lose the turret.
Wow, Luna.
I was trying to figure out some information on it all. I was like, is there contracts? And once I heard that there wasn't contracts,
to enhance most the physical attack and the magic power.
I knew that it was
fights.
like, yeah,
right now,
this
compared
probably
to
won't
yesterday,
last.
he had a good breakfast. Completely having a great performance where his team is leading to take down UAE in most of the parts that they can be disabled. Now looking by the lead here, it's on 6K. Now looking for opportunities to take on the orange. Black just completely diverting him. Look at that shed. Flickered out.
Defensive flicker. He did use that penalty zone, but unfortunate. He's just going to have to watch this turret get whittled down. Should handle this minion, but just a couple hits away. They do look to capitalize on it. Able to get it. Tier 2 falling here. Space advantage is massive right now for Brazil. They've got 4 turrets down. All this leading into that first lord of the game. It's going to get increasingly difficult for UAE to find space to work with. Let's take a look how the items are falling into place here.
We have the Enchanted Talisman present on Eve and the Novaria, as well as the Magic Shoes. Right now, in terms of poke, it's not much, but they have to hold more time.
I'm trying to think about my feelings about
the magic
Aerithel, man.
Of the items that can build around the Novaria. If we're concerned more
now that I see
damage
Aerithel actually like
of
doing
UAE,
good,
Buez
I
could
like her
actually be
more.
key, and as well as Jed. Utilize the spell
But like,
and the
what's
blade
the
of
downfall
Hephaestus,
with her?
passive,
Like,
which
what's
gives
the
you
issue?
an
Like,
extra, a way of getting physical
is she a
damage,
marksman
because most
similar
of
to
the
like
time,
Brody, to
Buez
where
is
like if you
keeping
take a
distance.
too many
Top side,
deaths
it
early
looks
on,
like
you
he was
become
already committed.
useless?
Might be in trouble. 2 versus 1 for a while. Gonna force him back. Takes a couple of hits. Will fall. Finally, Drago a little bit
is she
too late to the
mid-game?
party. Trying to help him out. The
'Cause
rest of the
maybe I
team
just
here
don't really
now.
understand her
With a
that
guiding
much.
win, they back off. You saw it. Luna gave it a go. He used that flicker, the circling eagle, and they started up on Jed. Not the target you'd expect.
Like, because I feel
but
like
they
when
found it,
when
and
I've
they
seen her in
went for it.
NA,
All
she's
the
felt
meanwhile,
pretty
Lord
late
started
game.
up here by Buzizio, having just the time of his life in the jungle.
Right now, Super Syndra having the ultimates of the Mortis and having the ultimates of Eve. Yeah, they completely take that objective away out of UAE's hands by just the Primal Force alone. 2-level gap XP against 7 Dan and Drago completely gives him an additional damage and as well as convert it into HP.
I
That's
have
why he
some apple
continually
cinnamon
sustains
oatmeal
team
that I'm
fights
going to put some
over
peanut
and
butter
over
in
again
and then
as
chop
he
up some
gets
apples
more
into
catch
it.
for his team.
Yeah,
Now
that's
once
the vibe,
again,
guys.
UAE finding themselves on the defense. Lord making its way down the bottom lane. They're gonna have to deal with it eventually. It should be made quick work of because you have great tools available.
Here's the
to you,
thing,
but
though.
once again,
when it
Brazil
comes
pressing
to
the
having an
situation, they were
esports
looking
team
for
in
Travis,
NA,
not gonna be able to find
Mobile
it, but they will
Legends will
find this
probably
turret.
be the
Tier 2,
cheapest route.
Top side, still Lord making its way.
With the best
very
possible
well-managed
payout.
waves here.
Because
Holding on to that
if you
tier 2
wanted
in
to
the
have an
mid lane, still
esports
gonna be
team for
working
League
it.
or for
UAE,
Dota or for
no option but to just hurdle into the
Valorant
base, defend
or for
what they
Rocket
can.
League.
Yeah, speaking of defend, you notice
Bro,
Super
that's
Syndra has the ultimate of the
expensive,
Mortis.
bro.
You want some catch? Oh, 2 members being taught that they're black though.
Like you're talking like $100 grand a year for
Family gonna come through.
possibly
Penalty
for a
zone was
team like
committed.
that.
Still looking for a kill. Lord
to
finally
build
gonna
a team
fall
in
here.
one of those.
Holding on to that
With a
inhibitor
coach,
turret.
5
They're still
players.
Looking. Upa quite low. Buez not able to get the marks he was looking for.
Like,
Torn
if you
apart
wanted to
memory.
build a team
Couldn't
here-
get the kill. But they hold on.
If you wanted to build a team in NA for Mobile Legends, I would say you could probably get by.
There's 7,000
Like,
gold behind.
some of these
Okay,
players are
they
still
go
in
on for
school
defense,
and stuff,
because as
or
you-
like,
well, we talked about earlier.
like you could
on
probably
what
get by.
is the ultimate that would be
Let's
the
see, 5
game
players.
changer for Brazil. It's the catch,
Let's say you
the
wanted to
decimate
give them
of
a salary,
Mortis,
like
but
you could
as we see the
probably get
composition of
5
UAE,
good
in the
players
damage
here
department, they need to actually
under an
have
okay
more
contract
damage and penetration inside
of like
Brazil. Because if you can see, Buez just picked up an additional
maybe
item here for the Brody. You have the
300 to
extra damage
500
with
a
the
month
as
in
well as the
salary.
Thunder Sword. Yes, he has
Some
more
players
ways to
maybe even
answer the
less.
defense in Brazil, but it needs to be complemented by magic. We have
Yeah, but
more
even
ways
then,
to
like,
to observe that we have Drago
you
right
could
now
probably get
completely
like
have,
TOB, like
gotten his
all the players on
item here
TOB
for an additional
aren't getting paid at all,
Scorch and
right?
Cold Power
Like they don't have any
up
sponsor.
against Brazil. So in this point in time that they keep on
So like, let's
buying
just
more
say
ways
you say,
to
hey,
gain
we want to
extra
put you guys
more
under
items,
contract.
this is just their way of
We'll give you guys
amplifying their
500 a
team
month.
fighting strength.
You have to practice these
The
days.
strength is in the fact that they
So
also
500
have
times 500,
tools
that's
they need to get the vision of what's
2,500.
happening too, is you're just seeing it, right? In Brazil, in their own way, They're the ones
a
pressing
month.
the situation. They have this.
You
type of
could
lead
say
why
that
not,
for
right?
2
And if
months
you
out
can
of the
get a kill
year,
early
we're
on
not
before
going to
the
give you
next
salary.
ward
Those will be your
starts
resting
up,
months,
then that's
maybe.
Great, because
right?
it looks like the UAE
Unless
might
you
actually
go
wanna contest
to
these, right? They're
internationals.
trying to find space
If you
to
make
work
it to
with in their own
internationals, then
jungle,
we will pay you
trying to
salary
scrap
because
up
you'll
what they
be
can. Because,
playing
like you
for the
mentioned,
off season.
Who is that saving grace for them later on?
So let's
right?
say
He needs
upper
a
ends of
couple
30
more
grand a month
minutes,
for
I would say.
salary.
He's got 3
Lower, I
items
mean,
he
upper
needs. He
end
needs
of 30
another
grand a
one.
year
And
for
also in the
salary. Lower
defensive
end of
department,
25
he's
grand
got
a year.
Deal pretty much with this. Now it looks like
That's pretty
ward's
low.
gonna be started up once again.
If they make it to internationals, you could get sponsors on jerseys and probably cover that.
He's just focusing on the objectives. He gets them. And
Like
meanwhile,
comparative to like
Black's been doing an amazing
Valorant,
job
like
just
okay, like
holding up that front line.
Disguised
You can
Toast
see it. UAE
made a team
wants
in
to come
in
here.
Valorant.
They want to get vision on this.
DSG.
But it's just too late. It's better
He
if
said
they
he spent
just defend
100
for the
grand
base.
for the year.
Melted down quickly.
And they're not
Objective
even
secured
tier
by
1.
Brazil.
They're not even in the main league.
Taking the Lord with them, they would have an extra advantage.
He said he spent 100 grand on
Just
that
look
team.
at defenses. UAE hasn't taken down a single turret from top to bottom, even though there's a slither of health there. This is the lacking department of their own composition, the damage. But at some point, they're also respecting the damage out of Brazil, that they want to buy more time, and this is the mid-game. Will this be the answer of 7?
Yeah, but here's the
Just
thing.
look at his items
Here's
right
the thing,
now.
man.
He has the Ice Queen wand.
There's
He has mana
teams that are
present, so he has more smoke. Once
overseas.
they commit to that, it could actually be
There's
a
teams
key
in Brazil,
to
right,
penetrate
like
that
you
line
know,
of
like
Brazil. But
there's
at some point,
teams
if there
overseas
is
that are
some
probably
bit of hesitation coming from the advantage
spending,
when they
you know,
decide to strike,
pretty close to
that could
20
mean
grand a
different
year.
route if they do so.
Tizio has had a very passive game for
Like,
the most
do you
part.
think,
He's focusing
like,
on objectives. Now he's going to help the team push into here. Turret goes down to the base.
Like, you
Bottom
think, like,
side, Lord will be worked on.
even the team that's
now
like getting
set on the mid lane, UAE trying to hold on, clear
5th
these
to
waves
7th
as fast
place
as possible.
in MPL,
They have to
like
respect
how much
the
do you think they're
poke
spending a year
skill. It is
USD?
there, especially from 7M Dan.
PH
on the
Evos?
Sylvaria, they clear it out.
Like,
they
yeah,
hold
like, how
on
much do you think,
a little
like-
bit longer. Both turrets though, mid and top, lose
Like
more
last
than
year,
half of their health. And you can see it, right?
Onyx
Brazil,
PH,
still, even despite the
which
lead
got
they
what?
have, they're still respecting
8th
what
place?
could happen.
How much do you think
for
they paid
UAE.
that year?
Black, though, he's going to be just
He's
fine.
just pulling 3 members out of the base of UAE.
Consecrates
Indo
through.
salary for vet pros
And again, they still have to work
with
through these immortalities
accolades
as well.
is
They
close
don't
to
wanna
4 to
commit.
5K
They don't
USD
wanna
per month.
overly commit. They just
There you
have
go.
to control these lanes pushing in.
Let's say even a new player. Let's say even a new
There's gonna be
player.
no
It's probably
signal
what,
here.
like 500
No
USD a
world
month.
manipulation expended. Upa takes quite a bit of damage, ultimately fine. Heals back up with that Haas Clause, and they're back to it.
Let's check on the damage department here.
They
for
do get
Rez.
ads. I'm just saying it's. I don't think it's like people
Rush
make
the
it out like
Rose Gold
it's
meteor here present
most. You have to understand
from
this.
his
Most
own
esports
protection
teams
because
don't
there's
make money.
damage coming in from Syndra,
That
and
is
as
a
well as
well-known
from
fact.
Luna's Mathilda. So having a way of the
Even
having
in
an
League
assurance
and
with
Dota
him
and
is
stuff,
actually
most
have to have
esports
that extra
teams
shield
are.
once
It
his
is a
HP
drowning
drops low. So
pool.
with the immortalities present right now on Brazil, they could actually have more confidence to have a pickoff from this one. That's the reason why Super Seniors now is having a way of stealing an ultimate out of Travis. But so far, if this
And I'm not saying all
he
don't,
can't
but
move an
most
additional
esports
step,
organizations
he
are
could
not
get
making
pickoff
money.
by UAE.
Divine Glaive being picked up here too by Drago will help them out. You saw that the build they were going for between him and 7Dam, very equal, right? I mean, they have pretty much the same
Yes.
items, but with Drago picking up the Divine Glaive.
But
that
even
is
that,
gonna
all
help
that's
them
doing
because
is
if you're
covering
looking
the
at a lot of these
salary.
teamfights here, 06,
That's just covering
they have to
salary right
be
there.
able to kind of burst
Like getting
through
sponsors.
what's happening. And now that Upa has had this
Like,
pretty good
you think
game
they're
on
getting
Zero
more than
Dawn, we've
100
seen
grand a year
struggle,
from those
at
sponsors
least statistically,
for putting a
you know,
logo on a
up in-
jersey?
Up to this point in the playoffs. Upa's
I don't know
where he
about
needs
that.
to be. You just have to catch him. But who is going to
Like,
catch
yeah,
him?
some-
Right? Your biggest
some do
thing
okay.
is poking them down from a distance.
I'm just saying, from
Defending
what
the
I've
base,
like from the research
I
I've
just
done,
wonder
like you
how
can
long
look it
they
up.
keep it up. From what we saw last series, man, where Kazakhstan held on for what 3
That's
Lord
why.
pushes past
That's
that
also
20-minute
why,
mark,
like
despite the 10K gold deficit that they have, you can't say
RQ asked
it's
for $1 million.
impossible,
It's because
right?
they
So
probably
UAE,
spent more
work
than
cut
$1
out
million.
for them. Lord's
Like
gonna be started up here.
that's why, like most of
Probably
these teams, they just have big
uncontested. You can
investors.
see them
They have
getting
big
in
investors.
position,
Like
though, and it will
RQ.
come down once again to this defense from
I heard a team
UAE.
wants to
Can
buy
they
RQ
pull it
Lemon.
off?
RQ US for $1 million. So that's kind of ridiculous.
Glad that you pointed out.
Or 1 million USD or one.
Brazil
Well, it's
has
definitely not 1 million
established
rupees because that's only like
against
$100.
UAE. If you're looking for a way
1
of
million
having
USG.
a catch for
I
the
don't know.
position of Brazil, either Jed right now.
I'm just saying,
could
if you
actually
do the
jump
research,
with his Terizla flicker combo, as we used
Esports
to say,
teams are not.
you have the penalty
Esports
zone, you have the
is not like
flicker. It's the
a.
element of surprise that they actually do.
You don't
He
buy
has
a
the blade
esports
armor, he
team to
has
make
the
a whole
oracle, he
bunch
has
of
it on
money.
his ice. probably
I'll tell you
have
that.
complete the attack speed, but good thing that you point
There are
out,
people
Drago
that
right
make
now.
money, but like
Since
the owners
he's
of the
rocking
teams,
the Impure Rage,
the
he
investors,
has more ways to
they're not
amplify
getting
the
much.
glowing
They're not
wand
getting
and
turned
Divine
really.
Blade. That is complete magic penetration and damage.
What the
over
owners of the teams
time.
do is they find
So
big
with that kind of
investors
scorch power,
who are interested,
once
philanthropists,
either a
things like
pseudo-tech,
that. Like for
Martis
example,
or
RQ.
even, Charizla could
Pretty
actually
sure the
initiate
main
setup
investor, the main
that could
owner of
mean business for
RQ
Drago to just use
is
the
the
void
guy who
crystals,
like owns
use
like
the
the
RWM,
hotel that we
and
stayed at in
slow everybody
Indonesia.
down on team
Someone was
fights.
telling me that
Will this
he's the one who
be
owns that
their
hotel,
chance, though,
and he's
to
just a
Travis
fan of
up top,
esports.
half HP.
Okay, Lord
just like a
still bottom
fan.
side. They're going to lose the inhibitor turret here. They have to make a choice. What do we focus on? Meanwhile, Brazil now eyes set on the mid lane. Lord still now making its way to the crystal. Will be worked on. Clear it out. Jed going to take a couple shots here. The lane now pushing into the mid side. A couple hits away for this turret. Base is going to be fully exposed. Circling Eagle comes through from Luna. No follow-up, though. They're happy with just getting these base turrets. They don't want to overcommit here for Brazil.
10k gold lead. No turrets left for UAE to hold and defend. Now they have just minion waves trying to compensate the destruction of their turrets. There's no defenses being taken down inside of Brazil. So now they have a bit of a time and advantage because they waited for the ultra late game, as we call it. We have two mages right now that can be activated. That's the Novaria, that's 7M Dan, and Drago with RWM. The problem is if they could get caught at some setup that Brazil could actually do, it could mean devastation for them. But if they can have a chance to rotate around the map and take a pick off out of this team, they have a way of deteriorating or taking out the damage department of Brazil. Look at that.
Okay, the fight for this
Jed and
orange buff
Travis.
here. They might actually just give it a go. Penalty zone comes through. Super Syndra going to force them back. They're cut off from
Bro,
the
this is the
team
first time
here.
we've had such
Still
a
gonna go, and
chill
Travis
game,
has
huh?
that mortality too. The rest of
Sorry,
his
I
team
haven't
coming
been
to
paying
back
attention.
him
I've
up.
been
There's
talking
the
to you guys
RWM
so
gonna
much.
force Black back too, but he's quite tanky.
Oh, look at the
Torn apart
damage.
memory already going to be used.
20 minutes
Travis
in.
now
Things are actually
on
getting
the
hyped
run.
now.
Upa trying to fire off here. And
6-3.
no one falls, but the immortality was used
Feels like a
up.
PH game,
And
huh?
all this, once again, before the next major objective. The Lord is just seconds away.
That was just a force of peel, power, and damage from Brazil. Used up all resources, ultimates out of UAE. Those kind of team fights and those kind of way of like getting through
Bruh.
in your team fighting composition could
The last
actually
One
mean
Piece chapter,
the
yes.
damage
Kizaru
out of your defenses.
and
Right now,
Luffy.
they can't actually
Kizaru,
even
Luffy.
contest the damage from Super
Jed.
Syndra. Wow, that hurt. That actually hurt.
He's got to respect that damage. We
Sentamaru?
were talking about this earlier, and you can see it, right? Even from Super Syndra, the magic damage is massive at this point. Buzizio going to go ahead and continue this Lord. We'll see if they can turn it around. They decide to go back to the base, too. They've got to manage those waves pushing in, and they just give it up, right? They don't want to contest the Lord. Give this one over to Brazil once again. Defended the base here. We saw once the combination came out from Super Syndra, it's kind of like, all right, now I have second guesses, right? And not only that, but he's fully item locked, and he picks up the magic potion as well. So as they prime up for this base, it's tough.
I have
right, for
not
UAE,
watched the
but
live
they
action
should
yet.
be
I
able
saw
to-
it was on
they should
Netflix
be able
last
to pull it
night,
off. Travis also
and I'm probably
picking
going
up
to watch
some
it,
more
but
magic
I
defense
haven't
here
watched
with
it
the
yet.
Athena Shield. He needs
I
it
wanted to go to
after
sleep.
that.
I went to
He has
sleep at like
magic
9
potion
last
right
night, so I
now.
could
The
wake
Mines
up
of
at
Brazil,
4 and not be
it's go
tired.
time. You have the damage, you have the burst, you have attack damage, and also taunt. A lot of ways to answer and take down the base of UAE. So with the moment that they have the magic potion right onto their hands, look at that item lock. Is that two? No, that's one Guardian Helmet, even Queen's Wings. Is this delaying the inevitable? But Buzizio here receiving damage though.
Certainly he'll come through. They found the target. Travis going to be the one. He goes back towards the crystal. Lord still has to be worked on. Jed going to go in with the penalty zone flicker, forcing Upa back, but no one falling just yet. Jed taking the brunt of the damage, has the immortality available. They clear the
Still no
Lord
finish.
and the minions. Brazil quite low. They'll heal back up the best they can. UAE holds on at the 22.5-minute mark. Can the game end here? Brazil wants it, but it's not going to happen. Base by UAE. They hold on longer.
Yeah, wave clear still present. They have the Eve, they have the Novaria, and this is their window to actually shine with all of the items present. Yes, there's a 10k gold deficit,
But for UAE to strike here,
I heard that
is an
Ukraine
advantage.
forfeited.
Will they be in
Yes.
pursuit? Will they be able to catch or isolate one from Brazil? Because they're looking for avenues. At some point, 5 minutes ago, they were looking for a way of isolating a member, either Super Syndra or Upatiza. Because if they commit to team
I want to
fights,
finish this game, but
which
I
is
have
longer
to.
than,
After this game, I
10
might have to step
15
away for like
seconds,
10
I
minutes,
actually wanted
10,
them to
15
fall
minutes.
down. So that's the problem. So either they sacrifice one with a great setup, or they can actually just go through.
Might
and
be better
defend
for me to
over
do
and
it
over.
now.
At this point in this territory and game-wise, like this is longer than usual, right? 23 minutes in, we've seen 4
Bigger
lords now.
knock.
This next one is going to be
Yes,
even
that's what we all
stronger,
hope for.
right, at that point. So UAE, yes, they had a successful defense there, and can they continue to pull that off? Now, to a certain degree, they
Hope that
could.
when that time
But we
skip
saw
hits,
them
everyone
burn through
gets
some of the
bigger
immortalities
knockers.
as well from Brazil. So it gets that much more, basically crucial for them, and how they approach those fights, because as that Lord gets stronger, as those minions get stronger marching in, it takes you a little bit longer to clear them out, and that's where Brazil is looking to punish. So some of the timing here too from Brazil's initiations, it looks like it's a little bit off, right? Or at least the counter punch is usually coming from Jed, the way that he's playing this Terizla. And although he had, KDA-wise, Jed's just 0-1-1, but for the most part, he's at least keeping people at bay, and he's got a counter around what Black is doing here. So now it's down to this once again. Lord spawns, Bazizio in position once again.
If Brazil takes
UAE
this
probably
Lord,
just gonna make
I'm
the
probably
call.
going to step
We
away.
might try to get some vision utilizing this Novaria that we have, but ultimately, maybe we just give it up here. They still have to manage the waves crashing in on
I need
the
this
top
Lord
side.
to be the final one.
Dan just picked up the Blood Wings. We have the highest.
I gotta help get my
magic
daughter
power
ready for
penetration
school.
Onto the team.
They're gonna go
Will
for
they
it.
commit to this though? There's one member coming from the back though.
Okay, the slides
Oh.
come through. There's the
All right, yeah,
taunt.
this is the
Now
fight.
they're
This
gonna
is the
get
fight. This is the
collapsed on
fight.
Backside. Buez
This is
in
where it all
trouble.
happens.
Black focusing him down. Immortality comes through. They're waiting for Drago to get there. The flicker comes in from Super
Down
Syndra,
goes
able
easy.
to get the kill
That's
with
it,
his own
GG's.
penalty zone. Drago makes
Wait, no,
his way
Super
to the
Syndra,
party,
it's one
but
for
it's
one.
only Black caught in the real world manipulation. Buzizio now leading the frontier.
Let's go.
with
Travis goes down. That's it.
Black.
That's it. Jeez,
Finally,
jeez,
Immortality will be
jeez,
caught.
jeez.
Travis is going to go down here.
Jeez.
Upa still alive
Jeez,
with the
jeez.
Immortality. Brazil does not need the Lord
I'm
here.
leaving the stream up,
Two
though. I'm not
are
going
down
anywhere.
For
I'm just
UAE,
leaving
do
for
they
a
run
second.
it down mid? Do they go for the Lord? It looks like they're going to go for it here. Black once again paired with Bazizio in the front. And it looks like they just get the call. You know what, guys? We want this Lord. It's better. It's safer. They go for it. But look at this.
I need to
UAE
step away,
also
but I don't want
knows
to.
what's up. They don't want to give this one up freely.
Yeah, not yet, because in the ultra late game, you have longer death timers. As you can see, they went from 60, 72 seconds, and now with no damage deal from Travis, even for
Wait,
Buez.
but it looks like
This is a
they're gonna
window.
try to
Brazil
Upa.
will take, Upa though. Oh,
Look at those numbers,
oh,
man.
wow.
They're not
Just
gonna go
showing
for
up on our
steal.
streams
But
like
if all- but if they bottom
340 and
line,
300.
all 5 members,
Devastating to
back
see.
up.
The problem with it too is all the immortalities are back, right? Like everything that was accomplished earlier on about 5 minutes ago, it's back to that, right? Immortalities are there. The potions are starting to be picked up. That's the 5th Lord now. And UAE once again finds themselves in the defense, but this one is very grim. Like at this point, 5 Lords, the 5th one, the
Look at
charged
that.
up here. It's going to be tough for them to defend this one.
I'm seeing 3 Immortalities. I'm seeing Divine Glaives. We have also Queen's Wings. We have a damage reduction for the Uranus. Change with the Rapid Boots. He wants to get more in the front line, having that extra movement speed, plus the addition of the Queen's Wings. Right now, you have extra damage reduction paired with the Oracle. Oh, he actually sold it. He used with the Anticuraz and the Dominance Ice. So with this point in time that they have the late game in their own side, they have greater ways to actually soak up more damage, because the department right now, the damage department of UAE is much stronger. But how can they defend this?
Black once again going to push them back here. Luna went in. Jed jumps in for that penalty. They're able to find Upa, but he's fine for now. Still has the immortality. They have to get rid of this Lord here before the crystal is destroyed. Upa, finally immortality going to go down, but the Lord is still up. And Brazil is looking to take this game in a long 27.5-minute match. They draw first blood in the series.
The longest game right now in the playoffs. It's the lower bracket. And this is the energy. This is the mindset of the teams right now. It's go big or go home. But having the strength right now to recover coming in from yesterday, Brazil slowly refining their own comfort picks. And the draft, wow, being vibrant. Mathilda onto the win rate, man. We have to put it in our list.
It's great to see it, right? And at the same time, I feel like this also could have been a game that maybe ended 5 minutes ago, right? Like there was an opportunity for them to end it, and you actually saw, like if you guys caught that earlier, right? There was something off with the initiation and then the follow-up timing, basically, right? But still, inevitably, Brazil does it. They get the job done. 27.5 minutes. That is quite a long game in the current state of MLBB competitive play. And for the most part, 5 Lords as well. Bazizio had a great job. I feel like this was, how we call it, like vacation mode for gold laners. Like this was almost vacation mode for the jungle for Brazil.
Gold laners on holiday.
Yeah.
Because you were saying the game could have ended 5 minutes ago. Well, let's check up on who's the MVP of this game. Coming from Brazil, it's none other than Upa TZ, the Irithal, with a kill participation of 88%. Look at that items. He even had the Winter Truncheon on the 27-minute mark, having a great defense of invulnerability in team fights, and you have splash damage and physical penetration all present, and you have the sprint. You have a way to escape, you have a way to get in the back line of the team. He was just going around with his tiger and throwing arrows on everybody.
Yeah, I love that he did the switch too. He had the immortality. Once that was gone, he then switched over to the Winter Truncheon there, so buying a little bit of extra time. So, just great job here from Upa TZ. Also on a hero like we've been basically talking about since, even when we saw it in the group stages and then we saw it yesterday. Irithil's just one of those heroes. You need the time. And I feel like Brazil had nothing but time in this match, this game number 1, right? They were able to do that. They were able to secure themselves a lot of these objectives.
Yeah.
And there was so much focus on these gold lanes. And I think Luna played it very well, especially not just as a team, how they protected that gold lane. Because at that point, we've pretty much talked about this extensively. Like you either have to, I don't want to say completely babysit the lane, but you have to take care of it. You have to make sure that your goal laner gets to where they need to be.
Yeah, better performance for Luna, great coverage on the map early game, but now it's game number 1. Point goes to Brazil. We'll be in a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And we're back for the second match of Brazil and UAE. This is still the playoffs, and we're at the lower bracket of Yash 2023 World Esports Championships. And this is Mobile Legends Bang Bang. You're back here with us at the desk. I am OSX. I'm with Naisu, and a tough game that we're seeing. We're seeing more teams recover from yesterday, and that is just Brazil taking the first point against UAE.
Yet again, you know, based off what we just saw from the previous match, it was a long one. It was 27 plus minutes, 27 and a half, I think. And it was also I just feel like it could have been a little cleaner on both sides, you know, for the most part.
Yeah,
like it was a game that was extended because of certain reasons and certain things fell apart here. But Brazil, like I said, ultimately getting the win was great. I think if you're UAE, once again, I want to talk about the team that has to make up for that first match, right? They have to make grounds here. If they want to stay alive in this tournament, they have to take it to a 1-for-1. UAE, on the other hand, they really need to focus on the jungle, right? And I said this actually before we went in even to the first draft, you know, focusing on the jungle here I think is crucial for both of these teams, but now more so than ever for UAE because, man, we just saw Brazil coast through the jungle. Every single turtle, every single lord, basically, every single objective.
All objectives, not even a tower taken.
Yeah, literally in the hands of Brazil. So if you're UAE, you want to kind of be able to prep for that, right? You want to go in with this game plan for the second game on how do we secure ourselves a better time in the jungle. And that might be dealing with also, you know, managing the roam options here available for you because once again, like I said, in the XP lane, it was relatively well. Jed, with the Terizla for him, didn't work out the way that he wanted to. I feel like for a majority of the game, when you lock in a Terizla, you want to be able to initiate a lot of the fights, but when you are constantly kind of losing these lanes, losing the space around the map, how do you find those initiations, right, for the most part? Because Buez was nowhere near where he had to be on that Brody pick the previous game by the time that they were looking for these early fights, these early skirmishes, you know, so I just feel like for UAE as a whole, secure that jungle for you, and hopefully it has this kind of ripple effect in the other lanes as well. And, you know, maybe that's up to, let's go and just go the hyper route, right? Let's do this assassin jungle pick and go there and really control the pace of the game.
Speaking of base, I know where you're going to, or where you're coming from, and looking by the struggle that they're looking for an avenue or a setup, at some points you said, it could have been over 5 minutes from then, but they were looking for ways of like isolating more members out of Brazil. But with the presence or with the threat of Mathilda being with them most of the time, it's just completely a complete counter if somebody makes the first wrong move on who they catch against Brazil. So yes, they have ways to answer that. They have the ultra late game with them. They have all the items locked in. They have all the damage. They have all the magic. But the problem is, how will they execute it? I know that you're coming from a way that you're seeing a different route for the composition, but maybe if it was a different choice for Terizla or for Jed, it could go in a different way. Because yesterday, we see him use the Yuzong. Good performance on the Yuzong yesterday, and this might be their chance to maybe go back on how they want to publish or refine this game, or iron something out from what happened to game number 1, because it's just the team fighting composition that they're working through. Yesterday they used the Valentina, they even used the Angela, and had a good Melissa game.
Yeah.
So with that, they just need more time because they went through the ultra late game world. The death
What happened? We lost 70
so
viewers.
long, it takes up to 70 seconds to even respond. It was just an inevitable
Brazil won.
vision. Like, if somebody falls down here,
how did it end up going down?
Boots, he wants to get more in the front line, having that extra movement speed, plus the addition of the Queen's wings. Right now, you have extra damage reduction paired with the Oracle. Oh, he actually sold it. He used with the Anticuraz and the Dominance Ice. So with this point in time that they have the late game
too
in their own side,
they have greater ways to actually soak up more damage. Because
chicken
department
when
right now,
live, all
the
my
damage
viewers
part of
left
UAE is much stronger. But how can they defend this?
Black once again going to push them back here. Luna went in. Jed jumps in for that penalty zone. They're able to find Upa, but he's fine for now. Still has the immortality. They have to get rid of this Lord here before the crystal is destroyed. Upa, finally immortality going to go down, but the Lord is still up. And Brazil is looking to take this game in a long 27.5. Why, if you're just kind of comparing Game 1 draft and then what's ahead of us for Game 2,
I'm back, guys.
they can kind of go that route. Not only that, but they should be obviously on that blue side. They should be having that priority if they can, the flip here. And at the same time,
I don't know if
maybe
Indo versus
it's
PH
also
will be
just
packed.
This OSX, like,
I
you
don't think
wanna
that many
go
Southeast
for these assassin
Asians
junglers who
went
we've
to
only
Romania
seen
to watch.
a small percentage of teams be able to really utilize. Like, there's only certain teams or players even that like to go that basically assassin route, right? Maybe they take the Fredrin this time. So here we go.
Draft is up. Now we're looking at the prio bands of UAE. It's the Florin, and it's a problem for
Prime
region.
sponsor.
You were talking about sustain.
We definitely
we were
need
talking
sponsors.
about different ways to counter the region, and this is one way to secure it. We're going with the respect band again with the Estes, and for Brazil, you have the Eve as well. So taking out the AoE coverage just a big of a problem for team fights. So if they ban out the Eve, a lot of things could be open again. We might see Fredrin again. And with this, slowly getting through that sustain. They take out the Angela as well, take out the Eve. So one thing that could be open, and that what was missing for UAE, is the pull. It's the pick-off. Kaja was banned in game number 1 in order for even the Matilda to even show on the last pick. The prio ban on the first phase of UAE was the Kaja. So in a way, they're seeing more of the counters early on, so they can have a greater positioning on the draft. So Baksha is out. You don't want that sticky. Again, Tortoise Puissance around all of the team fights. And for Angela being out of the picture, a lot of assassin heroes could actually show up. See, talking about Kaja, the pick-off was missing from UAE. Brazil completely takes out it.
Right now, like I said, still open is the Fredrin. They could probably just prioritize that, park him in the goal, or park him in the XP, or even the jungle.
Make brands invest in the game.
Fredrin
I mean,
pops up. Not a surprise.
here's the thing, though, right? Like,
Statistically still the highest here.
A streamer with
globally, actually,
1,000 live viewers
fits the role anywhere. So now the response
could get a sponsor on their stream.
Because Eve is taken out. You obviously
even if it's not a lot.
Take a
even if it's only
Valentina
like,
for
you
the
know,
most part, or you can actually just
let's
go ahead
say
and take Novaria,
$500
since
a
she is
week, or
also
every time you go
open.
live, a
But,
couple
you know,
$100.
even with that vision,
like
that
NACT
Novaria provides
should be able to
you,
get
you
some
know,
sort
you
of
have to be
small
able to
sponsorship,
follow
and
up
then like
with
for the
that kind
grand
of
finals,
information. So
we did
with a
80K
lot
last
left
time.
on the table,
Like
for
that,
Brazil here for their priority picks, these two that
it would
they
at
get,
least cover
they
the
can kinda play
casters,
around
right?
with
It
this,
will,
right?
it'll
It's
like
okay
I
to
feel like
give up the
anything
Fredrin,
is
really, 'cause
something,
you
even
can
if it's
play
just a
against
small
it,
sponsor, even if it's
depending on
only,
how you wanna play
let's say,
around with this jungle.
You're talking about follow-up
10
for
grand for the
Novaria?
whole
Well,
season.
Keto
Like it
could
doesn't
be
need to be like
open.
$100 grand sponsorship. It could be
Turismo.
10 grand,
Oh, yeah.
and it would
Paired
cover
up
all
with
their
the Valentina,
all
that's
their
complete AoE
everything they
disaster.
spend on
Right
casters,
onto
or like
early
it would
game,
cover,
and
you
have
know.
more advantage. You had a good Valentina game in game 1 for Brazil, and it was ahead against
I
the
don't know.
mages of UAE. So don't change what's not broken.
Might as well not. Valentina just too clutch also as a mid lane option. Really makes the other team, you know, kind of decide like really what do we want to give up, you know, and
You know,
we've
like
actually seen
NordVPN
Valentina
or
take
something.
Appraiser's Wrath from Fredrin's, and it actually works out. So now that you have that, you know, if you're able to get it into a combination with a penalty zone, then great. But still,
I'm seeing one thing.
Yeah.
Kadita is open.
Finally.
Kadita is open. Okay, they went for a tank. Since there's
Tired of not being
there's
able to get
no-
your region exclusive
Okay.
skins? Download NordVPN,
Okay, they
and you
went
can
for the
pick up
tank
that Yoda skin next
option
time.
first and on the Varia.
You can get that
Vision
Manny Pacquiao
and-
skin next
I
time.
know, I just don't.
Just
like,
download
UAE,
NordVPN.
Them, I don't think they wanted to take the.
There's your sponsor ad lib right there.
Either A, they're not confident in using it, right, for the most part, because of Kadita. The way that she works is once you use your combination, once it's gone, you know, you kind of just down and out for a while till it's back up, right? This is actually safer for them and more of, I feel like, just probably comfort, because not only do you have that Fredrin, which is just an all-around, you know, for the most part, hero, but now that you paired it up with a Kufra, it allows you to, once again, like I said with Novaria, you get vision. But what do you do with the vision, man? Like, you have to be able to follow up with it. And having a Kufra alone that can surprise the enemy team coming from different angles with the vision that you got is great, right? But still, you want to be able to follow up on it with a great gold lane option. You're going to see bans focusing on that, right? Because also with Brazil, they don't have a gold lane yet. And you can see the Earthil being taken out. We just saw MVP performance from that, so good solid choice. We'll see if they actually use their last ban towards that gold lane as well for Brazil.
We talk about a good option. Beatrix is better for either these two teams can take. They have the Valentina, they have the Fredrin. Also, it's a good pair. You've mentioned about, well, great meta for Fredrin and the Kufra, but if you want to have a good pair with it, with the Marksman, well, this sets up a way of, they're pushing either UAE to take the Beatrix, or just let it go.
Claude's still open as well. They could go that route. We'll see if this last
For the
ban
MLBB
is,
community's
again,
sake, what do you mean?
Focus on the gold lane options. We see this. We see this trend just happening, right? Focus on these gold laners. Let them either farm up or just kind of babysit them for a little bit, and then they eventually end up.
I don't know
carrying
what
their
I would
weight,
do
right,
on
later
TikTok.
on. But I like this. I like that.
If
at
someone
least
wants
both
to give me a
teams
video
are
idea
matched in
every
terms of,
day,
like,
I'll
what
post
their
to
game
TikTok
plan
every
for
day.
jungle is, right? They're
You just tell me,
technically two
this is what you're going to post
tanky
today. Take a
utility
video of this,
junglers
and I'll do it.
Who basically serve the same purpose. You're also complemented very well with heroes that can also set things up, so you're not the one to do it. That last ban is the gold lane for that Brody, so they take out the Brody here.
You know what's a good pair for an EXP here with a Fred? It's the first time that we're seeing Joy open for this draft. And UAE doesn't have an EXP yet, so that could be an option as well. Backline penetration for the Claude, also the Terizla. Okay, onto the Marksman, Leslie.
Leslie works.
It seems with a Claude's distance with the BMI and just go bobs and weaves using the skill to spam everybody out of the lane. Well, it's fair, but also aids with vision though.
I was gonna say, this is Vision City, man. Like UAE has Vision
City
all over the place, based just with those two alone, right? Leslie, they can utilize that. Not only that, but obviously with the Novaria too. So I don't know, man. If they're not finding the setups that they need with the Kufra, you know it's bad news with that, right? So they also cap it out with, once again, Xborg coming to play. Now, when we saw him earlier today, it didn't work out very well. So we'll see if this draft, at least this team composition, can capitalize on what Xborg brings to the table, right? And obviously, like, the true damage, paired even with the true damage from Leslie, is amazing. Yeah. That is a lot to deal with. Even if you try to build defensively, if you're dealing with true damage, you know, that makes it a little bit harder.
Okay, you need the tank option, and yeah, you have the
Luna Classic.
A classic from yesterday, and this time around, we're looking for a different shift on how will they utilize this composition. But on the other hand, UAE has more flavors to show here for their own composition. You have vision, you have damage. Well, Leslie on the previous match has a great amount of poke. Maybe mid-game, you have more damage to utilize with your basic attacks. So with this, yesterday, it was a struggle for the Lolita for Luna. Let's see how he bounces back for this one, for the game of the lower bracket. It's game number 2. Let's see how they go.
Again, I think, you know, you have to have enough reset here for UAE after a mentally long game, you know, just in general, 27.5 minutes from game 1. And this plan that they're approaching this game 2 with does look better, right? At least on paper. We'll see if they can execute it, though.
It's game number 2. Who is going to move forward, or somebody would actually push for a game number 3? We're going for the pause, and just by speculating onto the emblems right on our screens, I see 2 quantum charges, stable emblems that we can actually see for those 2 heroes right in Brazil and UAE. Probably it's that amplified start of the holiday of your own lane. Because if you don't have the quantum charge with you, utilize the basic attacks, you have regen back at you to sustain your lane. It's something that you can't just keep doing over and over again without being visited or even ganked.
I'd like to see this, right? You see the smiles from UAE and the members there. And it's, you know, even, like I said, Jed, we had the opportunity to talk to some of these guys in person while we've been, you know, here visiting and even before.
Bro,
and
I'm going to say MY this season is hype.
For this moment, and now that it's come down to this,
consistent streams,
at a match
Quirky,
point,
yeah.
right? They have to bring this to
We've
a
been
game
consistent,
3
bro.
Two members as well.
I've even been going to sleep early to wake up early.
The Claude and the Marcus.
Woke up at 4:30 a.m. today. Went to sleep at 9:30 last night.
Having and gaining
Top G status, bro.
over the possible way to cross the early game visit. So you're coming in for a pause.
We've been streaming for 4 hours, which is also pretty crazy.
The possible defense or even approach early game, because the previous match, UE was just focused on taking on objectives, looking for someone to isolate out of the map early game, trying to have a shutdown. But maybe this time around, with the more utility they have, having the Fredrin, maybe this could set things up differently.
And as they get situated here, while they figure things out, again, you can only contemplate so much based on the drafts we've seen until it's finally, you know, in action. Right now, we're very early on as we jump back in. 30 seconds in, both junglers looking to have
we still here,
easy
bruh.
time, I would say, for this start. Based on the lineups, you don't expect too much action early on, at least from the jungle perspective, right? This is also just going to come down, once again, how is the vision utilized here for UAE? Can they get that momentum going, right? And it usually starts around here, too. A lot of early action.
I just ate some oatmeal with apples and peanut butter. Now I'm really powered up, bro.
Has the flicker out. Able to hold on with his life, though, but expending the flicker.
4 members poked onto Jed, and the Firaga armor.
Yeah, it's been 4 hours already. We're at 4 hours and 6 minutes right now.
For safety, and you were talking about vision, how will it actually work for UAE? Well, it takes a bit of time to amplify this Novaria and also the Leslie. What can 7M Dan do? It's probably get
I would just say, like, the
for
clips
his
I've seen of MY and, like,
great
players,
tools
like,
to actually have an
talking
exchange with the
smack
folks.
here
Because
and
if they
there.
have so much
I wish
vision
we
right
got
now,
that more,
the
bro.
damage needs to pair
In MLBB
with their
Esports, like,
attack.
globally.
If that thing is missing,
Sometimes I
that
wish
department
everyone
is
wasn't so
completely
humble,
missing,
bro.
It's a struggle for them to actually compensate the defense of Brazil.
Okay, looking for a play here on the top side. They're ready to get the flicker around. Upa's in trouble under the 30 goes. Safely away. Travis taking a couple shots too. Has to get back though. They got to reset. Turtle's coming up here in a couple
Like, I
seconds.
get
You
it,
can
kind
see
of,
already
in
Bazizio
esports,
being in place.
just because
They have to
it's
go
very
ahead
hard
and
in
get
esports
ready
to,
here
like,
as we take another
continuously
quick break.
be the
Now,
best.
with this, right, you're seeing the action
But, like,
here
you know,
early
you
on,
watch
2
sports,
minutes in.
like
No
normal
one goes down
sports,
yet, though, but they are
and players
able
love
to
talking
get
smack,
some of
bro.
these early,
I love
would
that
say,
stuff,
battle
bro.
spells out.
I
Now,
don't
how
even
does that
watch
correlate to
basketball,
what's gonna
but
happen
if I
with
see
that
a clip
first
about
objective fight?
basketball
That's
players
where
talking
it
shit to
really
each
falls
other,
into place.
You know what?
or like they're on the
Battle
court
spells,
and they're
yes,
talking
it's a
smack
big
to each other on the
factor
court,
now, since early
bruh.
game has an advantage
I'm watching
for
it.
Brazil.
I'm watching
and
it,
if
man.
that resources deplete quickly from minute 1 to 2, it's something that they can use up against UAE. So with that, they need to have more discipline. They need to have a different approach to hold those resources in the right moment, especially in taking the first objective. Again, we can only speculate so much. We see 3 flickers from Brazil, same as UAE, and one thing also is changing is how they execute their CCs. A good amount of CC here, though, for Brazil, for UAE as well. You have the Kufra, you have the Martis as well that can actually be a catch with the Ashara, and also with that Lolita, though. The Numenon Blast as well, game changer for Leslie. So they need to protect their back line moving on if you are UAE.
Okay, jumping
Like,
back into
let
it.
me just say
Turtle
something.
now up.
What game sounds more fun to
This looks
watch, guys?
very
So
similar
let's
to what
lay
we
down
saw,
2
at least
storylines. You
Bazizio
tell me
doing
which one
previous
sounds more
game.
fun to watch,
This time,
right?
7M Dan here.
So,
Drago as well. First
all right,
blood, though,
guys.
on
So
Jed.
Brazil and UAE, they've been having lunch every day together. They're like best friends. So today we're gonna have to see them fight it out. It's sad, and yeah, it's a pretty good storyline. But you know what sounds much better?
They're happy with the 2 kills.
Listen, man, these guys have been bumping into each other in the hall. Luna and Drago have been telling each other they won't even go to lunch at the same time together. That's how much there is dislike between these 2 players, and you could tell there is heat in the air. They denied the handshake before the game. They want to rip each other's throats out. This is going to be interesting. Which game sounds more hype, bro? Which game sounds more hype?
More ways to actually have a chance of penetrating the back line. That is the Navaria that we're talking about. Mana and magic penetration now with the boots present in Valentina actually gives extra way for movement speed and also damage. With this, focus on the top. Look at the jump from 7M Dan.
Okay, still not going to be able to convert that just yet. Damage from Buez, going to take a little bit of time here, right? But this is what you're kind of expecting to see UAE go for. They have to be decisive. They have to make plays.
First one.
Oopa.
Shut up, Ken.
Once again, Travis
We know you
trying
don't
to cut
believe
them
that.
off. Some of them, damn, he goes back with the BMI, takes a couple shots from Buez, lines up the shots, couple shots away, and he finally falls here right in front of the turret. Happy with a kill now, finally going to the hands of Buez. But here is Bazizio looking for the decimate. Can he get it off? He can't. Gets taken back and has to retreat.
Okay, there goes the back and forth, but there's an exchange onto the skill. Drago was low on mana, so the Impure Rage and even his skill set was on cooldown. Having that exchange with the pokes coming in from Syndra, even from Bazizio, might as well retreat back in your turret. Since the outer turret energy shield is still present, you have extra defense for that, just in case, if all else fails, if you get ganked. So it's a good way of utilizing of being cautious because Buez right now is on level 6. Rocking the Quantum Charge against Upa TZ. Well, Brave Smite rather was used now by Claude. A lot of ways to utilize AoE, HP-based damage. So now second turtle is up. Who gets it?
Getting in position here, Bazizio waiting for the rest of the team, making their way. Black as well. Might look for his own initiation. Goes in with a flicker penalty zone, able to find Travis. Bazizio getting that turtle. Last Insanity gonna be used, but they're on the retreat to the turret. Nobody falling just yet. Numenon Blast!
Nice,
coming out
Numenon.
from Luna, able to find two as two members for UAE fall.
Oh.
And a Decimate comes through to clean up.
GG's.
3 down for UAE.
They're not letting anyone go back home. 2 members fall down, going back on their replay. By just as this objective being taken, they were trying to spam Super Syndra, but the ultimate of the Valentina has the Xbox. Right now, Jed is just forced to retreat back, and one of the things that they do here, they didn't see Luna coming.
I don't
with a
watch
two-man
Dota,
blast setup right
but,
off their defense, and Bazizio
but I
was
watched the
going
OG
mad into pursuit,
documentaries.
not letting one member go
I watched
back to
True
base
Sight,
without
and then I watched the
just
comeback.
having a
Or no,
chance
then
to
I
go
watched
back.
like the second True Sight where they won
So
back-to-backs,
once again,
and then I watched
finding
the comeback,
these
which was
leads that
like
they need wherever they can.
who's the
Not only
coach
that, but
for OG?
objectively,
Seb.
exactly
Seb.
how they did the previous
Where
game,
Seb,
so
where they
there
go
has
to
be some
the
type of response here.
It's not the
from
international.
UAE
It's
in
when they
terms of
play
these
in like the
objectives. They
fucking
can't continue to let them go.
Berlin,
Already 2 turrets
whatever.
down as well, so
It's a
they
major.
are
They play in the
working
major and they
with their
win
backs against
with
the
like
wall,
some
just like they
fucking.
were the previous game. Bazizio, this time though, he's having
And
a
Seb
much
actually
more
had to end up
proactive
playing
game,
in the
right?
major.
We saw him with the Fredrin previously. He was just farming up. He didn't really have to do much, but now he's putting in work on this. Travis trying to make a play again. This could be a little too risky. Gonna find Bazizio there
Travis.
once again. Decimate gonna come through. Mega kill already. He is massive. The rest of the team can go through. Luna now
You
gets
could
the
not
stun,
watch
gonna charge
Dota at
up,
all and
will
know
not
nothing
find
about
the
Dota,
connection,
and
though.
those
Meanwhile,
documentaries
there's
are
some
still good as
rotation
fuck.
here from mid into the top lane. Jed has to use the defensive insanity. Flickers out as well. And it's just time after time. It looks like Brazil's just controlling this entire game.
Yeah, the EXP lane right now is not looking good for UAE. All about forcing or depleting out the Firaga armor onto the X-Borg. You can't hold your lane with continuous pokes and even visits from Brazil. Now, with the threat being present from Zizio, it's 4-0-1. Having the killing spree as his emblem, a lot of ways are being utilized by this passive. You have extra damage, you have extra movement speed per kill. So looking at this point, it's just all in team fight. There's just so much follow-up.
Seb.
We have the Antikyras. We have extra damage.
Bro, that's because
depletion, or
Xborg has
even
no defense
the
yet. He went
damage
Bloodlust
from,
Axe, and now he's.
UAE right now could actually be countered with the physical attack reduction. Because we're just looking at Leslie that has the Berserker's Fury. Yes, you have the crit chance, you have the critical attack that actually be used, and also the Bloodlust Axe. But the presence of the
Bro, these
Antikyras
pauses,
present right
man.
now for Martis, he can go tankier.
This might be my
he could
last
go
game,
in,
guys.
just
This might be my
even
last
catch
game.
one for the back line of UAE.
As we take another break here to figure out exactly how this is going to settle in, right? It looks like, yes, Brazil is in control. They're still dealing with some things as well. But right now, UAE, man, the biggest thing that they have to do is just
Is
find
USA
some
playing
form
today?
of
I feel like people are just asking
win
me that
across
question
the
to
map.
troll
the
now.
biggest problem is just everywhere
Like, if you
everywhere
don't
that
know.
they're going, Brazil is able to find wins.
Yeah,
So
bro, USA is playing next.
What kind of response do you have
In an alternate
if you're
universe.
UAE? I think at this point, all you need is actually what you need is a lot of time, man. You need time.
Yeah,
to
the week
farm up.
after in
You
NACT,
need
that's where
time
they're
to
playing.
Get more than just a Berserker's Fury on Buez.
Yeah. You have Sea Like Blades present for the Kufra. And for that's for 7MDN, and we have Enchanted Talisman present for the Novaria. Yes, you have their basic startup items for the mage.
You should have saw, bro, when it was Saudi Arabia versus Kazakhstan.
Fall down twice.
Bro, Kazakhstan asked for like this pause, like mid-fight, and Saudi, like you could see them in the bottom screen. They were all like, "What the fuck's going on?"
From minute 1 to 3. So they are forcing out more of the members of UAE just to be onto the defense and look for crumbs to follow to get more of the objectives.
And as we see them kind of sort things out here, that's the thing, right? Like, objectively, it's really just, at this point for UAE, you know, you find what you can, man. Like, if that's just a turret, take it.
I'll say one thing though, if they would have just not streamed groups, the tournament wouldn't look as bad. Because like this right here is kind of normal. We've seen much worse pauses than this on MPL stage. It's just what happened in group that looks so bad, bro.
And I always feel like that's one of the great things about having a Terizla alone. Like Terizla alone, anytime that flicker is available and the ultimate's available, you can bet on him forcing something, some type of situation, right?
Yeah.
And for the most part, it's working out for them. They don't really have an answer for it if you're UAE. So if that just means, again, getting some of these tier 1 turrets down for space to work around with. But I don't think you can, at this point in the game, and especially with the lead that there is, you really can't leave even Buez alone, right? So somehow he has to farm up past that first item. Like, he needs at least the 3, and especially the BOD. Like, he's far from it. So
Yeah. Yeah, I get it. The damage right now needs to show for UAE. Leslie, on the other hand, they could have enough vision. Yes, probably now is not a good time to attack, not a good time to be in skirmishes, but just to wait on the right moment to get the right items to deflect some damage back against Brazil. Because if vision is concerned, they could use it passively. With the ultimate snipe, you get an amount of vision outside Brazil where they're coming from, but that could just mean an extra help for you to just to feel secure in your own lane. So if that is concerned, you'd have more safety now to cross more of the mid to the later stages of the game.
You know what's tough too is the fact that, again, this is now the second time Xborg just hasn't really worked out here in the playoffs, right?
Yeah.
We've seen it work in especially even in group stages, but for the most part, it's lacking. You know, he has the, I believe it is the Bloodlust Axe that is all that he has, right? So he has that, but still, really, like, how do you, and you kind of take it too. I mean, we actually have seen Xborg placed in the jungle before. You know, in other tournaments and whatnot. And I feel like it actually works really well there, but, you know, with this time, and like we saw previously today, Xborg is just kind of not it. And I feel like part of that too is just the fact that,
bro, I'm watching
you have Last Insanity,
Zane.
you have, you know, the form of the true damage and everything, but realistically, you get whittled down so quickly, like by the poke potential for most of these lineups. You know, that you're not really able to shine the way that you want to, or, you know, utilize the Last Insanity the way you want to. So it gets increasingly harder here when you're already sitting at 0-2, you know, at this point in the game. Also, your jungler 0-3 here. And Travis has actually tried to make plays. Like, he's been looking for those moments himself, looking for those sandwich plays, but there's always just a response. And that's why progressively as that early game finished up,
Ding 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 dong, ding 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 ding
dong. All you can really say is, how do they buy time? You know, how do they buy the next, what, 10 minutes maybe?
That's the problem. How do they cross the bridge? And if you're talking about the Xborg being peeled over and over again, once your frog armor is gone, no matter how you save your ultimate for the right moment, if you get peeled down so quickly, it's useless. So with that being said, they need more damage to compensate with the defense that they need to have right now. So a lot of things could be on the table, but as we wait on how this game to unfold, execution will just
TikTok
matter
time
for this one.
Yep.
Yeah, I got to work at 11.
As we wait for them to settle this in again.
It's like 10:45. I'll leave. I got like an hour and 40 minutes.
In terms of these,
I gotta leave.
The Lord takes, but we're in a similar
but I
fashion
went to
with
sleep
Xborg.
early. I
A
went to
lot of
sleep at
even
like,
the
normally I'm
turtles,
up
just
till
in the
like
hands of
12 or
Brazil.
1 every night.
And you're hoping
I went
in
to
a
sleep at
way,
like
I feel
9 last
I don't
night,
know if this
9:30.
was the game
So I got a
plan, but
solid
for a while you saw some contests going
7
on,
hours.
especially with UAE trying
Waking
to
up at
fight,
4.
at least for space around the turtles, maybe contested a little bit, But then it just seemed like they were like, nah, we'll just give up on the
Some
turtles.
good.
Like, let's just try to get a
It's
kill
crazy when
somewhere.
you think, like, sometimes
Because
I
think
realize, like, if I
you're
just
at
went to
that
sleep
point
earlier,
now,
I could wake up so
where
early.
In your game plan, it's like, well, we can't actually hold our own.
If I just went to sleep at
And
like
these
9
turtle
o'clock
or,
every night,
eventually these
I'd
lure
get up at
fights.
like
So
4
we gotta
a.m.
find these pickoffs where
every
we
day.
can to allow the people that need the gold, especially like we've been saying, Buez, right? It's great that he's got that kill, but if he can grab.
Like, I've
We've seen
debated
this too.
doing
We
that. I've
actually saw
debated
this
changing my
yesterday where,
schedule to being a more
Leslie was
morning
down and out,
schedule,
like
like
0-2 or
going to
0-3
sleep
at
at
one
10
point,
or
and then all of a
11 and
sudden you
waking up at
grab
like
just
5.
let's say 2 kills. You're able to secure yourself 2 or 3 kills.
And
you start building the items that you need. It
streaming
really
for
does
like
turn
2
the tide of
hours
the game,
early
at
in the
least
morning.
the damage department, right? And I feel like that's where we are, and that's why I say, how do you buy yourself a good amount of time, like minutes-wise, 5 minutes minimum, to be at that point where, like, okay, if we actually get into a skirmish, we can at least do something. Because right now it's just not there, man. Like, the tools that they have are just not online.
Not
right?
When is NACT
They got Vision,
resuming?
which is great. We already talked about this in the draft, between the Novari and the Leslie, but really, ultimately, even with Vision,
Not this weekend, but
what are you
next
doing?
weekend.
Yeah. How do you?
I think it starts back on the 9th.
Utilize more of your members, right?
I'll
on
be
free
casting
fights.
on the
Yeah,
9th.
I get you. He had a kill. He had a 1 point.
then it's
out of
only
the quad. So if distance-wise,
like 3 more
he has
more
coverage
weeks
with a snipe and with
till finals.
with her ultimate. So being in a
Till
concealed
playoffs.
state, he actually can take everybody by surprise. A lot of things could actually go their own way. They could actually make some traps here.
Oh, I
If they
might
don't
have to
enough
watch this
damage,
from my
might as
couch.
well
It might
go
be
on full
time
five-man
to
gang.
end the stream, boys.
Because early game right now is not really the right time for the composition to actually work or even start. So, yeah, speculating on the positioning or even the possibility here, a lot of things can actually go either their own way or a different way.
Well, looks like they're almost just about ready here. Again, we'll have to see how it kind of unfolds. We're seeing the thumbs up. And like I said, Brazil is in control of this game. If you guys are just joining us on the streams and everything, Brazil quite dominant for this game, number 2. You can see it here. Black went down there. So they did get a kill. It did go in the hands of Buez, right? Picks up the endless battle, too.
Yeah, we're going to call it, guys.
So after
I got to
everything
use
we
the
were talking about,
bathroom
they're
and
able to actually get that.
probably take a
at least
shower,
kill in
hang
the
out with
hands
the
of Buez,
family.
So that's crucial here, but you can see
Brazil's
right, the
got
plays
this.
are
It's
still
G's.
looking to be made from Brazil. Last
G's.
insanity going to be used. Trying to hold on to this turret here. Will go down. Now Travis going to go in.
See you later, guys. Go watch on some
Not
other
enough
stream.
follow-up just yet. They don't
Have a good
have
night.
the
Have a good
damage
day. Whatever.
available. He's
See you
gonna
later.
whittle
Love
down
you
a little
guys.
bit,
Much
waiting
love.
for Drago to pop off some pokes here with the Astral
Malakita.
recall. Upa goes in.
See you later.
Popping Jed down. A couple hits away. Next
Malakita
one
to
on
all
the
my
target.
loadies.
Drago going to be able to get
See you
away
later, guys.
though. Upa takes the shot with the Astral recall.
Yeah, no, bro, another pause.
And we're here.